1, 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UEC BMX European Cup. The racing is about to begin.
Round number 3 on track, ladies and gentlemen, for the European Cup 2025 with the boys category 15-16 on the start. First turn coming around with the Tongo track, Lena van Lier, Nieuwkoop, Elriegel and Sturkenboom. And watch to the man with the number 11 on the plate, number 1 of Europe here, racing for Italy.
He is very well the number 2 position in the last straightaway. The Tongo, he is flying away, freewheeling to the finish line.
And there's a close finish with the 501.
And the 823 was 823. Maybe it was Mike Nieuwkoop. Oh yeah, we're here.
We're racing round number 3, UEC BMX Europe.
From Belgium, Frits BMX went down in the first turn.
3 days of BMX racing here.
Heusden-Zolder, BMX European Cup number 3 and 4. Put down together, ladies and gentlemen, for Milena. Alright, here we go, race number 2 on track, boys, 15 and 16. We're looking for the world number 1 target BMX team rider, Elias Helbu. He leads this one out and he's looking good at the front of the pack there. We've got another match from
Switzerland in the mix there as well. He's in 2 in the
625 coming on through. Alex Giovanni from Italy, he's there in 3. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, it's only the top 4 riders going through. At
moment. It's 598. Matthew Verkamen from
Belgium, he's in the top 4 spot. The rest of the guys are going to have to come back in the LCQ, the last chance qualifier for the rest of those guys with a convincing win. Yeah, race number 3 on track, boys category 15-16. We have Switzerland, Italy, Denmark, Holland, Belgium, Spain and Sweden. And looking good for the stay strong from Switzerland is Ben Ludi, number 3 of Europe, now leading this one out on the 2 spot, coming through with the 5:19 on the plate.
David Cataneo from Italy.
Italy on the number 2 position. 3rd spot is going to the 5:04, ladies and gentlemen. And it's Elliot England. He is doing it for Sweden. Sweden on the number 3 position there, but who is still on 1.
Stay strong, Switzerland. For Switzerland, Ben Ludi.
Ludi on 1 on 2 to 5:19. It's Cataneo from Italy. And the 5:04, ladies and gentlemen. Elliot England from Sweden on 3. One rider down on the gate.
race number 4 hits the track, and it's ML Bross. I'm looking for leading this one out from Germany. We've got 2 riders from Germany in this one, as we see Bross take the lead there, and he's looking very convincing on that world number 5 plate with the 640 pushing on through. That's Ruben de Kuyper from Holland in there in 2. We've got the 3rd place rider coming through. That's the other German rider, Hager's in there in 3 at the moment. We've got the rider from ProStart coming on through there. Which rider is it in the 4th place? Is he going to get that final ticket going through to the next round? That was the 571 of Louis-Jean Guenet from France.
Ils sont partis, la garçon 15-16 ans, et 5 sur la piste. Et voilà, le shot c'est pour le numéro 5 au 6. Et le numéro 5 au 6 c'est pour la Pays-Bas, Penix is leading this one out for Holland. Holland on 1, on 2 coming through, and it's the number 8 of the world, Tim Köhler, doing it for Switzerland on the number 2 position there. That's still on 1, Holland on 2, Switzerland on the 3 spot, on the 3rd straight away, the 637 of Titien Col-Bituno pour la France. C'est le pilote français qui roule en 3e position, mais toujours en tête de la course. Ça c'est pour les Pays-Bas, 2e place. Ça c'est pour la Suisse et troisième place pour la France. En de volgende uit hier, de man vanuit België, Bert Lensen. De man van het Pump Factory team. Geef hem een duim applaus, Bert Lensen.
Draait de fiets iets alsjeblieft? Deze kant. Big roots. It's a neo-infant Pea from France. Who crashed. C'est un pilote français qui a chuté. Infant Pea.
European Cup 2025 is here. A celebration of sport and athleticism. 6 stages across Europe. A test of skill and determination. We come together as one from all corners of the world to compete, to challenge, to inspire, and to celebrate the spirit of BMX. The riders are ready, their bikes are tuned. The crowds are cheering, the energy's electric. We come together as one from all corners of the world to compete, to challenge, to inspire, and to celebrate the spirit of BMX. We ride for glory, we ride for victory, we ride for the love of the sport, we ride for the UEC BMX European Cup 2025 is here. A celebration of sport and athleticism. 6 stages across Europe. A test of skill and determination. We come together as one from all corners.
Alrighty, then we're about racing. Noah Stegen should be your first to show there from Belgium. I think it is the guy there in the red and yellow. Some high lines going on in that first turn, and that's left Stegen out in front by a long way. Here we see the rider from the Mavo team there from Great Britain. I think it is Noah Everly performing really well here in second place, looking good and qualifying through at the moment. The 973 is going to chase him down. Tom Petters from Holland, from the Netherlands, in there in 3, but these guys looking good. Stegen's going to take the win. And the 4th place is going to go to the 827, was that? The 027, Ebbe Skamres Jeppesen from Denmark.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
The gate rubs down on race number 7, ladies and gentlemen. Reset sur la piste. Oh, une chute. Mais c'est le numéro 534. Oups, c'est William Francard. Oh, ouais, non, c'est le numéro 554. C'est Antoine Hatch pour la France qui roule en tête à la course. 3e ligne droite, et c'est toujours un pilote français en première position. 2e place pour le numéro 634, William Francard pour la Belgique. C'est un Belge qui roule en 2e position. Belg op de 2e plaats. Opeens hier naar de man vanuit Frankrijk. En het is William Francard die de 2e plaats pakt. Naar die 3e plaats gaat naar die 6-4-3 nummer. En dan hebben we dan voor Ruben Rosema vanuit Nederland. Crashwater 5-3-2. Matej Pavka from the Czech Republic. He crashed in on the start. Too much power during Broomy.
Oh, that's sad when a broom breaker gets more of a cheer than a race. Unbelievable. Okay. Jules Casper leading this one out, the Paymo BMX racing team at the front of the pack there. We got the rider from Great Britain, absolute bicycle motocross rider, Amos Guppy in there in 2. Is that another absolute rider in 3? I think it could be the 647. 647, Lucas Webster. So Guppy and Webster on the same team, 2 and 3, qualifying through with Casper at the moment. Who's there in 4? It's going to be the German rider coming on through, Leon Louis Graziotti.
Okay, race 9 on track here with boys 15-16, and they're doing the first spot in the 116 final. But here on 1 we have the 611. It's not 911, it's 611, and he's doing it for Belgium. Is Niele Eilemaal. Eilemaal is racing on 1 or 2. Now he is on 2. Oh, it's an egg-and-egg race with the 510 number plate of Venno Schipper. It's Belgium and Holland on 1 and 2, but there's a Dutch rider now on 1. We will check him out. There's a 510 number plate of Venno Schipper on 1, on 2, Belgium on 3. We have the 546 and the 546, ladies and gentlemen, Felix Pitts Hook from Denmark.
Yeah, race 10 on track. Bison, Bugia, Happy, Damauza, De Weaver, Tolstrop, Silas Fogg and Dennis from Belgium. Looks like could be, is it the Little Dragon leading this one out? The 559. The 559 going to be the 599. Yoppie Bison from the Pump Factory team. Then we can see the 012 coming on through. That's Rio Demaza. He's not so little anymore. The Dragon in there in 2 for the Ice Bike team. In 3, coming on through is gonna, can't see the plate from here. 627, and the 627 was Nicolia Puccia from Italy, and Ivan Happy from Ukraine in 4.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Boy, 15-16, Germany, Switzerland, Holland, Norway, Denmark, Great Britain, now the UK. We have France and Holland in the mix. And who is the fastest one of the pack? Is it Romack is here coming out of Germany with the 6.5 on the plate. Is Deutschland of the erste Stelle. And who is racing on the number 2 position? Romack on 1 and 2, the 5.39, ladies and gentlemen, with Gian-André Grupp for Switzerland. La Suisse en deuxième position, mais c'est toujours Allemagne en première place. Troisième place, oh, c'est l'Angleterre en deuxième place. Et ça, c'est le numéro 646, Robert Paul Cody Cooker. He took the second spot in the first race.
Alrighty then, race 12 on track. Lombeke, Bussard, Brown, Hendrik, Buto, Van Uden, Outhouse, and Manon. The 564 leaves this one out, and the 564 is Milan Manon for France. At the front of the pack there, and the guy in pink into is the 608. The 608 was Niels Bussard, Romain Noten, Lebeke from France in there now, coming on through. As see the 4th place rider going to be challenged down to the wire here. It's the rider from Czechia. It's Andrej Heinrich.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, watch out for the Verle BMX team here on 1. It's Sam Van Doren. Van Doren, he is racing on the number 2 position in the green colors of Verle team. Number 6 of Europe. On the 2 spot with the 600 number plate from the Belgium. And for the BBC Bike Cycling BMX team, Stan Vermeulen. On the 3 spot coming through with the long hair. It's the 632, and that's Ethan Klaas. Ethan Klaas qui roule en 3e position pour le moment. Mais toujours en première place, c'est le Pays-Bas, c'est Sam Van Doren. 2e place pour Stan Vermeulen. Et Klaas en 3e place.
Yeah, race 14 on track. Shoda, Muley, Tardy, Perry, Brenda, Mason, Phillips, and Perillon from France. So a lot of strong French riders in this one. A couple of guys from Great Britain in the mix as well. But we've got the leader here. It's going to be the rider from France on the 556 coming on through. The 556 of Lucas Chaudin. He's there out in front. Going to see that could be the 685 of Finn Phillips. In there in 2 for Great Britain. 681, Mathieu Perillon from France. In there in 3. So 2 French riders in the top 4. 1 rider from Great Britain. And the 4th place rider is going to be the rider from Switzerland, Nicholas Muley.
Okay, boys category 15-16. With the man with the number 8 of Europe on the plate, Thijs Pronk. Is he on 1 or 2? We will check him out in the second straightaway. It's 2 Pronk on 1 with a 628, and the 628, ladies and gentlemen, it's Vicente Garcia Delicado from Spain. Spain leading this one out in front of the Dutch guy on the 3 spot. Coming through there with the 568 on the plate. That must be Clément Dubois. C'est Clément Dubois qui roule en 3e position pour le moment. Toujours en tête à la course, c'est Espagne. 2e place pour le Pays-Bas. 3e place pour la France.
Alrighty then, race number 16 on track. We've got Ruben Byrne from Ireland on the inside here, but he's been pushed into 2nd place because the guy coming around the outside is the rider from France, and that is the 557. The 557 coming on through is Corentin Esteban. Esteban from France, but Byrne makes the move in the 2nd turn and now leads this one out. We've got Switzerland in there in 3. Is it Schneider, Martin? One of the 2, I think it's going to be Martin, I think, coming on through there from the Swiss Ice Factory team. And the rider on the outside is going to try and get through in 4. Did see his number plate.
Yeah, number 4 of Europe here on the inside, but now on 1 or 2. After the first turn, he is on the number 1 spot, and that's Hidde Bremer. He is doing it for Holland on the 1. On the 2 spot with the 511 number plate, it's Bram Vergoen. Holland on 1 and 2, ladies and gentlemen. On the 3 spot, is it the Dutch rider as well with 024 on the plate? It's Ralf Radniks, it's Latvia. Latvia on the number 3 position. And that's the way they go to the last straightaway. But watch out on the number 4 spot. He is coming up there. But who is the man on the number 4? The 530 number plate. It's Jan Hannes from Czech Republic.
Yeah, Norway in this one on the inside. Magnus Harler leads this one out in race number 18. Boys, 15 and 16. Jana Kolbrand from the Dare to Race BMX team there in 2, I believe. from the familiar colours. We've got Slovenia in there in 4 with Brenzek Folk. He was looking good out in Verona, and he's looking good here to qualify for as well. Didn't see the rider there in 3, but Norway looking good. Magnus Harlan, he's going to take his first win of the day, the guy from Norway.
Boys category 50-16 on track in race number 19 with the 576 on the number 1 position. That's Maël Calmes. Maël Calmes pour la France qui roule en première position. En deuxième place, ça c'est le numéro 518 de Manuel Trombetta, un Italien en deuxième position. L'Italien et le Français en première 2 places. Mais le troisième place, c'est le numéro 583. C'est Marcus Krobert Angensen from Denmark. Denmark on the number 3 position there. But it's France and Italy on 1 and 2, on 3 in Denmark.
Yeah, race 20 boys, 15 and 16. This is round number 3 of the UEC European Cup here, BMX racing at its best. And we are racing with the morning session here, and the boys 15-16. They have got 16 finals here today, and that's why they're going first. We can see the rider from Switzerland, Leo Larracha. He leads this one out on the 638 bike with the 509 and the 683 coming on through. Gino Sode and the 639 was that? 639, can't see that. See Leo Larracha though takes a convincing win here in Zolder.
Okay, race 21 on track here, and is 03 on the number 2 spot. And the 03 is William Goal. We have the 604 of Thijs Wijnands on the lead, I think. Is it Wijnands leading this one out? Yeah, Belgium on 1. On the 2 spot is number 3 of the world, William Goal from Italy. On the 3 spot, coming through here in the 3rd straightaway. Who is on the number 3 with the 562 plate? It's Lubin Danjou pour la France qui roule en 3e position. Mais c'est toujours un Belge en première place. Ça, c'est Thijs Wijnands. En 2e position, c'est William Goal. And the 3rd spot is going to Lubin Danjou.
All right, and here we go. Leading this one out, race 22, Ben Larkins from Great Britain. And the Pure Factory team leads this one out from the Swiss rider on the 653, Jean-André Schiadelli. Schiadelli won BMX Swiss team there. We can see another Swiss rider in there in 3 on the 547, Timio Moran. So it's Larkins, Schiadelli, Moran, 1, 2, and 3 coming out of the last straightaway. Who's going to get the all-important 4 spot? Coming down, it's going to be a battle between...
Okay, we have 5 times France in this one. So here on 1, the 561, it's Enzo André Bisson. C'est Enzo André Bisson pour BMX Club Joël Le Tour en première position, mesdames et messieurs. Et le 2e place pour le numéro 563, c'est un autre pilote français, c'est Alexandre Besson. Besson en 2e position, 3e place pour le moment. Ça, c'est le numéro 689. Et ça, c'est Lars Wijnakker from Holland on spot number 3. But now on 1 and 2, we have 2 French riders and a Dutch rider on 3.
Give him the commentator's curse, didn't I?
You mentioned his name and he crashed?
Yeah. 584 it was. Kasper Jensen from Denmark. Let's hope he's okay. Kind of hobbled off the track there. That was a big slam on that last straight. We've got a good team here, good medical support. I'm sure they'll patch him up. And the bike back. Doesn't need that for the moment. We're here racing the UEC BMX Racing European Cup. Round number 3, the morning session, the championship classes. And if you see any of the guys or girls wearing that red number plate, they are the current points leader. They did the best point scoring out in Verona only a couple of weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks. Good to see this guy's got up on his feet, ladies and gentlemen. Kasper Jensen. Give him a round of applause, yeah. Wow.
Okay, on the gate we have race number 24 still racing in the boys category 15-16 for a spot in the 1/16 final. Les garçons 15-16 ans pour une place dans le 16e finale. Nog altijd in de boys categorie van 15-16 aan het racen voor een plaatsje in de 16e finale. Last chance.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, gate reps down in the boys category 15-16, and who is the fastest of the pack? That's number 023, and he is doing it for Norway. Norge, Lars Tobias Stene. He is leading this one out, and on the 2 spot coming through there in the wheel of Stene, we have the 526 number plate. It's Lucas Wrigley. Wrigley doing it for Switzerland. Switzerland on the 2, Norway on 1. On 3, we have the BBC bike rider, the 593 of Belgium. It's Maxim Medaerts. Maxim Medaerts, he is now on the number 3 position. And on the number 4 spot in the last straightaway, we have a German rider. It's the 525, ladies and gentlemen. And it's Phil Walker from Germany.
Okay, moving on, 15-16 girls, race 25. Either Van der Velden, Winnerts, Brandenburger, Spoor, Quetu, Sola and Orban from Belgium. Looks like the 16 is the first to show there. The 18, Isa Van der Velde from Holland, leading this one out. We've got French rider in there in 2. On the 513 and the 018 is coming on through as well. Tas Quetu from France, Ellen Winnerts. Winnerts from Belgium, Eileen Winnerts there in 3 at the moment coming on through. But it's going to be a convincing win for Eileen Winnerts from Belgium. Oh, there was 2 number 18s in there.
Yeah, race 26 on track. Looking good for the BBC rider. And it's Esme van der Straten. Esme van der Straten for Belgium. She took the whole shot in the 15, 16-year-old girls on the number 2 position here for the moment with a 508 on the plate. And that's Ruby Morse. Morse, he is racing on the number 2 spot. We have a rider from the UK on 2 and 3, and then the 519 of Megan Roy. Megan Roy on the number 3 position. So we have the UK on 2 and 3, but on 1 we still have the Belgian rider Esme van der Straten on the number 2 position. We have Morse and we have Roy on 3.
All right, then here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Race 27 on track. Emmy Seawood in this one, alongside Iris Smith. Kadari from Latvia also in there. We can see Kadari on the 05 bike coming around the outside, but it's the rider from Great Britain leading this one out. Emmy Seawood looking good at the front of the pack. Then we see Kadari. Then we see the 583, was that? The 503, Iris Smith in there in 3. Coming down this last straightaway, who's got the all-important 4th place coming around, is going to be the rider from Spain, Anya Matan Alonso.
Rider is ready. Watch the gate.
Gate goes down, girls, 50-16, race 28. And there's a 525 on the inside, Fleur Tant from Belgium. She was the fastest in the start, but who is now on 1 and taking over? That is the 07, and the 07 is Ella Holscher. Ella Holscher doing it for the Maybell factory team Belgium on the number 1 position. On 2, we have Fleur de Tant, so 1 and 2 is going to the Belgian riders. On the 3 spot, to the number 3 for Europe on the plate. From Ireland, 1 step to win Chaos BMX trainings. It's Carly Hayes. Carly Hayes, she is now on 3 for the moment. In the last straightaway on 4, the 016 of Veronika Zakova from the Czech Republic.
All right, then in this one we've got Lorianne Carruthers on the inside, and we've got the rider from Belgium, Method Hasverts, going around the outside. Lieke van der Haar also in this one, but she looks like the rider that is going to lead this one out. Yes, Lieke van der Haar from Lorianne Carruthers, and the 994 of Mogem Pion from France in there in 3. Who's got the all-important 4 at the moment? Don't forget, it's LCQs for the rest. It looks like it was the 564 of Maria Spiazzi from Italy in the 4th spot. But look at the lead she's got, the world number 6, Lieke van der Haar.
Okay, here we go. Race 30 on track with the 025 on the lead. Is Kim Kelder, Verloon BMX team. In the green colors of Verloon BMX. Here, Kim Kelder's on 1. On the Kelder on the number 2 position with the 562. It must be Sophie Elwood from the UK. UK on the number 2 position there, but who is racing on 3? And the 3 spot is going to the 550 of Alma Curley from Switzerland. Switzerland on the 3. On 2, we have the UK. On 1, we have Holland. Holland, UK, and Switzerland. But who is racing on the number 4 spot there for the moment with the 551 on the plate? It's Julie Breggy from Switzerland again.
All right, then more girls 15 and 16s on the track. Kaiser, Indy Delahaye were the ones first to show in and out that first corner. Looks like it's a rider from Great Britain. Leads this one out. That's Annalise Cadman-Carpenter. So Cadman-Carpenter takes the lead from Indy Delahaye from the BBC BMX Bike Factory team there. Who's in 3, who's in 4? It's all about that top 4. The 533 and the 557 of Zia Ziakaru is in there in 3. And was it the 5.57 I mentioned? I think it was the 5.57. And that is, of course, Lena Kaiser from Germany.
Ooh, here we go, the 017 from Germany, Maria Furman. Furman, she is racing on the number 1 position here. And who is the lady in the pink shirt? In the pink shirt on the outside with the number 4 of Europe is Manon Leclerc pour la France qui roule en 2e position. Mais c'est toujours Allemagne en première place. Non, c'est la France qui roule en première place. Et ça, c'est Manon Leclerc. Le 2e place c'est pour l'Allemagne. C'est Maria Furman. 3e place pour le numéro 514, Romain Geffrey pour la France. Le premier 3 places et de France dedans et Allemagne, mais le 4e place, ça c'est le numéro 583, c'est Finn Ellebout.
Hey, we turn our attention to the big hill, Heusden-Zolder, and the junior men.
Yes, switching over to the big start hill, Supercross start hill. 8 meters, it's high. Yeah, and fast.
Alrighty then, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Kristas Appels from Latvia on the inside. Some of the guys pulling up. Some of the guys jumping away through. We got a rider from Great Britain sticking it up the inside. That's Danny Jake Mumford. He's up there into 2 now. Wow, what a move from him. Looks good for the guy from Great Britain, but look at the lead now. Kristas Appels from Latvia out there in front. We got a rider from Switzerland on the inside. There's Jordan Pate. Pate from Swiss, but he's been pushed back to 4. He doesn't want to be in the LCQ. Is he going to hang on to that 4th place? Oh, I don't know. It's going to be tight.
Yeah, here we go. More junior man on track. We have Bermios, Local, Ligabo, Milner, Timbers, Truits, and Meland. Oh, something went wrong on the last jump, but here we have the 8.16 of Rodriguez Marolas Bermijo. He is racing on the number 1 position on the 2 spot coming through there in the Czech Republic. Oh, a crash. Only 3 riders on track. So the man on spot number 4, he is not in the LCQ, and that's Asa Truits. But meanwhile, we have Czech rider, Spanish rider, with him in the Spot 16 final. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the crash riders. We have one from the Czech Republic with the 8.50 on the plate, 8.59. And that's Oliver Milner. We have the 8.43, and that's Thomas Ligabo from Italy. It's 8.31. We have Noah Casanovas Meland from Norway, Norge.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Alrighty then, race 35 for the junior men. I can see Jimmy Criddle in this one in the middle. I can see Terry Venturini from France also. Who's that leading this one out though? It's Rasmus Rice Simonsen from Denmark. There we see Venturini, Criddle in there in 3. We've got the rider in 4 coming on through on the yellow bike there. He's coming on through. It's the 619, is that? or 919, Matt Drubel from France. He is in there, but look at the guy go out in front, taking that win from Denmark, Rasmus Ries Simonsen.
Yeah, more junior men on track here, and they are racing for a spot in the 116 final. So, who was the fastest of the pack? Was it La France? Is it Rocherieux? We zullen het even gaan bekijken. Rocherieux, he is racing on the number 1 position. On the 2 spot, we have Shane Nunlist from Switzerland. On the 3 spot, coming through in the second straightaway. It's at 8:38. It's JJ Rice from Holland. Holland on the number 3 position, and then it's another spot to go to the 116 final, and the rest is going to the last chance, of course. Louis Gauthier.
Alrighty then, here we go. Belgium, make some noise for your rider. The Pump Factory rider is Leo Lenson. Lenson leads this one out from the 899. The 899 there on the Orca bike. Thibaut Maroc from France in there in 2. We got the Dutch rider in 3 on the 841 bike. It's Maddox Van Dien. He's in there in 3 at the moment. Who's looking for that 4th place rider? We've got the rider from, is it from Great Britain? He's trying to push through into that 4th place. No, he's not going to make it through.
Okay, here we go with the junior man category with the 90901. It's a Tétouan Forêt pour la France qui prend le hold shot. Mais quel pilote en 2e place? C'est le numéro 928, c'est Harry Tanner from the UK. C'est l'Angleterre qui roule en 2e position, mais c'est toujours la France en 1re place. Et 3e place pour le moment, c'est le numéro 923. Et ça, c'est Sander Marvel One Ride. Sander Marvel One Ride already with the junior category. Unbelievable. But here the 905 on the 4th spot. It must be Nelly Castoldi.
Here we go, junior men on track, race 39, Heusden-Zolder, Xinglai, Belin, Brishma, Somerstad, Bortelé, Gudbillon, and Duval. Now we're looking at the, he got a little bit hooked up there. Benedikt Bischmeier from Germany. That was quite extraordinary. Leads the rider from VDH BMX racing team, leading this one out now, Jesse Elzenger. So Elzenger out there, the German is going to hang on to his 4th place. He is going to make it, Mel Bischmeier, after that scary moment there on the 2nd straight.
Yeah, gate wraps down with the junior man, and who was in the whole shot? We have Holland, France, Latvia, and Denmark, and it's an 838, ladies and gentlemen, and 838. It must be Jens Lauwers. It's Jens Lauwers now on the number 1 position there with the 839. The crash in the 2nd turn on the 2 spot is the 801. Ou de 891 is Jules Labert. Jules Labert qui roule en 2e position, mais c'est toujours le Pays-Bas en 1re place. C'est Jens Lauwers. Labert en 2e position et le 3e place pour le numéro 862 pour le Pays-Bas, Stan van Gulik.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Alrighty then, here we go. Max Coleman. We got some super fast Latvians in this one as well. We got Gustas Purins. He's trying to make his move, but it looks like the rider from Switzerland leads this one out. Coleman's in there. Tobias Wallison. Oh, riders coming off there. But we're looking at the Swiss rider, the Latvian rider, Danish rider, all making their way through inside that top 3. Is that the Fritz BMX Belgian team rider in there in 4? I think it could be, you know. It could be Gus Lutz. Lutz is going to make it through in 4, I believe.
Okay, here we go. 922 on 1. In race number 42, and the 922 is Taylor Hunt from the UK. He's racing on the number 1 spot with the 978 in his wheel. And the 978, looking forward there. It's 918. 918 is Alexandre Michel pour la France qui roule en 2e position. But it's UK on 1, France on 2 on the last straightaway. And picking all the line up with the 835, Scott Janssen from Holland, Team PD Sports.
All right, race 43 on track. Junior men, 116 finals for these guys. two Czechia riders leading this one out. It's going to be Grunterad and Novotny. Well, which one is it? It's 929. The 929 is Novotny. Well, Novotny from Czechia in there in front now. But now the second place being taken over by the 833 from Holland. It's going to be Twan van Dort, BMX Jet Team, in there in two. Then we see the other rider from Czechia, Grunterad, and a rider from Denmark pushing through. I've done it again. William Garner. He'll be back in the LCQ.
Okay, here we go. More junior man with Diaz Garcia, Bosch, Frara, Nus, Perin, Ferrari, Viret, and Piek. And it's 877 here on one, ladies and gentlemen. David Ferrara. Ferrara, he is doing it for Switzerland on the number one position. The two spot coming through with 9-2-4. It's Malo Pejek. Pejek, he is now on the number 2 position, but he is battling his way to the number 1 spot. Now he is a bit late, but the 3 spot is going to the 9-3-2 of Axel Bosch.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, then, junior men on track yet again. Here we go, then. We got riders from Italy, Belgium, Holland, France in this one. Who's going to take the early lead there? Looks like the rider from France is your early leader. The 895 coming on through. Lino Husko from France. Oh, look at the move coming in on the inside. Third to first. We'll have a bit of that, says Lars Bosch, as he moves into first place. The rider from Belgium. Now the French is chasing hard. And who's that in the 4th spot coming on through? Is he going to get the final ticket there? Looks like it was the 903 of Jules Le Guru.
Oké, race 45 op de track en dan gaan we kijken nog altijd naar de junior man hier in de championship categories. And we have Czech Republic on 1. Okay, Victor Oldrich Judoba, he is racing on the number 1 position on the 2 spot coming through there with the 890 on the plate. It must be Guillaume Deleplanque pour la France qui roule en 2e position. Mais toujours en première position, c'est Tchèque République. Et 3e place pour Latvia. Et Latvia, ça c'est Marcus Kroklis.
Alrighty, then we get 116 finals for these guys. In this one on the inside, we've got Ben Cornish from Great Britain, and we got the BBC bike rider Mika Ooms round the outside. So it's Ooms and Cornish. Cornish now taking it over from Ooms. Who's there in 3? It's going to be the rider from Denmark. Yeah, Denmark makes some noise. Jeppe Kjellstrup. Kjellstrup in there in 3. We got another Belgian rider in 4 on the 948. Is that the 946? Roman Franks. Franks is there in the qualifying position, but he's going to be chased hard by the rider from Great Britain. And the rider from Great Britain, is he going to make it through? No. Henry Eyre, unfortunately, he'll be back in the LCQ. Wowzers.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Race 48 on track in the junior man category with Bianchi, Kerjan, Joly, Laluc, Bernard, Oliveira, Coste, and Conrad Madsen. And looking forward, ladies and gentlemen, to the man on the number 1 spot. That's 904. It's Timio Joly, and taking over there, the 996. It's Nathan Oliveira. C'est Oliveira qui roule en première position pour le moment. En 2e place, c'est toujours le numéro 904. C'est pour la France, Timio Joly. C'est première 2 places pour pilote français, mais 3e place pour le numéro 915. Et ça, c'est Alexis Lacroix, c'est Lalucois. Et ça, c'est le premier 3 pour la France.
Alrighty then, men under 23 on track. Race 49 hits the track. We got a rider from America in this one, James Cutter Williams, but the 594. The 594 of Leo Le Bourgonon from France. He takes it over now. Then we can see the Target BMX team rider in there in 2. That's Thomas Williams now. Cutter Williams was out in front, but now he's back in 4. Is he going to hang on to that final qualifying spot? And I think he is just going to hang on to that last qualification position. The rest will be in the LCQ.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Riders ready once again. Here we go, the man on the 23, and that's looking good for the man on the inside with the 524 on the plate. Is Casper Piepers. He is doing it for Holland here on the number 1 position. And is he still on one? Yeah, he's the national champ on one, the national champ of Holland. On the 2 spot is Josh Mornan. He's doing it for the UK on spot number 2. The number 3 spot here coming through with the 4-3-7 on the plate. Jarov on lead. So the first spot is going to Holland and the 3rd spot is going to Holland as well. But who is on number 4 position there and qualifying is 6-2-2. It's Jeremy Pache pour la Belgique.
Alrighty, then in this one we've got the red plate leader of the series so far after 2 rounds. That's Julian Beister-Bosch. He took a win and a second out of Verona, and he's looking good here today with his first position. Oh, the 5-4-9 got that all wrong. Kip Staffaker in second, but he's hung on to that second place. As we see the rider from Italy, I think they're coming on through in 3rd. It's going to be Gasparoli. Gasparoli from Italy, and then Stay Strong Switzerland for Niederhausen. Niederhausen is going to make it through in 4.
Race number 52 on track, ladies and gentlemen, in the junior man category, under 23, excuse me. It's under 23, and we have a Czech Republic here on 1. We have 2 Czech riders in this one is Nozila Vesecki, and it's the 6'11 of Lucas Boris Zimmerman from Brazil. He is leading this one out. The 2 Czech riders on 2 and 3, but it's Brazil on 1. We have Nozila Vesecki, and then on the number 4 spot we have the 7-9-4, and that's Milan Oendorp, and he is doing it for Holland. Those are the riders qualifying for the 160 final in the category man under 23.
All right, race 53 on track and on the gate, coming down that start hill. On the inside was the 518 of Albert Groppo. Groppo from Italy, Italia. In there in 2, though, because he's been overtaken by the rider from Germany. And the German rider is going to be Muse, is it? Yeah, it's Lucas Muse out in front. So Muse takes it over from Groppo. Who's there in 3? Looks like could be the rider from Belgium, is that? The rider from Belgium? No, yeah, Mathis Carlier. Oh, elbows in the last turn. One rider down. And my good friend is going to get there in 4.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, man under 23 on the track. It's Maturno, Lana Guitar van Tichel, Gosel, Fernandez, Pick, Andersen. And those are the riders now on track, ladies and gentlemen, with the 610 number plate. Maturana from Argentina. Argentina, he is leading on number 1 position. On the 2 spot, coming through with the 13, Lana. Lana on the 2 spot. The 3 spot is going to, was it Michael Guitar? We will check him out. Number 3 position, the 595, it is Michael Guitar pour la France. Et la 3e place, ça c'est pour Peter Beck Andersen. Crash riders there, it was Didi van Tegel from Belgium. And the 580 of France, Mathis Fernandez. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the crash riders here in a man under 23, Didi van Tegel and Mathis Fernandez.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Capello, Rivoire, Lang, Lemmy, Sayan, Lagmanis and Beaucamp in this one. I'm going to be looking for Edgars Lagmanis from Latvia in the mix. He's going to be in there somewhere. Could be the rider on the Stay Strong. Is it in 2? Yeah, Lagmanis in there in 2. Looking good on the Stay Strong. But the guy leading this one out is going to be the rider from France. Is that Zian Lemy? The 574 it is. Yeah, it's Lemy. Neil, you were right. Looks good there, Lemy. And Lagmanis 1 and 2. We've got another French rider in there in 3. Who's going to get the 4? Is it going to be the rider from Holland? No, it's not. Mika Lang will be back. Race 56 on track. Left, Breckelmans, Fritzerin, Zell, Varel, Sporiaden, Meland, and Vudo Matos from Spain. And it's the rider from Denmark leading this one out, a 525. Marcus Lee, always making the most noise in the grandstands. Those are guys from Denmark. And we see the rider there in 2, Boris Breckelmans for the Team TV Esport team. He's there in 2. Who's that in 3? I'm thinking it's going to be one of the German riders. Could be David Schnell.
Okay, here we go. Still racing in a man under 23 here on the track in the 3rd European round, UEC European round. Oh, Legend rider almost went off. It wasn't Ramanis. I think it was Ramanis who almost went off the bike, but it's a 535, ladies and gentlemen. Here on 1 is Ryan Hartman, and he is doing it for Holland. and Holland on 1 for Team TV Esports on the 2 spot. It's Hjalte Beckveld from Denmark. Denmark on the 2 spot. And in the last straightaway, who is on the number 3 there? Who is on the number 3 with the 597 on the plate? And the 597 on the plate, ladies and gentlemen, is Ruben Hugony from France. Okay, man on the 23, still on track here with the 571. It's Remo Hover. It's Switzerland on 1, ladies and gentlemen. But who is on the 2? It's a Belgian rider, and the Belgian rider on the 2 spot is Niels Appermont. Appermont on the 2, on the 3 spot with the 9-2. It's Leo de Franke. Is it Omala Harbert? We will check him out in the last straightaway. It's a 5-8-2, and that's Malo Harbert from France on 3. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, watch out now. We have on the gate like 1, 2, 3 Belgian riders. We have 3 from France and 1 from the UK. So, Dieter Broens, Jules Meelis, Jorgi Picard, pour la Belgique, pour la France, Zachary Neal, Basile Ansar-Layrak, Arthur Bretet Monard, et Mathis Louet. And for the UK, we have Bradley Russell.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, Belgium, watch out. 3 of your best riders here on track. And it's looking good for the 6-16 of Dieter Broens. He is doing it for Wolf Factory Europe. En hij zit hier op plaatsje nummer 1. Wie zit er daarnaast hem? Die 604 van Mathis Louet. Het is 1 en 2 voor de Belgen daar. 1 en 2 voor de Belgen. Mathis Louet voor de eerste Franse man die daar op plaatsje nummer 3 zit. Maar dan hebben we die 619 van Jorgi Bert Picard. Picard al op die tweede plaats. Maar Broens nog altijd op 1. Broens op 1. Het is Picard op 2. Louet op 3. En dan hebben we daar die 5...
Alrighty then, race 60 on track, men under 23, Russell, Lagua, Ferre, Siglinski, Iskov, Dubessé, Bernard and Van Woggelum. The chase rider leads this one out on the 606. The 606 of Matteo Ferre for La France. And then we see Jonas Itzkov from Denmark. Then we see Callum Russell in there. And the Czechy rider of Sidlinski in there in 4 at the moment. Coming down the last straightaway. Is that the way they're going to finish? I think it is, as it was before. Safely through to the next one.
Okay, gate ramps down in race 6-2-1 in a man under 23 with the 5-6-1 on 1 is Noah Laken. Noah Laken or friend from Latvia here on 1 on the number 2 position with the 607, ladies and gentlemen. Timio Cadifour, La France. It's Latvia, La France en 2e place. Et 3e place pour le moment, ça c'est le numéro 598. Et ça c'est Simon Bocon. C'est Bocon qui roule en 3e position et 3e place. Pour le moment, ça c'est Marcus Leinberg from Denmark.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Alrighty then, elite elite men on track, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the red plate holder on the inside, Jamie O'Brink. But we got winner of round number 1 leading this one out. That's Ross Cullen. Cullen for Great Britain. B Strong team in there in 2 on the 263 is going to be Jacob Sardak. Sardak, the national rider, the team Denmark national champ. Brink in 3. Who's that in 4? Looks like it could be. Is that the Colombian coming on through in 4? I think it could be. You know, I think I can see the Colombian flag on the sleeve, all in black, coming on through. That was. Wow, Jesse Halando Andrade Gustin from Colombia. But it was a convincing win for Ross Cullen.
More man elite on the start gate, on the gate. So we have 2 Belgian riders here. We have Thibaut Stoffels from the Target BMX team and Matthijs Verhoeven. We have from Holland Roelofs, Mini Azavar, Stefan Heil from Germany. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Watch out to the fastest rider of Europe. It's a Belgian rider coming out here. Is it Stoffels? It's Stoffels leading this one out, ladies and gentlemen. On the 2 spot coming through with the 236 on the plate. It's Matthijs Verhoeven. 1 and 2 is going to the Belgian riders, ladies and gentlemen. Belgian boy for your riders. On the number 3 position, we have the 9 of Loris Aberhard, and that's the way to go to the finish line. But the number 4 spot is very important to go to the 1-8 final, of course, and that's the 227 for Stefan Heil.
Yeah, more elite men on track 64. Riders ready, watch the gate. Looks like the German rider was the first to show Julian Schmidt in this one, and I can see our good friend there from Italy trying to mix it up with the other guys, but it's the 271 coming on through, and that's Chris Aldon. Aldon from France. So Schmidt, Aldon, 1, 2 and 3. Is that going to be the rider from the Philippines, I think, coming on through? Yeah, I think it is, you know. And that's Patrick Benku. He's there in 3. Who's got the 4? Is it going to be Giacomo Fantoni? No, it's not. It's going to be Skursbeck from Germany.
Okay, racing to the 65 on track in the elite man category with the number 6 of Europe here on 1. It's Philip Steiner. Philip Steiner, Swiss, Switzerland on the number 1 spot. On the number 2 position, we have the national champ of Spain, and who is racing for nationals in Spain. National champ is a 261, of course. It's Pablo Garcia Marcos from the Target BMX team. And that's the way they go to the finish line. But here for we have a Dutch rider, but who is in between? The 273, 273, ladies and gentlemen, is Tatjan Louis Insen on 3. And we have the Dutch rider on 3, on 4. That was Tim Gosses.
All right, here we go. Flying high to the sky was Yuichi Masuda from Japan, but he's nowhere near the front of the pack because that's 235 of Webster. Oh, it's getting busy. Gilson and Rago Richard coming together there with... No, it wasn't Rago Richard. It was the 48 of Naranjo Murillo from Colombia. So at the moment, it's looking good for Webster. It's looking good for Rago Richard. Naranjo, and here comes Gilson. Takes that 4th place. Wowza.
Okay, here we go. More elite man on track. We have the number 14 here on 1. It's Magnus Diere from Denmark. No, Denmark is passing by the Dutch guy. And the Dutch guy on the number 1 spot is Jason Noordam. Noordam on 1. Diere was on 1, but now he's on 3. And in between, we have the 19 is Wannes Meijerlands. Meijerlands from Belgium. National champ of Belgium now on the number 2 position here in the last straightaway. But it's Noordam on 1. Meijerlands on 2. Diere on 3. And who is on 4? Oh, it's a close battle till the end.
All right, race 68, elite men have got 1-8 finals here this morning, and on the inside, kind of through, Marti Sciortino from Italy, Theo Touin from France, also in the mix, 1 and 2. Oh, the Belgian rider from Target has got hooked up there. No, it's going to be, is it the Belgian rider from Target? I'm not sure. Could be Brian Van Uwijk there, trying to push through as we see him coming out of this last turn. At the moment, it looks good for the early leaders there. They're clear the rest of the pack. But who's going to get the 3 and 4? The 3 and 4, I'm not sure. It was a race to the line, that's for sure.
Okay, here we go. And it's going fast, ladies and gentlemen, with 8-11 here on 1. It's the women, junior women on track. It's Anaïs Garnier. C'est Anaïs Garnier qui roule en première position. Deuxième place pour le numéro 843. C'est Maëlys Brune. On a 2 pilotes. La première 2 places c'est pour la France. Et 3e place, mesdames et messieurs. Ça, c'est le numéro 4. 846 pour la France, Gersen de Popin. Les premières 3 places pour la France. Mais 4e place pour le moment en dernière ligne droite. Ça, c'est pour le numéro 431. En het is Merlenouet pour la Suisse qui prend de 4e place. Le pilote qui a chuté, c'est le numéro 435 pour la Suisse, Jade Klaassen. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Jade Klaassen. Yeah.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Riders ready, watch the gate. Who's got the speed to take the lead? Junior women on track. Taya Gaynor look good there for Great Britain. Out in front, takes the early lead from the Latvian rider, Adelina Karklina. Karklina in there in 2, but a national champ for Great Britain on the 827 bike of Taya Gaynor. She's looking good out in front, doing it for Moto 1. And Karklina in 2, the Dutch rider in 3 is going to be Indy Schoffelmeer. Schoffelmeer in 3. And who's that in 4 coming on through? Could be the German rider, I think, coming on through in 4 in a qualifying position. But Taya Gaynor takes the win.
Okay, more junior women on track here for today in European round number 3. But it's a pretty fast start for Freya Charles from the UK. UK is leading this one out, but who is on the number 2 spot for the moment? Coming my way with the 8-1-3 on the plate is Belinda Vidalot. Vidalot, she is on the number 2 position for France, but still UK on 1 and is the current leader in the ranking. And that's Freya Charles on the 3 spot. The 8-5-9 is Ellen Lapkova. Lapkova on the number 3 position there, but still Charles on 1. And the number 4 position, we have the 8-5-3, and 8-5-3 is Elizabeth Bound, also from the UK.
Alrighty, only 4 riders in this one. Lovsex from Switzerland, Oliveira, Stupar, Gear, Simpson, Oostergaard. So we're missing a few riders from this one. I can see that's Stiblovsek in there in 2, but it's the 8 freeway of Loa de la Vera from France. Leading this one out, it's going to be the rider Stupar there from Slovenia in the 3 spot, and then Lucy Simpson, I think, in 4 at the moment from Great Britain. So these 4 riders are going to go through to the quarterfinals. There's no one left to go through to the LCQ in that one.
Ready, watch the gate.
Okay, Neil, we're going to the women category under 23, and we have Van Schijndel, Dominique, Bernal, Mogui, Potier, Beck, Lance, and Roer. And who is the fastest one after the first straightaway? And after the first big start hill is the 507, ladies and gentlemen. It's Lucy Van Schijndel. Van Schijndel leading this one out. Who is the lady with the green pants, racing pants on? It's a 5-3-5 and a 5-3-5. That must be Alina Beck. It's Germany. Germany on the 2 spot. Last straightaway. Still Beck on 2 and on 1. We have Van Schijndel on the 3 spot with a 5-3-7. That must be Adriana Dominiques Bernal from Spain.
All right, we got Kosakova in this one. Klaassen, Van Gastel, Pilet, Bax, Duart, and Butillon from France. We can see the early lead there from Czechia. It's Sabina Kosakova. Kosakova and Bax 1 and 2 at the moment with the 5-4-8 coming on through. Avril Pilet. Pilet from France in there in 12th position as we see the rider there from France on our outside trying to make it round. It's Leona Durard. So France are in 3 and 4 at the moment. Those positions change, but the positions at the front of the pack do not change. And Kosakova takes the win from Betsy Bax.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, woman under 23 on track, ladies and gentlemen, making the big jump. And then we go and see it's Marie Favrel pour la France qui prend le whole shot. C'est Favrel en tête de la course, mais deuxième place pour le numéro 523, c'est Yvette de Waard. Yvette de Waard en deuxième position pour le moment, mais troisième place, ça c'est pour le numéro 543, c'est Clara Rouget pour la France. Dernière ligne droite. Mais c'est toujours de Waard. Dus 522 van Marie Favrel qui gagne juste avant Yvette de Waard.
Oh yeah, check it out, remix. It's race 76 on track, women under 23. Quarterfinals for the ladies here today. Look at the speed of the rider out in front. Reske van Sanfort looks good at the front of the pack. Going to see Robin Gomez. Gomez in there on the Maybach factory team doing it for Belgium. In there in 2-3 is going to be Sienna Harvey from Team GB. And Yuva Tufle Jutland from Norway in there in 4. Clean ups.
Yeah, elite women on track here with Aberhard, Wissing, Wouters, Husseke, and Wang. We have China, Belgium, Holland, and Switzerland on track, ladies and gentlemen. We have the lady on the number 1 spot with the 94 is Nadine Aberhard from Switzerland. Switzerland on 1 on the 2 spot, coming through there with the 27 on the back. It's Michelle Wissing. Wissing and Aberhard next to each other with the 2, 3, 3 in the back of the pack. It's in the back of the pack on spot number 3 is Amber Walravens. Walravens, she is now on the number 3 position there. The lady on the 4 spot with the 2-4-3 on the plate is Julie Husker. She is qualifying for the semi-final.
Yeah, elite women on track. Marlene Kjellstrup takes the early lead in this one. The rider from Denmark wasn't out in Verona, but she's here in Zolder, racing through. And the rider from United States in there in 2. That's Carly Kane. Carly Kane, the world number 6 in elite women, came over to Zolder, wanted to mix it up, and she is mixing it up at the moment. She's got riders on her outside there. That could be Praticoni from France in there as well. But looking, coming down the straight, look at the lead. Kjellstrup's got Gomez is going to be there in 2. Not sure who that was on the outside. Carly Kane goes home in 4.
Yeah, watch out, Belgium. We have a pretty fast lady here in the elite category. It's Valerie Vossen. Valerie Vossen, she is leading this one out on the 2 spot with the 8-8 number plate is Indy Schaper. Schaper's on the 2 spot, but who is on 3? Who is on 3 on the 3rd straightaway, ladies and gentlemen? We will check her out here on the 3rd straightaway. The 777 of Camille Mer. Camille Mer, she is racing on the number 3 position. We have the number 32 of Liska Bartunkova from the Czech Republic on spot number 4. And those are the ladies who will qualify for the semi-final.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UEC BMX European Cup. The racing is about to begin. Are you ready?
Alrighty then, LCQ. Only the top 2. All right, it's ready. Watch the gate. Only 2 riders going to make it through. This is the first LCQ for the boys, 15 and 16. Jedin de Lot from Belgium. Looked like he was the early leader. He had a bit of unluck in the first race. Looks like a rider from Holland in there in 2 on the 669. Noah Sturkenboom. Sturkenboom in there in 2. Who's in 3 at the moment coming around? It's going to be the Danish rider on the 553. August Holst Hansen. Hansen in there. But at the moment, Jedin de Lot, he looks safely through to the next round. I'm looking at Sturkenboom. Is he going to hang on? Oh, he's a bobble on the inside. And the rider from Denmark's going to nick it.
Okay, very important to be in the first 2 positions in the last chance qualifying because the first 2 are proceeding to the 1-8 final. Here we go with the 6 for 1-on-1. It's Hector Cremou pour la France qui roule en tête à la course. C'est bon pour en place dans le 8e final. Mais deuxième place c'est pour le numéro 610. Le numéro 610. Ça c'est Len Kampart from Belgium. Belgium racing on the number 2 position. It's France and Belgium. 2 riders qualifying in the boys category 15-16 for the 1-8 final.
Yeah, race number 3, LCQ number 3 for the riders here on the 15-16. Looks like the German rider there, Theo Magnus Heidbrecht. Heidbrecht was the first to show, and he's looking good with a clear lead at the moment. So Germany out in front. We can see France in there in 2 and 3. Mathieu Porry and Corentin Bell fighting it out for that all-important position, but the rider for Czechia has now pushed his way into third. So Tobias Blyer, of course, is he going to make it down this last straight? It's going to be Blyer versus France, Czechia versus France. Who's it going to be? Czechia or France? Photo finish.
Yeah, 50-16 on track with the 5-6-9 of Flavien Roland pour la France, team Buff Sport Kenny Racing en première place. Oui, c'est Roland en première position, mais qui roule en deuxième place pour le moment, en troisième ligne droite. Ça, c'est le numéro 566 et ça, c'est Emery Kiefer. Aussi pour la France, on a 2 pilotes pour la France qui est qualifié pour le moment. Encore la dernière ligne droite, mais c'est le 2 pilotes français qui est qualifié pour le 8e finale.
Alrighty then, here we go. Teka Manu, Maspai, Butu, Bronze, Nissan, Dennis and Binzi from Latvia. And it looks like the rider from Latvia was the first to show, Yanis Binzi. Binzi, he's taking the early lead and it looks good. Just keeps it smooth down these last 2 straights. He's going to be in the next round, which is the 1/16 finals for these guys. And the French rider was the 5-6-7 of Elias Mespaye from France. On the 5-6-7, yes it was. He's going to make it through as well. The rest will be back tomorrow.
Yeah, Neil. Okay, Neil. In the end of this year, we're gonna have an indoor track in Belgium.
Yeah, the triple base, right?
The 666 base, yeah. So if you want some information for that, you can go to the Facebook page 666 base and yeah, ask your question. If you want to come over, it's a completely raceable track with 8 gate, not a 4 gate.
I saw on social media. The gate went in about a week ago, right?
Yeah. The pro gate.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's looking good. I can't wait. I'm going to come over.
Oh,
yeah. Honestly,
you have to.
If my boss is listening, I might even do some winter training.
Yeah.
This year for next year.
And on the end of this year, you can make a reservation for the track. So I think around November. I looked to the big boss of the racetrack in Ravelswilde. November. Yeah, November. Okay, we can say in November it's going to open. Oh, that's a
50-50.
Okay, there's a question mark. So, but normally I think they're gonna be open around October shortly. So we're gonna release the date on the social media, and if you want to come over, it's nearby the border with Holland. So if you want to do a reservation, you can do it
Yeah.
After November.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks very much for your applause. Ethan Communaux from France.
Okay, an update for the 666 base. They're going to release the date of opening in September. And from that point off, you can do reservations for the track in Belgium, nearby the border with Holland.
Alrighty then, race 6 on track, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Sean Brown in this one, Maigret, Dovzak, Gabre, Bernard, Rosshanger, and Fogg from Denmark. Looks like the 567 of France. Mehdi Koulibaly, Bernard. Looks like this one is leading out by here. The 683 coming on through. That's Sean Brown. Sean Brown from Great Britain in the top 2 spots. They're pretty clear of the rest of the field. They should be safely through to the 116 final.
Okay, gate wraps down in race number 7 in the boys category 50-16, and they're competing for a spot in the 1-8 final, ladies and gentlemen. Only the first 2 are proceeding to the 1-8 final, but who is on the number 1 position here? It's the 551 and the 551. That must be Max Svensson from Denmark. Denmark leading this one out. It's number 2 position. It's orange color, so the 516, and that's Jens van Nistelrooy. Van Nistelrooy, he is for the moment into the 1-8 final, but he has to go on the last straightaway together with the man from Denmark, and it's Denmark and Holland qualifying for the 1-8 final.
Yeah, Van Nistelrooy in this one with Palair, Benderet, Van Karut and... No. Sorry, race 8. Martin Leb, Montserrat, Jurissen, Ghana, Camps and De Wever from Belgium. In there in about 4 places, the rider from Belgium, so got a bit of work to do. Not sure he's close enough. It's going to be Switzerland and Belgium at the moment. It's going to be Martin Leb and Wannes Serre from Belgium, I think, coming on through there. Down the last straight away on the 682 bike. Did I get it right? Yeah, Wannes Serre is going to make it through to the 116.
Yeah, gate wraps down, race 9, looking good for Elan Ratier pour la France, parce qu'il prend, c'est lui qui prend le shot, mais deuxième place pour le moment, ça c'est le numéro 513 en deuxième position, et ça c'est Tan Owens on the number 2 position there, so France and Holland are 1 and 2 on 3, but I think a little late with the 5282 on the plate is for Latvia, Marcel Dode. So qualifying here with the 560 on the plate and a 513 is Stijn Owens and Ilan Ratje.
Right then, race 10 on track. Only 2 riders going through to the next round. Following Svensson, Kavarik, Willems, Mason, Brenner, and Lenson in this one. The 620 leads this one out. That's Lucas Falling from the Netherlands out in front of the pack there. Looking good. The rider in second on the 533 bike. Coming on through. Adam Kavarik from Czechia. Czechia in there in 2. Has the rider in 3 got anything in the tank? Here he comes down the last straightaway. The rider from Belgium on the 595. Is he going to make it? Lenson, it was close.
Yeah, here we go. Justin van Uden, hij pakt hier een mooie start. Hij zit hier op plaatsje nummer 1 voor Nederland. Op een tweede plaats gaan we dan kijken op de tweede rechte stuk. En dan is dat die 648 nummer. En die 648 nummer is Pablo Damiel Hernando vanuit Spanje, die daar op plaatsje nummer 2 zit. Maar daar wordt gewisseld. Het is hier nog altijd die 505. Hij is oppermachtig hier tegen deze jongens. Dat is Justin van Uden. Van Uden, hij zit hier op plaatsje nummer 1. Laatste rechte stuk voor Justin van Uden. Maar wie zien we dan aan de binnenzijde? En de binnenzijde gaan we dan kijken naar die 598. En die 598, hoe was het dan? 588 misschien Jens Scheibels.
Race 12 on track. Schneider, Caslini, Wagner, Tardy, Perrin, Heskins and Jensen in this one. We got the rider from France leading this one out. That's Nathan Tardy. And then the rider from Denmark is it in there in 2. Looking with the rider. No, it's going to be the rider from Germany on the 652. Coming on through, Yanni Wagner. Wagner in there in 2 at the moment, but looking good out in front. Was the rider from the start. He's going to take it through to the wire on the 577 by Nathan Tardy from France. Race 13 on track. Van Herf, Stryker, Lane, Bison, Mertens and Heim. So the 659 of Sil Stryker from the Verlu BMX team there. Oh, the rider in second just looking down at his bike there. He's not sure if he's got a problem or not. It doesn't sound great, I'll be honest with you. Ruben Van Herf Van Herf from Belgium could have a mechanical here, but he's trying to just get that bike across the line. I think he's going to be okay, you know. He's going to make it through. Good job, Van Herf.
Okay, girls category 15-16 with Veldkamp, Parma, Dart, Bolding, Cannon, Haaswoods and Spoor. Those are the ladies now on track. We see the 512 number plate on one is Alissa Dart on the 2 spot with the 999 on the plate. Dewi Veldkamp. Veldkamp en Dart. Het is Nederland en Frankrijk voor het moment. Die zitten daar op 1 en 2 en zijn virtueel al gekwalificeerd. Maar die 5-16 op plaatsje nummer 3. Troisième place pour la France, Maxine Canonne. Canonne qui roule en 3e position, mais ça c'est trop tard. Parce que c'est Alice Dart et Veldkamp qui qualifié pour la 8e finale.
Yeah, more 15-16 girls. Rodriguez, Kessler, Wireman, Hausmans, I beg your pardon, Van Dijken and Megan from Italy. Who's this out in front? It's the 995 of Lexi Kessler. Kessler from France leaves this one out. Who's there in 2? This is not over yet, I'll tell you that for now. It's the Belgian rider on the 530 of Nona Huismans. Huismans is trying to hang on to that 2nd place, but there's going to be a high-low coming out of that last turn. Here's the rider on the inside, going to make it through. I think she's going to push past. That's the 554, is that? Ooh, could have been Van Dijken from Holland.
Okay, still the girls category here on track with the 553 on the number 1 spot is Des Dix. She is racing for Belgium on the number 1 position there. But on the 2 spot coming through with the orange colors on the shirt is the 542 Jasmine Dro. Het is België en Nederland op 1 en 2. Voor het moment nog altijd België. Daar op plaatsje nummer 1, dat is Tess Dex. Op 2 hebben we daar de Ro. Maar die 543 komt op en dat is de dame van Zwitserland. C'est la Suisse Alia Brandenberger qui roule en 3e position pour le moment. Mais ça, c'est pas bon parce que les premières 2 places, ça c'est bon pour une place dans la 8e finale.
Oh, 2 riders have gone down. That's going to leave the door slightly open now because there's only 4 riders on track. Marte, Argentin, Koffler, Orbambu and Lindberg from Denmark. Who's going to get the order put a top 2 spot? It looks like it's Austria out in front on the 547. And that's Pekia Marte from Austria. And then we have the 527 of Taisia Bu from Belgium. Is it going to be the Belgian rider on the outside? Is it going to be the Belgian rider on the inside of Orban or Koffler? Oh, I'll have to check them out. There's riders making moves inside that last turn. But it is Pekia Marte from Austria. She's going to make it through. And then is it the 527? No. It's the 536 of Jetske Orban from Belgium that makes it through.
All right, on the gate, girls category 15-16 with Alderton, Bergsone, Bergset, Masi Itskov van Tgoor, UK, Latvia, Norge, Switzerland, Denmark and Netherlands.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, riders ready, watch the gate. Girls category 15-16 and it's a 544 of Katrina Bergsone. It's Latvia on the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Latvia on the lead, but who is coming under? It's a nice move there from the lady from the UK with the 537 on the plate. It's Bibi Alderton. Alderton, she is now on the 2 spot. Can she go on the 2 spot until the finish line? Can she go through? It's a spot in the 1-8 final if you are in the first 2 positions. But last straight away, ladies and gentlemen, still Bergsone on the number 1 position there with the 544 on the plate. Latvia on 1 and 2 is the UK, and those are the ladies proceeding to the 1-8 final.
All right. Alrighty then, here we go. Who's got the speed to take the lead? Check him out in the middle, flying high. Woohoo! Van Lommel was out for Belgium. No, it's the French rider. There we see Latvia on the inside, coming on through there. The 876 from Latvia is Robert Cernos. Cernos from Latvia in the second position. Going to be the rider for Great Britain, pushing hard, but we'll have to check that guy out in front there as he comes down the third straightaway. Rider, oh, the ballon. Here comes the rider. No, Henry Eyre. Eyre's going to try and make it through. Is he going to do it for absolute bicycle? Motocross, I'm not sure. It was a photo finish on the line. .997 from France, I think. Alain Tabard. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Alain Tabard from France.
Okay, race 20 on track in the junior man category with Janssen, Diaz Garcia, Sommerstad, Ozolniks, Lampik, and Madsen with Ligabo. Oh, that was close racing in the first turn. But who is on the number 1 spot with the 835? It's Scott Janssen. Janssen, oh! The 843 is crashing. It's Thomas Ligabo from Italy. And he is on... He is on the pro section, but now for the moment it's still Scott Janssen. He has a gap of 20 meters on the number 2 position there. So Janssen, he is qualified. And the 650, he is qualifying as well. It must be Rodrigo Manuel Diaz Garcia from Alicante, Marshall Factory. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Thomas Ligabo. Put your hands together for the Italian rider, Thomas Ligabo.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, junior men back on track. Who's got the spin to take the win? Italy on the inside there on the 947 as Matteo Bravi from Italy. But he's up to 2 now because the rider is coming round the outside. A rider from France on the 908. Oh, they're all getting a bit hooked up here. Didier and Perrier from France. And Bravi. It's Perrier and Bravi. No, it's the other rider coming on through now on the outside. Is that the rider from Belgium? I'll have to check his number out as he comes down that last straightaway. Is it the 945? The 945? No.
Yeah, here we go. Still junior man on track with the 868 on the lead. It's Jordan Paté for Switzerland. C'est la Suisse qui roule en première position pour le moment. Pro section, c'est toujours Jordan qui roule en première position. Deuxième place pour le moment, c'est le numéro 947 pour la France, Ethan Mariotte. Mais c'est toujours Mariotte en troisième position. C'est le numéro 870, Manuel Bianchi, Italy, racing on the number 2 spot. No, it's a Belgian rider. Or is it a Belgian rider with the 870? No, it's Manuel Bianchi. Bianchi, he is racing on 1. And it was Jordan Paté from Switzerland taking the win in this one.
All right, I can see that's Ollie Kendall, isn't it? Out in front, junior men. Coming on through there. I think it is, you know. Yeah, A69. It's the 2 riders from Great Britain. Yeah, Simpson Davis and Kendall doing it for Source out in front here. And the Bexhill gang. Yeah, JTL Simpson Davis and Oliver Kendall coming out the LCQ, racing to the line. Good stuff from the guys from Great Britain there.
Riders ready, watch the gate. Here we go. We have the 872 on the lead, and it's Reinhard Pavlos from Latvia. Latvia on one. Is it the French rider on two? It's Sweden. No, it's 897, and 897 is Lenny Andreu. C'est la France qui roule en deuxième position, mais c'est toujours en tête de la course. Renos Pavlovs. Pavlovs still racing on the number one spot for Latvia, 2 for France, and that's the way they go to the last straightaway. If nothing happens in the last straightaway, are those the two riders who qualify for the 1/8 final.
Yeah, race 25, LCQ, junior men in this one. We got a rider from Denmark, William Østergaard Lund. He's in there in second place now as the Danish go crazy in the stands as the 901 takes it over. Oh, the rider goes down in front of me there, but Bresson from France, he's still leading this one out. Bresson and Lund battling out, 1 and 2. Who's there in 3? It's the 854, Robin Bossenkool. Bossenkool from Holland, he's in there in 3. I don't think they're going to be close enough. These two guys are going to go through. William Østergaard is going to make it through to the 1/16 finals.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, junior man on track in race number 26 in the 1/16 final. In the last chance, ladies and gentlemen, we have the 940 here on one is Baptiste Assé pour la France qui roule en tête à la course. Mais le deuxième place, qui roule en deuxième place pour le moment, c'est le numéro 940, c'est Baptiste Paté. En deuxième place et en première place, c'est Matteo Ferrari. Ferrari pour Italie en première position. Le premier et le deuxième place pour... La première place pour Italie et la deuxième place pour la France. It is France on the number 2 position there. But on 1 we have Italy. And that's the way they go to the finish line, ladies and gentlemen. And those are the riders who will qualify for the 1/8 final.
Yeah, junior men, last rack here of the LCQs hitting the track. Marchand from France. We got 5 riders from France and 1 rider from Great Britain. And it's a rider from Great Britain leading this one out. That's Gabe Simpson. Simpson leads this one out. Who's there in 2? Who's going to chase him down? It's all about a French rider getting through. It's the 917 at the moment. Axel Jeunesse. Jeunesse for France. But Gabe Simpson has gone. He's going to be safely through. Bar no mishaps down that last straightaway. He's going to make it through with the 917 of Axel Jeunesse.
Okay, we have 3 French riders from Latvia and Belgium. And Belgium, we see Belgium on the number 2 position with Jules Melis. Melis is in the wheel of the Latvian rider, and the Latvian rider is Tremanis. Tremanis on, but who is on 3? Is it Leclerc? Enzo Leclerc qui roule en 3e position pour le moment. Et Jules Melis et Tremanis. It's wheel on wheel in the last turn. And we have Leclerc. Leclerc en 3e position. Et Leclerc et Melis. Melis et Leclerc. La France et la Belgique, où es-tu?
Alrighty then, here we go, men under 23, second LCQ, Laguia, Melan, Vlie, Semperboni, Lenga from Germany. In this one, looks like a rider from Spain is your first to show. Carlos Ordonez, Laguia from Spain. And then we have Melan, Aguia and Melan, 1 and 2. Then we got the 768, is that the 795 of Lars van Vlie from the BMX Jet team from Holland. Is he going to be close enough? I don't think he is. It's going to be Laguia and Melan going through. Alrighty then, race 30 on track. Mikkel Lang hits the front of the pack. Here we go, Lang out in front with the 548 coming on through. And the 548 is Peter Daniel. Daniel from Slovakia in a good qualifying position at the moment. As it come down the third straightaway, Mikkel Lang looks good for the Dutch national team. Out in front, wearing the orange. Here we go then. Daniel's going to make it through from Slovakia in race number 30.
Here, Capello, De Horne, Bernard Fourcade, Berdu Bartos. Those are the riders now on track, ladies and gentlemen. And who is the fastest of the pack? I think it's Argentina. Is it Argentina here on 1? It's the 792 of Ariel Philip Capello. Argentina is leading this one out. On the number 2 spot, it's the 793. And the 793 is Loïc Fourcade. It's France on the number 2 position, but in the last straightaway. Argentinië op die tweede plaats zien we nog altijd Frankrijk. En in deze volgorde gaan deze jongens ook naar de 8e finale.
Checking out, guys, on track, under 23, still out there at the moment. We've still got LCQs to get through, and it's the 626 of Casper van Woggelum. Woggelum leads this one out from Latvia. Elbrecht's in there in 2, but we got the French guy coming down the outside. Is he going to be able to pass it? That's Enzo De La Hogue. Enzo De La Hogue does not normally go out at this stage of the day, and he is gone. He is out.
Yeah, more man, under 23 on track with a 5.76 on the lead. Arthur Breton-Monard pour la France qui roule en première position, mais la deuxième place est pour le numéro 575, Max Krispek. It's Germany in the first 2 spots. Germany, let me hear for your rider. Yeah, there is Germany. Danke, Deutschland. Hier we have, dan gaan we verder. Hier op plaats nummer 1 nog altijd met de man vanuit Frankrijk. Ja.
Wow, this is getting really close here. The racing here this morning, Seshel on track. These guys going at it, the 5.68. They're getting a bit hang up. That's Bradley Russell. Russell from Great Britain. It says on the sheet coming out of there. In second's going to be the rider from... Well, I'm not sure if I'm looking at the right sheet here.
Okay, watch out, ladies and gentlemen. We have the 5.02 on the lead. It's Malo Herbert. Malo Herbert, he is for France and on 1, but Belgium is coming up. Oh, Belgium is coming up. Who jumped over Faratseya? Faratseya, he is now on number 3-4 position. But here on 1, we have the 5.82, and the 5.82 is still Malo Herbert from France. Lost straight away. And who is on the 2? I missed the number 2 there. Who is on the number 2 with the 5.80 number? It's Matthias Fernandez. 2 spots in the 1/8 final for France.
Whoa, flying high, Aaron Beck from Germany in this one. He leads this one out from Marco Jackel. The 2 riders from Deutschland in the mix. Who's that there in 3? It's going to be the rider from Colombia. He took a spill in his first one, Andrade. But at the moment, we're looking at Deutschlander in the first and second position. Aaron Beck, Marco Jackel. Are they going to make it through to the 1/8 finals? I think they are, Germany. Yeah.
Okay, here we go in the lead man. We have Ugama van Tony. We have Scottman and Webster. Oh, a tough one in this. Only the first 2 are going. And it's the national champ of Holland here on 1. It's Inze Ugama. Ugama on the number 1 position. But who is on the number 2 spot for the moment? It's the 2-3-3 and that's Mitchell Scottman. Holland on 1 and 2. But in the last straight away, still Holland on 1 and 2. Yep, on 3 we have the 1-1-7 of Giacomo Fantoni.
Then more elite men on track. We got Isabar, Van Urik, Courier and Dubois. Oh, 3 riders from France and 1 rider from Holland. But now one of them's gone because it's the 2-4-5 of Brian Van Urik from Holland. Leads this one out from the 2-3-2 of Corentin Dubois. Dubois from France now takes over the premier position. And the French riders leading this one out from Van Urik. France 1, Holland 2. That's the way they're going to go down to the wire. They're going through to the 1/8 finals.
Yeah, gate drops down, elite man on track. Only 4 riders, but only 2 spots. And it's a 2. it's really close racing there. Whoa, we have Denmark, Japan, Germany, and Slovakia. And it's the 2-6-5 here on 1. And that's Simon Jules Huskert. Denmark on the number 1 position. Who is on the number 2 spot there for the moment? It's a 4-0-4. It's Yoshida Masuda. Japan on the number 2 position. But here in the first spot, still Denmark, Japan. And then we have the 2-3-8. And there was Kees Tindel from Germany.
The last LCQ. No, there's another one up there. But anyway, last LCQ for the elite men. Mayena, Roloffs, Le Burton, Saint-Luc from France. 3 from France, 1 from Holland. Where's the Dutchie? He's on 3rd position at the moment. Here's the Dutchie, comes out the second quarter. He's looking to make the pass down the left-hand side. Is it going to be happening for the Dutchie? No, we're not quite there, Neil, ready for that line. As we look at the riders leading this one, Mayenne and St. Luke. Oh, the Dutchie's passed him on the left-hand side.
Yeah, here we go. Junior woman on track for three times la France, 3 fois la France. Et voilà, c'est Lilou Le Parot qui roule en première position, qui roule en deuxième position. Oh. En deuxième position pour le moment, c'est Lilou Parot. En deuxième position, c'est le numéro 840, c'est Amy Godet. Amy Godet pour la France en deuxième place. Mais on a 3 pilotes français sur la piste. C'est Parot et Godet en première 2 places. Et ça, c'est le pilote qui est qualifié pour le 8e.
All right then. Sorry. Allez, France, Macron, Dubade, Van Damme, and Jede Claessens. Jede Claessens is going to be the first to show here from Switzerland. Don't often see her in the LCQ. Took a bit of a spill in her first one now. A change of race pants, and she's back at it, and she's leading this one out, doing it for the Claessen kids and the Prophecy Alati team from Switzerland. Jede Claessens looks good out in front. Which French rider is going to be there in 2? It's going to be plate number 648. Is that 848? Mathilde Macron. Ooh.
Okay, women under 23 here on track with Elisa Lance for France on the lead. But on inner wheel, we have the 552 and the 552 is Jody Viamont aussi pour la France. Ça, c'est 2 pilotes français. En première 2 places, 2 French riders on 1 and 2. They are ready to qualify to the quarters. So 2 French riders going to the quarters in the women under 23.
All right, the race 44 LCQ for the women under 23. Oh, there's a couple of other riders not jumping the double down that first straightaway. Potier, Kerbler, Van Gastel, Roy, Payard and Boutillon from France in this one. And it's the 546 and the 550 of Louise Potier and Kervella from France. It's 2 riders from France in the top 2, and they look like they're going to make it through because the rider from Belgium, Medal Van Gastel, is not close enough at the moment as they come down that last straightaway. Potier and Kervella, they're going to make it through to the quarter.
3 Chinese riders here in the women elite category, and we have the 485 here on 1. It's Wan Yi Liao. Liao, she is leading this one out for China on the number 2 position for the 481. It's Mengai Wang. Wang and Liao, they are racing on 1 and 2 on the 3 spot coming through there with the 240 on the plate. It must be Emma Patracone. Patracone, she is on the number 3 position, but she is out for the semi-final. So the 2 Chinese riders are going through to the semi-final.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UEC BMX European Cup. The racing is about to begin. Are you ready?
Okay, here we go. through with the boys 50-16. And the first four proceeding to the 1-8 final, ladies and gentlemen. We see Elias Helleborger, the number 1 of the world, here on the number 1 spot. On the 2 spot coming through with the 18 on the plate. Number 8 of Europe is Thijs Pronk. Pronk from Holland on 2. Then we go further on to the number 3 position with the 5-7-4. It's Alban Rovelli, and we have the 502. 502, it's Jaden Locht, it's 592. We will check him out on the last straight away. But it's Jaden Locht on spot number 4. Those are the riders who will qualify for the 1-8 final.
Alrighty then, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Lucas Schotten, Graziotti, Maddox, Hendrik, Larak, Jakob, Svensson from Denmark in this one. As it come out of that first corner, looks like the rider from France is the early leader, the 5-5-6, Lucas Schotten. Schotten from France then, looks good at the moment. He's already had a win today with the 5-2-4. Coming on through with the 5-9-3 of Leon Louis Graziotti and the 5-9-3 of Maxime Maddox, as it is on my sheet. Schotten, Graziotti, Maddox. Who's going to get the 4? It's going to be the 5-9-0. Is that the 5-8-0? Yeah, as it is on the sheet. Hendrik from Czechia.
Yeah, here we go. Race 4 in the 160 final in the boys category, 15-16-year-old. And who is coming through here in the first position? Is it the number 14? Nah, it isn't 14. It's a 506, ladies and gentlemen. And a 506. Okay, 506 is Sven Pennings. Sven Pennings is racing on the number 1 spot. On the 2 spot, we have the 572. And that must be Gabriel Glois-Drouin. He is on the number 2 position for the moment. And who is with him in the qualifying position with the 024 on the plate? It's Ralf Radniks. And we have the number 8 of the world on 4. It's Timon Köhler from Switzerland.
Alrighty then. Not happy, the little dragon. Race 4. A 116 final, top 4 riders going through again. Here we see Heidebrem, Brun, Janzu, Catanea, Vermeer, Sode, and Van Nistelrooy. And we're looking for Ruben Byrne at the moment from Ireland. Oh, he's had a bit of trouble. He's at the back of the pack. Oh, the rider at the front's bouncing off the jumps. Luben Zanjou from France. Oh, he's sliding out in the last turn. The guy in second. He's all to play for here. I don't know who's got through. All I know is that was a mess.
Watch the gate.
All right, boys, 15-16. Ludi Webster, Skipper, Camaro, Murley, Kirby falling. It's Switzerland, UK, Holland with Switzerland, UK, and Holland in the mix. And we have the number 3 of Europe here on 1. It's Ben Ludi. Ludi on 1 for Stay Strong Switzerland. Stay Strong Switzerland on the number 1 spot. On the 2 spot coming through with the 631 on the plate. It's Timio Amaro on the 3 spot, the 620. It's Lucas Falling from Holland. Lucas Falling van Holland. En vanuit Nederland op plaatsje nummer 3, dacht ik al. Of is het de 15, nummer 510 van Venno Schipper die daar voorbij Falling ging. Het was allemaal close racing until the finish. So it's only the 1/16 final. So, and the race like this, it's gonna be unbelievable finals.
Oh yeah, for sure, Luke. That is right. The number 5 of the world, Emil Brusk from Germany. If I don't say that correctly, please do come and tell me how to say these surnames. I don't mind being corrected. But Bros leads this one out for the 557. Claudine Esteban from France. In there in 2, we see the 3rd place rider coming on through on the 603 bike. The 603 is Jasper Lennertz from Belgium. Belgium, make some noise for your rider. He's in a qualifying position. Where's the guy in 4? Is it going to come down to the wire? That's the 03 plate of William Gawley. Gawley from Italy makes it through in the end.
Yeah, gate ramps down, race number 7 on track, and we have 4 Belgian guys in this one. We have Deutschland in these, Italy, Czech Republic, and the UK. But here on 1 we have the 635, and it's Noah Stegen. Noah Stegen is doing it for Belgium here on the number 1 position. We have a rider from the UK on spot number 3, but in between we have the 5. Kobe, is it Kobe on 3? Cody Coker, yeah. I see. Cody Coker on 3. No, he is on 2. And who was on the number 2 position is Jan Hanis from the Czech Republic.
He doesn't like those other names that they put on the sheet. Yeah, no, forget that bit. All right, we got more Brits in this one. Finn Phillips. Oh, I can hear some woos from the crowd. Sean Brown's in this one. He's in about 3 at the moment. Who's that in 2 then? That's going to be Phillips, I think. Yeah, Finn Phillips with the leader. Leading this one out in the white shirt with the pink and orange sleeves. It's the 616. The 616. Roman Lombeke. Oh, yeah, he's a good rider, this guy from France. Leads this one out. This is his second win of the day. But Phillips is going to be there. So is Brown. And the 4th place is going to go to the 505 from Sweden, Elliot England. Oh, it's a shame. That's Falk from Slovenia going out, and the BBC riders, ladies and gentlemen, Stan Vermeulen. Hopefully we'll see him back tomorrow.
All right, here we go. We have the boys category 15-16 in the 116 final, and it's looking good for Jules Casper. Jules Casper pour BMX Racing Team, la Suisse en première position. Mais le deuxième place pour a rider from Germany. And Germany on the number 2 spot with a 5-3-4. It's Theo Magnus Heidebrecht. Heidebrecht on the number 2 position there in the qualifying position, but still on 1, Jules Casper. Heidebrecht on the 2. On 3 we have the 973, and the 973, ladies and gentlemen, is Tom Peters met Bram Vergouwen vanuit Nederland en Milan Manon pour La France. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the 2 crash riders from France and from Holland. We have Milan Manon and the rider from Holland was the 5'11", Bram Vergouwen.
Riders ready, watch the gate. Who's got the speed to take the lead? Looks like Magnus Harland on the inside from Norway, the Norwegian national team rider. He's there in 1st position. Then it's Rickley from Switzerland in there in 2. Then it's the 602 coming on through, and he's had to come out the LCQ, the rider in 3. That's one is Serre from Belgium. Then we got the rider in 4, also from Belgium on the 612, Sam Gertz. So 2 riders from Belgium, 1 rider from Norway, and 1 rider from Switzerland. But Magnus Harland takes another win of race number 10.
Yeah, here we go with Marco Del Tongo. Marco Del Tongo from Italy took the whole shot here in the 116 final, ladies and gentlemen, in the boys category 15-16 with the 5.76 on the plate. We have the number 2 position there for Maël Calmes, la France qui roule en 2e position, un Italien en première place, mais 3e place c'est pour le numéro 563 et le numéro 563 c'est aussi pour la France, Alexandre Besson. Besson en 3e position et la 4e place pour le moment, ça c'est le numéro 629, Mike Nieuwkoop vanuit Nederland, het plaatsje nummer 4. Toen hij bij mij hier nog passeerde, was hij dat ook aan de finishlijn. Dat zullen de juryleden moeten uitmaken.
Yeah, Leo Ladderach, Tobias Steen, the Kuiper in this one as well, and it's all getting busy down the second straight. But I think that's the Swiss rider of Leo Ladderach leads this one out. Then we see the 640 coming on through the Kuiper, and I saw a 1. That's Hector Cremeux from France in 3. He had to come out the LCQ, and he's in 3rd place at the moment, going through to the 1/8 finals with the rider on the 623. Was that Lars Tobias Steen?
Okay, more 15-16-year-olds on track with Heitz, Guppli, Everly, Perlon, Trombetta, Jeppesen, Leip en Kampart. Those are the riders on track, and we see who is on the number 1 position here on the third straightaway, ladies and gentlemen. That's the man with the 554 on the plate, and the man with the 554 on the plate, Antoine Heinz. We have Manuel Trombetta on the number 2 position. Is it the man with the 518 on the plate? Yeah, Trombetta on 2. The 3 spot with the 681 is Matteo Perillon pour la France qui prend le 3e place.
Alrighty then, Zem van Doorn from the Netherlands. Verlu BMX team leads us one out. I can see a Dare to Race rider, Niels Boussart, in there as well. But there's another Belgian rider on the 604. It's just Wanats. Wanats from Belgium. So 2 Belgian riders inside the top 4. Dutchie leads this one out. We've got another Dutchie on the right there, coming down the third straightaway in qualifying position. He's up to 3 now, but the Dare to Race team rider, he's going to be fine. He's going to make it through. The rider coming round was Mark Velting from Holland.
Yeah, gate wraps down in the 1/16 final, board category 50-16, race 15 on track. And coming through there for Dare to Race, it's Jarno Kolbrand. Kolbrand is leading this one out. 1/16 final, a Belgian guy on 1. On 2, we have the 605. No, 605 is Louis Romeike. We will check him out here. The 645 is Louis Romeike, Germany. Deutschland auf die zweite Stelle. It's Kolbrand, Belgium on 1. Romeike on 2. But who is coming through to the number 1 spot is the 558 of Marty Biene from France.
Alright, then here we go. Bison, Bisson, Grub, Klaas, Ahapi, Ruzima, Tardy, Striker in this one. And looks like the early leader there was the rider on the plate number 561. The 561, Enzo André Bisson. Bisson for la France. He leads this one out there. A French rider comes on through with the 2 riders for Belgium, Klaas. And the rider for Belgium was, of course, Bison. Bison now takes it over. So it's Bison, Bisson, Klaas 1, 2, and 3, and the rider on Verlu there making it through out of the LCQ. Still Striker in 4.
Okay, junior man on track, and there's 8-3-3. Twan van Dorp, he is leading this one out for Holland. Twan van Dorp on the number 1 position there on the 2 spot, coming through with the 826 on the plate. It's Rasmus Ries Simonsen. It's Denmark and Holland competing for 1 and 2. Competing for 1 and 2, but who is on the number 3 position there? Is he coming through? It's 844 with Federico Passa, Italy on the number 3 position. But the number 3 spot is not good for a spot in the 1/8 final. He is coming through. Oh, for the finish on the end.
Oh, 1/16 final number 2 for the junior men on track. Look at this guy on the inside go. The 012 is going to be the 812. Clement Rochereau, of course it is, Neil. You should know that. Oh, rider down in the first turn, but the 918 is coming on through. Alexandre Michel. Michel for La France. Rochereau from France. Also in there in 3. Coming on through there is going to be the rider from Belgium. Is it? No. I can see the flag, can't see which one it was. Was that the Czechy rider, though? In 4 at the moment coming on through. That is Lukau from Czech in a qualifying position. And the other rider I missed, I think it was Mathis Plantin from France. Okay, put your hands together for this guy, the fallen rider from France. That was a big one on the 912. Tom Miagay. Hopefully we'll see him tomorrow, yeah?
gate drops down. Junior man in the 1/16 final. We have two Belgian riders in this one, Lenze and Frank. But here we have the 814. It's Ilio Lenze. He is leading the pack. And on the two spots coming through from the UK is it Griddle with the 964. No, it's Danny Jake Montfort. Montfort, he is now racing on the number 2 spot. And that's good for a spot in the 1/8 final, of course.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Riders ready, watch the gate. Who's got the speed to take the lead? Oh, I can hear brakes going here. Oh, riders down. Lowers has gone. One of the favourites is out of it. He's knocked out. We've got Italy out in front with the 935. Was that coming on through? I think it could be Seb Schipper from Holland. Then we see the Italian rider coming on through. The Italian rider of Matteo Ferrari. You'd expect him to be fast, but the Czech rider of Chudoba. Denmark, make some noise for your rider. Is he going to hang on? Yes, he is. William Oostergaard Lund comes out from the LCQ into the 1/16, and he's through to the 1/8 finals.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, more junior man here on the track of Zolder, and it's a 955 coming out on the inside, and he is doing it for the UK. There's Ben Cornish on the number 2 spot with the 928 on the plate is Harry Tanner. So the UK is doing 1 and 2. UK, what are you for your riders? Yeah, of course, there they are. Here we go with Cornish and Tanner to the last straightaway, ladies and gentlemen. And it's the last straightaway for those two riders, and they will be qualified for the 1/8 final in the junior man category in the UEC European round number 3 here in Zolder.
That was 3 GB riders through.
Yeah, but only 2 was qualifying.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Race 22, these are the 1/16 finals for the men junior. On track, we've got Mika Wallison, Ferreira, Perrin, Gauthier, Pate and Bianchi in this one. Belgium pushing his way through into 2. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. It's all getting busy down the pro section. We're looking good out in front. The rider from Switzerland. Which rider is that actually? That's the 977. It is Ferreira. Ferreira from Switzerland from Ooms. In there in 2. We've got another Swissy in 3. That's Perrin. Perrin from Switzerland. And then the rider in 4 was the rider from the Marshall team. I think that could be Gauthier, was it? Wow.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, here we go. Junior man, race 23 in the 1/16 final. And it's looking good for the man from Latvia. Latvia, Crystal Apples. He is coming through here on the first pro section. As first in the pro section. On the 2 spot with the 895 on the plate. C'est Lino Arscout. C'est la France qui roule en 2e position. Mais la première place, c'est toujours Latvia. Et Latvia, c'est Crystal Apples. 3e place. Ça, c'est pour le moment le numéro 800. 891 et ça c'est Jules Habert, mais Habert en 3e place.
Alrighty, there we got two Brits in this one. Russell and Simpson, where are they? I can see Russell at the front of the pack, Simpson at the back at the moment, but he's got a bit of work to do. So Russell leads this one out, looking good there in two. Was the 5.38 and the 9.24. The 9.3 of Lars Bosch and Malo Payek from France. There's your top three. Who's going to get the four? It's the 3.4 of Brandon Timpers. Timpers from Holland at the moment. He's hanging on to it. Here comes Simpson down the last straight. Has Simpson got anything left in the tank to nick it? Oh, just a little bobble held him up, and Timpers is going to hang on. Sorry, Hunt, not Russell. Sorry.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, junior man on track here. It's a 9.05 there. One in the whole shot is Nelio Castoldi. C'est la France en première place. Non, en deuxième place pour le moment. Castoldi en deuxième place, mais la première place pour le numéro 899. C'est aussi pour un pilote français, c'est Maroc. Maroc qui roule en première position et deuxième place pour Timmy Chartier pour la France, deuxième place pour Chartier, première deux places pour pilote français, mais troisième place pour le numéro 905, Nelio Castoldi, les premières trois places pour la France.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, race 27 on the hill as we come down. We have a mechanical in race 26. We'll come back to that, no problem. We've got a rider from Spain leading this one out. The rider from Spain. Is Morales Berembo. And then we see Nunlis coming in there into. Where's the French rider coming on through there? The French rider is Thomas Savelle from France. These guys are going to battle it out, but no, because the Dutchie tried to pass him on the left-hand side, but it didn't work. Okay, race 28 on the hill.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, here we go, race 28 in the junior man category, 116 final. And it's looking good for Max Coleman, Switzerland. Switzerland on the number one. Switzerland way over for Max. On the number two spot we have the 932, and that's Axel Bosch. Axel Bosch is doing it for Belgium. Belgium on the number two position there. It's Switzerland and Belgium, Belgium and Switzerland, and then the rest are competing for 3 and 4, but still on one here. Max Coleman on one, on two. It's Axel Bosch. Axel Bosch is going to take the win in the 160 final. He is going through to the 1/8 final.
Alrighty then. The rider from France. It was the 9:04. Timio Joly. Alrighty then, men under 23 lining up on the gate.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
And we have the red plate holder in this one, Julian Bosch on the inside, Russell in the middle. Who's that coming around the outside? That's the Belgian rider of Niels Appermont, is it? I think it is Appermont in there. Loris Jamois from the Target BMX team. And One Step to Win BMX training program in there in 3 and Russell in 4 at the moment. And the rider from TVE, Boris Beckermans, he's going to be the unlucky rider going out at this stage at the moment. It's Bosch, it's Appelmont, it's Jamois and Russell.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, here we go. Man under 23 with Piepers, Rivoire, Le Bouchon, James Cutter Williams and Milan Ouwendorp. But who is the strongest end of the pack here after the first turn? Here on the first one, pro section, it's a 5.24 of Casper Piepers, national champion Holland. And they are on the number 1 spot, on the 2 spot, coming through there with the 5.77 for the moment. Is Tanguy Rivoire, La France en deuxième position pour le moment. Mais c'est toujours le Pays-Bas en première place. Troisième place, ça c'est pour Léo Le Bouchon.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
We are racing in round number 3 of the BMX Race at European Cup here with the UEC and Zolder on the inside. Dieter Bruns, is he going to make it out in front? No, he's not, because a rider leading this one out now on the plate number 588. The 588, Simon Boucam for France. He's there. Oh, the rider in 2 just hit a bobble there on the 597 bike, and that was Ruben Eugenie from France. So it's Boucam and Eugenie, France, 1 and 2. And Belgium in 3 with Bruns. Who's going to get the 4? Oh, wow. It's a battle to the line between Khalif and Andersen from Denmark. You could tell it was a Danish rider just from the noise in the stands. Yeah, Denmark.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, here we go. Man under 23, and we have Brazil, Czech Republic, Belgium, and Denmark in this one. There's a Czech rider there in front of the pack. Is it Nazil or Sedlinski? We will check him out here. It's the 5.23 of Nazil. Nazil on 1. The 2 is Lucas Marisco Zimmerman, and he is doing it for Brazil. You see the Brazilian flag on his back, and he is now racing in the wheel of the Czech rider, and it's Nazil. Lost straight away. Is it still Brazil and Czech Republic? On 3, we had the 5.81. It's Mathis Callier.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Race 33, men under 23 on the track, and we got rider here from the WCC cycling team in the mix. That's Ariel Ferre Capello from Argentina, but the rider leading this one out is the rider from Denmark, and it's going to be the 5.25 of Marcus Leth. Marcus Leth leads this one out. We can see Argentina in there too. Great Britain rider Josh Marnham in a great position in 3, and it's the other Danish rider in 4. That's going to be Marcus Lemberg. It's Leth, it's Capello, it's Marnham, and it's Lindberg from Denmark making it through. Yeah.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, gate drives down. Man on the 23, Sian Lamé, Maturano, Zell, Van Niederhausen, Tramanis and Herbert. We have France, Argentina, Germany, Switzerland, Latvia in the mix, and it's Latvia here on 1 with the 5.59. It's Tramanis. Tramanis is leading this one out. It's a German rider on the 2 spot. It's David Zell. Germany, where are you for the rider? Yeah, hit a 5.18. It was 5.18 on spot number 3. Last straightaway, still Germany on the number 2 spot. Latvia on 1 on the 3 spot, coming through with the 5.74 on the plate, and that's Zian Lamé.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Under 23 on track. Jorgi Pickart didn't get the best of starts, but he's flying himself into the front of the pack. So Pickart takes it over. He's out in front. The Ulti fell on the outside, trying to make his way through from Denmark. And in there in 2 at the moment, it's going to be one of the riders from France. Which rider is it? It's plate number 592, Leo de France. De France from France. It's Pickart. It's de France. It's Felt from Denmark. Make some noise. Yeah, boys.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Hey, Matteo Fore, Barings, Neil, Muus, Lang, and Russell. Those are the riders on track with the 6.06. Matteo Fore from France. He is leading this one out on the number 2 position. Is it Barings? Is it Barings on the number 2 position with the 6.17? Yeah, Victor Barings. He is in qualifying position for the moment for Belgium. But still on 1, it's France. France, Belgium. We have Germany coming up with the 5.53 on the plate. There's Lucas Muus. Muus in the wheel of the Belgian rider here in the last straightaway. And in the last straightaway, ladies and gentlemen, it's France or Belgium on 1 and 2. But those are the riders who will qualify.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Men under 23, race 37. He's out of 116 finals. Larker, Staffacher, Williams, Gasparoli, Foucault, and Mellon from Norway. Oh, riders down, 3 riders down. It's going to be a race to the finish now, ladies and gentlemen. Latvia leads this one out. Noah Larke. They're trying to take each other out. They don't need to. They're both going to get through. Staffacher from Switzerland. Mellon from Norway is going to make it through. Oh, somebody's bike sounds horrible there. That was Foucault. He's out. And the rider from Italy, Tommaso Gasparoli, is the rider that's going to make it through, is he? Because at the moment, he doesn't look in good shape. And he just needs to keep it going. He is going to qualify through Gasparoli if he can make it across the line. Foucault is going to wait. Oh, there's a bit of afters. That's right. Chantel's down there. She'll sort them out.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, here we go with a man on the 23 and race number 30-18, the 116 final. And the first 2 are proceeding to... First 4 are proceeding to the 1-8 final, of course. But who is now on the number 1 position there? There's the 5.71 of Remo Hover. Remo Hover, he is on the number 1 spot and he is qualifying for the 1-8 final on the 2 spot. Coming through with the 5.0 on the plate. It's Emile Vinit-Dunant pour la France.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, race 39. Ryan Hartman on the inside, looking good. I'm looking for Vasecki in this one from Czechia. Where is he? He's in about 4 at the moment. Who's that in 3? Coming on through there, French rider on the 5.95 is Scoutard. So it's Hartman, and then it's Louis Guttard, and I don't know who's going to get fourth because they're all going to go into the corner together. Who's it going to be out that last turn? It's a race to the line for Secchi from Czechia. Is it going to be? No, it's not going to be for Secchi from Czechia. It's going to be the other guy from France, Guttard.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, riders ready, watch the gate. Man under 23 lost 1/16 final, and the last tickets for the 1/8 final, of course, in the man under 23. We have one more race to go, but it's in the junior man category, if I'm right. It's Edgar Langmanis for the moment here on the number 1 position on the 2 spot coming through there, and it's from Denmark with the 6:08 Jonas Itzkov on the number 2 position on the last straightaway with the 3 on spot number 3 is a 5.78 and a 5.78, ladies and gentlemen. That must be Thomas Bukko.
Okay, we're moving back to the junior men. There's only 2 Danish riders in this one.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Alrighty then, back to race 26, junior men on track. We're looking for Denmark, but they're at the back of the pack. They got work to do here. Oh, riders going down. Oh, we've lost a Danish rider. It's all down to the last Danish rider now. As we look at the 909 and the 875 to the Faure. Faure from France, Purin from Latvia. Then we see the rider from Spain coming through with Garcia. It's all about the rider from Denmark. Oh, which one is it? Which rider from Denmark is it? It's Victor Billy, I think it is. Billy, is he going to make it? Here he comes. He's trying, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's close. Oh. Okay, we're going to see you back on track in 8 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 8 minutes time for the 1/8 finals. 12:35 for the 1/8 finals.
Welcome to Latvia and Valmiera. This is where my journey and life started in BMX cycling. Back then, I just wanted to ride my bike, and I couldn't have imagined that one day BMX would become an Olympic sport, or that I would win at the Beijing and London Olympic Games. I'm happy to see that BMX cycling continues to develop in my hometown Valmiera. It now has one of the best tracks in Northern Europe, and that new generations are emerging as champions, striving for personal victories and podium finishes in top-class competitions, just like I did. Soon, Europe's best riders will gather here to compete at the 2025 European BMX Championships. It will be an amazing sporting event that we will all create together, and I'm confident that Latvians will be strong contenders for victory. See you in Latvia's BMX capital, Valmiera.
Ladies and gentlemen, you catch us here in the Parc Fermé, the team area. We're here with some great riders. We've got a local rider, one that's come a long way this time to race her first European Cup race, Carly Kane from the United States of America, the world number 6. And we've got Eike Gomez here from Belgium, and our good friend Martin van der Velde, one of the top coaches in the area. So, Carly Kane, we're going to come to you first. Here in your first big race in the European scene, how is it going to be for you, do you reckon?
I'm super excited. I have no idea what it's going to be like, but first time for everything. So yeah, I'm just going to embrace the experience and take it one lap at a time.
Yeah, we do have a few Americans come over from time to time and race these European scenes. We've got our friend, his name evades me, remind me to... Yeah, Cutter Williams, of course. He comes over with his dad's here. They literally live in Europe for most of the year, but this is your first one, riding for Huffy this year?
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm really excited. I got to stay with Eike the last 2 weeks and ride here. I got to ride Papendal, which was a dream, so it's been fun.
Okay, brilliant. Are you going to stick around for Papendal and the World Cup?
I'll be back. I'm not staying in Europe, but I go home on Monday, and then I'll be back for Papendal.
Okay, cool. And whereabouts in the States do you live?
Indiana, so
Indiana.
the middle of nowhere.
Oh, yeah, literally the middle of nowhere. Okay. So you've been staying with Aiko. Now, Aiko, she's not great with the English, but we interviewed her a few years ago, not brilliant. But now your English is much better, right?
Yeah, that's why I have an American in my house to improve my English.
Yeah, that's always good. Now, listen, you've made multiple world finals. You know this track like the back of your hand. I know they're going to make big changes to this track later this year, but at the moment, are you all right with this track?
Yeah, well, I like it for racing. Maybe for the guys who have more speed, it's a bit sketchy, but I think for racing for the girls, it will be fun this weekend.
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't want the corners too wide and open, right? Otherwise, there's not going to be any moves going in.
We love moves. We love corners.
Of course, yeah. Now, listen, Martin van der Velde, I know this guy for a very long time. He's one of the top coaches, One Step to Win BMX training program. We always give him a shout out. Martin, you've been training these youngsters for a long time now. I know you've been heavily involved with the Gommers twins for a while, but you've been looking after Cardo while she's been over here as well. Who else have you got on your coaching squad at the moment that we should be looking out for?
I think for the weekend, first year in under 23, Louis of Laurie Chamois, a guy from Belgium, did a very good job last year in the juniors. Crashed semi-final in Rock Hill, but make podiums and win European Series.
Yeah.
First year now, yeah, we will see what's happened with him. And then I take care about the girls, of course, and this headache painkiller from America. I take care about, yeah, but it's nice. Yeah, and you know me for a long time. Aiko now already 13 years in my pocket, and we make a change this year to elite for her after the Olympics, that she can make some experience, changing a bit in the training programs for her. Cost a bit time to get that feeling for her, but she take that time, and I think we will see what's happened this weekend in Verona, 5th place in the semi. She's just knocked out in the semi, but today or this weekend is different.
Yeah, you should be in both finals both days, right?
I hope so. In under 23 and junior, I never missed out a podium here, so let's hope for a final at least.
Okay, and who's quicker, Carly? Is it you?
Fast here. Really? She's fast here.
Faster than you?
Oh, I guess we'll find out, right?
If you just followed each other around into the final and then just go for it in the final, that'd be good, right?
Yeah, but she's sneaky in the turns, so I have to watch out.
Okay, listen.
It starts already now. It's just training day one, and it's almost bitch fight.
Yeah, that's right. Now listen, talk a bit about your bike. You're on the Huffy bike here.
I am.
Now, I remember Huffy from back in the day, but they're making a bit of a revival. Is that right?
Yes, yeah. I signed with them last January, and I honestly had no idea what to expect because they didn't make a BMX bike. But I've been able to help develop this prototype. This is the second version. This is the V2. Yeah. This is not the production model, but yeah, it's been so cool to be a part of it and to be doing testing with the bikes, to experiment with different geometries, different things that it's just, I geek out over it. I love it.
Okay, good stuff. That sounds really good. It's good to see him back out there. I think I'm old school, okay, so forgive me here now. I'm 54, so you're also old school. So I'm thinking Randy's.
I told her Papendal. I'm from the 80s. And Huffy was big in Slagharen at the World Championships. Yeah. So it's amazing to see that bike back. I really love it.
Yeah. And I'm thinking like Randy Stumphauser maybe was a Huffy rider back in the day.
I think that name sounds familiar.
Yeah, maybe even Todd Lyons, I'm not sure. Paul Boynard will probably pick me up on that and correct me. But listen, great talking to you guys and girls. Listen, good luck this weekend. Hope you see you on the podium on that top step. Well, obviously only one of you can be on the top step. Yeah, well, 1 and 2 is good for us as well. It's nice talking to you. We'll see you on the track later on today. Welcome to Latvia and Valmiera. This is where my journey and life started in BMX cycling. Back then, I just wanted to ride my bike, and I couldn't have imagined that one day BMX would become an Olympic sport, or that I would win at the Beijing and London Olympic Games. I'm happy to see that BMX cycling continues to develop in my hometown Valmiera. It now has one of the best tracks in Northern Europe, and that new generations are emerging as champions striving for personal victories and podium finishes in top-class competitions, just like I did.
Are you ready?
Max, can you put that into shape? Alrighty then, here we are, 1/8 final racing, ladies and gentlemen. We started with the girls here. Fifteen, 16 girls on track. We got the world number 6, Lieke van der Aar, leading this one out from the 5.25 and Fleur de Tante. Only 4 riders going through to the quarterfinals. And we can see a clear lead there from the world number 6, Lieke van der Aar. Fleur de Tante, who's going to be the unlucky rider in this one in race number 1. These are your 1/8 finals coming through. Van der Aar's going to make it. The 4th place rider was the 017 of Maria Furman from Germany.
Okay, riders ready at the gate, and the lady in the orange shirt, it's a Belgian lady with Esme van der Straten. Oh, a crash in the front of the speakers. So Esme van der Straten, BBC bikes on the number 1 position coming through here on her home track on the 2 spot with the 05. It's Melania Kudare. Kudare is racing on the number 2 position there on the 3 spot, coming through with the number 553 on the plate. Desdex on the number 3 position, and in the last straightaway is still Esme van der Straten on 1. On the 2 spot, number 5 of the world, Melania Kudare from Latvia, and the 3rd spot is going to the 533 of Desdex.
Alrighty then, race number 3. These are the 1/8 finals. Top 4 riders going through the girls. 15, 16. Isa van der Velden leads this one out for India De La Haye. Iris Smith is in there as well, but the moves are being made in the first quarter. So van der Velden and India De La Haye 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's that there in 3 as they come out of that second turn? Let's check them out as they come down the 3rd straightaway. It's the 555 of Elise Sola from Latvia. It is in there in 3. And then we see the 4th place rider coming on through. Is that Daru? Is it Daru or is it Smith? I'm not sure. As they come down that last straightaway, it's going to be a battle to the line between Smith and Daru. And I think Daru might just hang on to it.
Riders ready at the gate. We have Belgium, the UK, France, Switzerland, and Holland all in the mix with a box of tricks. It's the number 7 of the world here on 1, and that's Ella Holscher. Holscher is racing on the number 1 spot for Mabel Factory Team Belgium. On the 2 spot coming through there with the 533, Zia Coro. Coro is racing on the number 2 position, but who is on the inside? Is it the German lady? Is it the lady from the UK? We will check her out. Meanwhile, the 533, Zia Coro still on 2. And the Belgian lady from the Mabel Factory Team, Ella Holscher, on the number 1 spot. Here in the last straightaway, still Ella Holscher on 1, the 533 of Zia Coro on 2. And we have the 6-2 of Sophie Elwood. She is on 2, and the French lady on 3.
Race 5, and only 5 on the gate, ladies and gentlemen. Ruby Moores, Kutu, Alonso, Mapon, and Van Dyken in this one. And we can see the early leader there is the rider from Great Britain, Ruby Moores, looking good out in front at the moment. So Moores leads this one out from the French rider on the 5-1-3 of Tess Kutu. Kutu for La France. In there in 2, we see the rider from Spain, lives out of the UK, Anya Matan Alonso. In there in 3, and it's going to be a bout to the line between Van Dyken and Mo Point. At the moment, it's looking like Mo Point's going to get it. Here comes Van Dyken. She had to do what she did down this last straightaway. No, she's not going to make it through. It is going to be Morgan and Mo Point from France going through.
Riders ready was the gate. Here we go in the girls 15-16 with Roy, Leclerc, Keizer, Kefra and Kessler. Those are the riders on track, and we see a very fast lady from the UK, Megan Roy. She is leading this one out, who is in her wheel for the moment. And it's a 5-5-7 lady, is Lina Keizer, is Germany. Deutschland over die tweede stelle. But still on one, the UK with Megan Roy. The third spot is going to the lady in the pink. And that's Manon Leclerc pour la France qui roule en troisième position. C'est Allemagne en deuxième place et en Angleterre en première place. Et la quatrième place. La quatrième place est important parce que ça c'est une place pour pour le quart de finale.
Alrighty then, riders ready, watch the gate. Who's got the spin to take the win? The Verley BMX rider was the first to show. That's Kim Calder. Calder there out in front. It's going to be the rider from Ireland. There in second, Carly Hayes from One Step to Win. Chaos BMX training program. We see the Great Britain rider there, Annalise Cadman Carpenter in the free spot. Then we see Latvia in 4, Bergsoni from Latvia hanging on to that 4th at the moment because Kim Calder is clear of the rest of the field. But here comes the 906, is it? The 506 of Kirsten Pellini. Pellini from Switzerland now takes over that 4th spot. She's going to go through with Calder, Cadman Carpenter, Hayes, and Pellini.
Yeah, girls 15-16, and the first riders are qualified for the quarterfinal. But we have the 03, the number 3 of the world, Emma Stewart from the UK. She is now on the number 1 position, but on the outside, Lorianne Carruthers is coming through. Lorianne Carruthers is coming through. It's still Emma Stewart on 1. Yeah, 1 and 2 Carruthers, but there's a neck-and-neck race on the 3 spot, the 016. Veronika Zakova from the Czech Republic. She is in qualifying position as well here in the last straightaway, but still here on 1, 2 and 3 is the UK 2 times Czech Republic, and on 4 is a 5-5-0 of Alma Curley from Switzerland.
Riders ready, watch the game. We got some super fast guys in this one, and the world number 1, Elias Helberg, but he's being chased hard there by Cody Coker from Great Britain and Pure Bikes. So Target BMX team leads this one out from the Pure, and we see the rider there coming on through in 3. It's going to be William Gawley. Gawley from Italy now making his way into a top 3 position, and the 4th place rider is going to be the 510 of Fenno Skipper from Holland in a qualifying position, but the world number 1 of Helberg takes it home. Cody Coker on the Pure is going to come home in 2. William Gawley from Italy in 3.
Okay, boys, category 15-16, and they're going pretty fast here in the first right away with the 5-5-6 on the lead from France. It's Lucas Chaudun. Chaudun qui roule en première position pour la France. Le deuxième place est pour un Belge. Et le Belge en deuxième position, ça c'est le numéro 604. C'est Thijs Wijnands. Thijs Wijnands qui roule en deuxième position pour le moment. Troisième place pour le numéro 357. Et le numéro 357, c'est Corentin Esteban. C'est Esteban qui roule en troisième position pour le moment. Mais quatrième place, ça c'est important pour Der Therese BMX Team. En dat is Jarno Kolbrand. Hij neemt hiermee een plaatsje in die kwartfinale.
Here he is, the world number 5, ML Bross from Germany. 2 wins from 2 at the moment. He's looking for his 3rd today, and he's looking good at the moment because he's leading that pack into that first turn. Yoppie Bison was in the mix there. He's up to 2 now, I think. Could be Bison in 2, is it? And a 608 plate, actually. It's Niels Bussard. I beg your pardon. Wrong Belgian rider. It's Bussard in there. Bison in 3. And then we got the Dutch rider of the 514, Mark Velting. Velting in there in 4 in the moment. Qualifying position for him. I don't think the rest of the riders are going to be close enough. It's going to be Germany taking the win. Brotz from Bison and Bussard and Velting going through.
Okay, riders ready was the gate. Race number 12 here on track in the 15-16-year-old boys, and it's a 5:06 of Sven Pennings. He is the fastest of the pack here in this 1/8 final. The first 4 are proceeding to the quarters, but it's a 6:40 on the number 2 position, Rubens de Kuiper. The first 2 spots are going to the Dutch riders, but who is on the number 3 spot is the 574 of Alban Rovelli. Rovelli on the number 3 spot, but who is on 4? The 4th spot is very important because that's a plus. That's good for the ticket to the quarterfinals, of course. And the number 4 position is going to the 973. And the 973 is Tom Peters, Nederland.
Here we go then, more 15-16 boys, race 13, your current points leader, Marco Del Tongo leads this one out from Italy. He's doing it for the Be Strong race team out in front, and he's looking good at the moment. There in 2 is going to be another Great Britain rider coming on through. That's going to be Finn Phillips in there in 2. 3rd place rider from France on the Pro Star. It's going to be Bisson, is it, on the 576? No, it's Mel Carmes. Carmes in there in 3. Who's got the all-important 4th place? As they come down the last straightaway, it's the yellow one rider. The 561 is that Enzo Andre Bisson from France.
Yeah, here we go, boys, 15-16. And it's 8-16, 6-16 for Romain Norton, Lombec from France. Team Muff Sport Kenny Racing here leading this one out on the 2 spot with the 526 on the plate. Is doing it for Switzerland is Lucas Wrigley. Wrigley on the number 2 position here in the 3rd straightaway, ladies and gentlemen. But who is coming through on spot number 3? Is it the German rider with the 645 on the plate? It's Louis Romaike. Romaike, is he still on 3 or 4? He is on 4 for the moment. But that's okay, he is qualified then. But who is on the number 3 there with the 011? It's Jules Casper.
Alrighty then, race 15 on track, and here we can see Noah Stegen in the middle of there, Ben Luthi on the inside, but looks like Stegen's got the early advantage here, coming out of that first turn. Stegen looks good from Belgium. He leads this one out. The Swiss rider there. It's Ben Luthi in there in 2, but it's all to play for Bien and Amaro. Graziotti also in this one, but look at the guy from Holland now, pushing on through on the 024. That's Ralph Ratniks, I beg your pardon, from Latvia. Ratniks from Latvia making his way through, and then the single digit coming on through there is going to be Timon Kola. Kola's going to make it through in 3 or 4. Wowzers.
Riders ready was the gate, and this looks like a 3-nation. It's Holland, Germany, and Belgium in this one. It's the number 6 of Europe here on 1. That's Sam van Doren. Van Doren for the Verlui BMX team on the number 1 spot. And the number 2 position coming through with the number 4 of Europe. And that's Hiddebrand from Holland. Holland and 1 and 2. Who is on the number 3 position there for the moment? Is it another Dutch rider with the number 18? It's Thijs Pronke. 1, 2, and 3 is going to the Dutch riders. Do we have a Belgian rider on spot number 4? That we have to check out. It's the 593, and the 593 is Maxime Medaars from Belgium. So 1, 2, and 3 for Holland, and 1 for Belgium.
Okay, junior men line up at the top of the hill. Junior men. On track, here we go then. Taylor Hunt there for Great Britain on the outside though. He's got riders coming up his inside. Who's that leading this one out? Is it going to be Clément Rochereau? Rochereau from France leads this one out. Hunt now moving on through into 2. Who's that going to be there in 3? The French rider, I think. And the French rider is the 908, is it? The 998, Thomas Savelle. But I can see J. Teal Simpson Davis from Great Britain. He's had to come through the LCQ and he's going to make it through to the quarterfinals in the junior men. That's good stuff for the young man from Great Britain. Through into the next round with Taylor Hunt, Rochereau, and I think it was...
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
1-8 final for the junior man here, and who is the fastest of the pack in Bermijo, Verara, Montfort, Pavlos, Gunterath, or Slukal. We will check him out here in the pro section, but who is the fastest of the pack? There's the 8-16 of Morales Bermijo. He is doing it for Spain. On the 2 we have Ferrara. But who is on the number 3 position is the Czech rider of the man from the UK. It's, a neck-and-neck race. In the UK it must be Montfort or Czech rider. Is it Gunterath or Slukal? It can be both. It's close racing, but the man from the UK, he is definitely qualified, and that was Danny Jake Montfort.
Mature riding. Race 19.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, race 19 on track, and we got Appels from Latvia on the inside, and then your good man Lenson from Belgium. Here we go. He's getting busy in the first turn for 4th place, but Appels and Lenson clear of the rest of the field. We got the Spanish rider, Gracia from Spain. He's there in 3 at the moment. Who's going to get the all-important 4 spot as they come out that second turn? It's going to be the 9-4-3. Is that the 9-8-9-3? Timmy Cartier. Cartier from France. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be the French rider? Is it going to be the other guy on the outside on the Mabo? The other French rider of, but no, he's not going to make it through. Chartier from France, I think, was the rider that got the final ticket.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, junior man in race number 20 in the 1-8 final. It's for a spot in the quarterfinal. And it's 8-2-6 here on 1. It's Rasmus Ries Simonsen, Denmark on the number 1 position. Oh, crash in the turn, but here we have the 909 on the 2 spot. And that's Titouan Fauré pour la France. It's Denmark and France on 1 and 2. Who is on the number 3 position there for the moment with the 928 on the plate is Harry Tanner. Harry Tanner, he is for the moment on spot number 3. And who is qualifying with the rest of those 3 riders? Who is qualifying is the 899, ladies and gentlemen, is Thibaut Maroc pour la France.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got riders from Switzerland, Belgium, Latvia, and France in this one. At the moment, it's Switzerland leading this one out with Kuhlmann. Ooms is there in 2 for BBC Factory Bikes. The French rider on the 905 of Castoldi. Castoldi from France is in there in 3. Who's got the 4 at the moment as they come past? It's the 924. The 924 is Mela Payek. Payek from France. He makes his move up to 3. The Latvian's not out of this yet. Gustas Purins. Here comes Purins down the last straight. Is Purins going to make it through for Latvia? Oh, it's a photo finish. We'll leave that one for the jury.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, junior man on track. Bosch, Corniche, Passa, Reker, Jansen and Shudoba. Those are the riders now on track with the man from the UK on 1. And that's Ben Corniche. Cornish, he is first on the pro section in his wheel. He has an 8.35, and 8.35 is Scott Janssen. Scott Janssen in his wheel. So Cornish on 1, Janssen from Holland on the 2, on the 3 spot coming through there with the 9.32 on the plate. It's Axel Bosch, is the first Belgian rider here in spot number 3. Then we have on spot number 4, ladies and gentlemen, with the 8.57 on the plate. It's Victor Oldrich Chudoba from the Czech Republic.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Race 23. It's the track, ladies and gentlemen. Pima BMX Racing Team rider on the inside, Shane Nunlist. And then we have Pate from Switzerland as well. But there's going to rider stuck himself in between them both. And that is the rider from Belgium, the 938, Lars Bosch. He's going round the... Oh, he's gone round the outside. And the rider from Pimo's out of it. One of the favourites, Shane Nunlist, to make the final, has gone now at the 1/8 final stage as Bosch moves forward with his lead here. We see the rider Skipper, I think, from Holland. He's going to make it through into... Then I saw the little Italian Matteo Ferrari, I think it was. But Shane Nunlist from Switzerland, give him a round of applause. He's out for today. He'll be back tomorrow.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Race 24 on track in the 1/8 final in the junior man category with the fastest man of the pack here on the inside. And it's Alexandre Michel qui prend le shot pour la France. Et c'est toujours Alexandre Michel qui roule en première position. Deuxième place, ça c'est pour le numéro 890. Et ça c'est Guillaume de la Planque pour la France. Et on a 2 pilotes français en première 2 places. Et troisième place, ça c'est pour Lino Harskout. Et on a 3 pilotes en première 3 places. 3 pilotes pour la France, mais c'est un photo finish pour 2, 3, 4 et 5.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, race number 26 on track in the man under 23. So here we go. It's Niels Appermont on the inside with the Belgian colors on the shirt. And he is first on the pro section. Appermont on 1. The 2 spot is going to the 590 of Emile Philippe Dunant pour la France. It's France on the number 2 spot. Norge on the 3 spot. And Elias Casanovas Meland. He is racing on the number 3 position there in the last straightaway. Still Belgium, France and Norway in that order. They are going to the finish line with the 594 on 4. And it's France on 4. 4e place pour la France. Et ça c'est Léo Le Bouchon.
Yeah. Race 25 will be at the end. Do not worry.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Race 27 on track. We got riders from Czechia, Great Britain, Holland in this one, and France and the USA. James Cutter-Williams has not been having the best of days at the moment, and he's at the back of the pack. We got Russell Callum out in front. We've got Peepers in there in 2. He took a win in Verona, and he's looking good here today. Then we got the Czechia rider of Marek Nuzel. Nuzel is in there in 3 at the moment, and these guys look safely through. Russell's going to take it home to the wire, and the guy in 4 is going to be the 582, was that? The 592. It's Leo de France.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, here we go in race number 28, and it's looking good for the man with the 606 on the plate for France, Matteo Faure. Faure, he is leading this one out in front of the Belgian guy, and it's Dieter Bruns. Bruns, he is on the inside of the French rider, and that's close racing. The French rider almost went down. Latvian rider taking advantage of that, and it's Milton Roman is on the 3 spot. France still on 3. 2 spot for Latvia. Roman is on 2. On 3 we still have the French rider, and there was really close racing in the second turn, but the win goes to Bruns.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Oh. Race 29. Oh, Marlon gets the backside out there, but he's hanging on at the moment. In the qualifying position, the 610 of Thomas Monterano from Argentina. Argentina leads this one out, ladies and gentlemen. Then we can see the other Argentinian rider coming on through. That's Capello. We got Argentina 1 and 2. Here we go. Coming down the last straightaway. Has Marlon got anything left in the tank to get past the Swiss rider? I think he might. Oh, no. Remo Hoffer's going to hang on to that 4. Oh. That was a busy one.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, here we go with 2 Belgian riders in this one. Brazil, France and Switzerland. And they are all pretty fast. And a nice jump there from the Belgian guy in the middle. And is it Jorge Bert Picard? He jumped his way to the number 1 spot with the 6:19. Yeah, Jorge Bert Picard on 1. Do we have Loris Jomois en deuxième position? Oui, c'est Loris Jomois qui roule en deuxième position pour le moment. Het 2 Belgen daar op 1 en 2. Loris Jomois en Jorge Picard. Maar wie zien we dan op plaats nummer 3 daar met die 540 nummer? Dat moet dan de man vanuit Zwitserland zijn, want het Kip Stoofvakker.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, race 31, men under 23 on track. Top 4 going through. Remember, Rivoire, Bucamp, Itzkov, Carlier, Felt, and Leguia from Spain. Oh, look at the guy from Denmark up the inside, trying to push his way through into the lead. We got 2 Danish riders inside that top 4. Itzkov and Felt. They're in 2nd and 4 at the moment. We got the rider from France leading this one out. It's the 577, I think, of Tanguy Rivoire. Rivoire from La France. Oh, here comes the Danish riders, 2 and 3. Oh, yes, Denmark. You're going to get 2 riders through to the quarterfinals. I love it. Yeah.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, here we go. Race number 32 on track with a man on the 23 with 563. Here on 1 is Edgar Langmanis from Latvia. Latvia on the number 1 position here. But who is in on the inside coming through with the 535 on the plate? This is Ryan Hartman. Hartman, he is on the number 2 position. We have on the number 3 spot Latvia. Latvia on the number 3 spot with the 525 number. It's Marcus Lett is Denmark. Denmark on the number 4 position. Oh, he is almost out. He has some work to do. What did he do? Whoa. Something went wrong in the last turn for the rider from Denmark.
To race 25 on the hill. Back to race 25, men under 23.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Alrighty then, the red plate holder in this one, Julian Bijsterbosch on the inside, former world champion, of course. As he comes out of that turn, he looks good here. Bijsterbosch leads this one out. Who's that in 2nd? It's going to be 604. 604, Mathis Louis. Louis for La France. We see the Belgian rider, Victor Bernix. Bernix, he's there in 3, and looks like it could be Zachary Neal from France in 4. As they come down the last straightaway, that's the way they're going to finish. Bijsterbosch, Louis, Neal, Bernix. Berings, should I say.
Elite man on the gate.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
We go, ladies and gentlemen, elite men on track. Stoffels looking good out in front. Sardak in there in 2. Oh, the German riders taking out the photographer. And we can see the rider. They're both all right, though, luckily enough. It's okay. Stoffels is looking good here in Belgium. Trains here twice a week. Looking good out in front. Who is that in 2nd? That's going to be Marco. No, Sardak. Sardak. Then it's Radelli. Radelli, and I see the guy in black coming on through there. Was that Skurspek? Making it through. No, there's Skurspek. He hit the deck. He's all right. How's your equipment? And the camera. Whee!
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, here we go. Elite man on track. We have Steiner, Brink, Aberhard, Dieren, Gilson, Van Ewijk, and Masuda. Those are the riders on track with the number 16 on 1 is for Switzerland, Philip Steiner. Philip Steiner is leading this one out for Switzerland on the 2 spot, coming through with the 9-9. Loris Aberhard, Switzerland, 1 and 2. On 3 we have the 31 of Jamie O'Brink. Jamie O'Brink on the outside. On the inside we have the rider from Denmark with the 14 number plate is Magnus Dieren. Dieren, he is racing on the number 3 position for the moment. Jamie O'Brink, he is still in, but he has some work to do. He's on the number 4 spot, coming through there with the 227 on 277 of Matthew Gilson, but Matthew Gilson bit late, and it was Jamie O'Brink who was qualified for the quarters.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, race 35 on track. Elite man Jason Nordham, the cricket on the inside there, looking good. Out in front, 55. TO2 in for La France. He's there in 2 at the moment. Then we see Sciortino from Italy wearing the sleeve. And then we see a German rider, the 256 of Skilling. Skilling in 4, but here comes a rider on his outside on the 224. Was that? I think it could be Marcus Jacquot, is it? No, he's at the back. Oh, they're bagging elbows down the last straight. But Nordham, the cricket's going to hang on for 2. Sciortino, and it was Schilling. Schilling from Germany going through, I believe. Germany.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, Belgium, France, Philippines, Belgium and Holland. So we have three Belgian riders in this one. We have Verhoeven, Magdalens, and Jan-Victor Franks, but we also have for France, Rago Richard, Brenko and Roelofs. And then we're going to check out the 61 of Rigaud Richard qui roule en deuxième position, mais toujours en tête de la course. C'est un Belge, le numéro 236, c'est Matthijs Verhoeven. Matthijs Verhoeven en deuxième place, la France en première place. C'est la France, la Belgique et le numéro 248. Ça c'est Nick Roelofs vanuit Nederland.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Alrighty then, elite men hit the track. We got the winner of round number 1 of the UEC BMX Racing Cup here. Out in front, that's Ross Cullen from Great Britain. Be Strong team on the front. Oh, the German rider there looked a bit stiff as he come through the pro straight. Julian Schmidt, but he's safely through. We got Goosers looking good now for the Dutch Army in there and through. Going to be see a French rider. I think it could be in 4, or is it the Colombian? Let's check them out as they come down. It's the rider on plate number 45, 48. Yeah, Juan Esteban Rando Murillo from Colombia making it through.
Yeah, more lead man on track now for the moment with Marcos, Aldon, Heil, Webster, Schotman and Beck. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Who is the fastest of the pack? Is it the man from Spain, rider for Target BMX? It's the 261 of Pablo Garcia Marcos. Marcos, he is racing on the number 1 position here in the last 1-8 final. It's the 233 on the number 2 spot, Mitchell Schotman. Schotman on the number 2 position. And who is racing on the number 3 spot? Is that the German rider? Is it the German rider on the 3 spot with the 227? Was it Stefan Heil? Was it Stefan Heil? And I looked to the... No? I think it was. We have a 5-6 minute break. 5-6 minutes.
1:15.
Yeah, 1:15 is easier to say.
Quarterfinals, yeah. 7 minutes.
On a un petit pause et après quart de finale.
Welcome to Latvia and Valmiera. This is where my journey and life started in BMX cycling. Back then, I just wanted to ride my bike, and I couldn't have imagined that one day BMX would become an Olympic sport, or that I would win at the Beijing and London Olympic Games. I'm happy to see that BMX cycling continues to develop in my hometown Valmiera. It now has one of the best tracks in Northern Europe, and that new generations are emerging as champions, striving for personal victories and podium finishes in top-class competitions, just like I did. Soon, Europe's best riders will gather here to compete at the 2025 European BMX Championships. It will be an amazing sporting event that we will all create together, and I'm confident that Latvians will be strong contenders for victory. See you in Latvia's BMX capital, Valmiera.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with two of my bestest Dutch buddies. Well, I've got a lot of Dutch buddies, I must be honest with you, but two of my besties. I've known these guys through. One guy, I've followed his elite career for a long time, Mitchell Schotman, and usually on the 959, we're going to cover that in a minute. And my good friend Jason Nordum, as we nicknamed him many years ago, the Cricket, because he is small, he had these long legs that spun really quickly, and now everyone calls him the Cricket. So it's down to us that he has that nickname. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. You don't mind, right?
No, I don't mind really.
You like having a nickname?
Yeah, it's fine for me. Yeah.
I know you used to have it on the back of your helmet sometime, yeah?
Yeah, I did earlier. Yeah.
Okay. And now he's got his little brother Brian racing as well, so we call him the Little Cricket, which is kind of cool. Now listen, you're on the Dutch national squad, right? How's it going for you? This is elite men riding for you, so it's pretty tough against some of these guys. How are you finding it in elite men?
Yeah, it's really tough. It's different for the racing, but I think it's going well till now, and hopefully get around further this weekend.
Yeah. You like this track in Zolder? I know a lot of people aren't here because they don't like the track. We just did an interview about the changes that are coming at the end of this year, but at the moment you've ridden here a long time, so you know how to ride it, right?
Yeah, for me it's okay. I like the track. I had always good races on it, so.
Yeah. And good result.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, good stuff. Listen, Mr. Schotman. Yeah. We were just talking earlier about where is the 959 number plate. Tell us a little story behind where that number plate has gone.
Well, yeah, last year was like really tough year. And I came in New Zealand well prepared, and the points for Olympics and things like that. I crashed, got a concussion, and then we did everything with the medical staff to get ready again for Australia. Crashed again, got a concussion, and then I came home like, okay, this is pretty serious, crashing 2 times in 2 weeks. Trained pretty hard, did some good results. I rode like an European Cup here and a national race in Holland. And that's the only 2 races I rode like on a good level. Yeah. And then in the summer last year I crashed again, dislocated my collarbone like on the inside. And then I came to the decision, okay, should I keep going? Should I stop, things like that? But I'm still here, so I'm just keep going. And also because this year the Worlds is in Copenhagen. My girlfriend is from Denmark, so it feels a bit like your home track or something like that. So yeah, that's pretty cool. That's a big goal for me this year, the Worlds. Okay. And just getting back in the routine, getting back in races, and just getting better every week.
So just taking one race at a time, really, trying to get back in the zone. And, you know, it's a bit like with Jason, really, you know, he's racing elite men now. You got to take each race as it comes and gain that experience, right? Still competitive, though, right? I saw you out in Verona. It wasn't such a great weekend for you, but you're still here this weekend, which is great to see. But so the number plate is gone.
Yeah, the number's gone.
The number's gone. But tell us, you know, you're still racing, and also in the background, of course, we've got to mention the festival that's coming up. August bank holiday for us Brits, so we can't make it. But anyway, tell us about the festival.
Well, that's pretty cool. I came with idea with Justin back in 2020 already, and then when we're gonna do it, there's a lot of things to organize and things like that. And then I think summer or end of 2023, we came with the idea, okay, let's go, we're going to do it. We organized some people around us, and then last year after Olympics, we made it possible. There were like over 1,000 people were there. We got like almost 300 riders, like in party. It was like in straight rhythm. Like in a motocross, you already see it. So we came and then we said what we should do with the name, straight rhythm, feel the rhythm with the music and things like that. So we got something like sport for like the BMX riders, and we got like a party and with artists over there for like the local people. So we're gonna try like sport and parties like all together and things like for all the people, not only for the BMX riders but also for like the party people.
Yeah. I mean, I've been to a few of those after party festivals at Papendal before. They've always been extremely good fun for one reason.
I heard it too, yeah.
So we're looking forward to that. Listen, I might only have to see it on social media because I'll be at the British Championships because it's that August bank holiday weekend. Maybe next year you can arrange it on a different weekend.
No. Well, he will not be there, but make sure you will be there.
Yeah, he's got a good point, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, Mitchell Shotman, Jason Nordham, good luck this weekend. I want to see you in the finals. Maybe get on those podiums. I wish you guys all the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UEC BMX European Cup. The racing is about to begin. Are you ready?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the quarterfinals. Top 4 riders going through to the semis. Lieke van der Aar from Holland leads this one out. Emma Seaward in there in 2, and I can see Annelies Cadman Carpenter in there in 3, and the rider in 4 is going to be one of the German riders coming on through. And that is the 5.57 of Lena Kaiser. Kaiser from Germany now, bit of a gap to 5, so these 4 riders should safely be through. Lieke van der Aar, Emmy Seaward, Cadman Carpenter, and Kaiser.
Yeah, riders ready with the gate. Girls in the quarterfinal here for 2 spots in the 4 spots in the semi-final. It's Van der Straten, Heusden-Zolder, Leclerc, Coutu, Maupin, Elwood with Dex. And it's Esme van der Straten, the lady, local lady here on the number 1 position, the number 1 of Europe. It's Esme van der Straten, VVC bike, leading this one out on the 2 spot, coming through with the 5.62. And the 5.62, that's Sophie Elwood. We have Carly Hayes from Ireland on the number 3 position. In that way, they go to the last straightaway. But Esme van der Straten with a big gap on the number 2. On the outside with the 14 is Manon Leclerc for La France. And those are the ladies who will qualify for the semi-final.
All right, then, Nisa van der Velde leads this one out. We can see Ruby Moores in there in 2 for Great Britain, and Laurie-Anne Carruthers. Oh, that's the rest of the pack gone down. The top 3 are safe if they could just keep it together. And now there's a battle on for 4 between the 5.50 of Alma Curley from Switzerland. And on the outside, the rider also from Switzerland, the 5.06 of Kirsten Polini. It's Switzerland versus Switzerland. Polini looks like she'd be taking the 4. Van der Velde, Moores, Carruthers, and Polini from Switzerland, your top 4.
Okay, on the gate, race 4. First riders will qualify for the quarterfinals. So for the semifinals, quarterfinal now on the gate with Calder, Roy, Dart, Kudare, Delahaye, Matern, Alonso, Kuro, and Veldkamp. Yeah, here we go. Girls 15-16 on track. Coming off the 5 meter start tail with 25. With it, the 05 of Melania Cuderay on 1. We will check it out here. It's the number 5 of the world, Cuderay on 1. On 2, we have the 519 of Megan Roy. Megan Roy, she is doing it for the UK on spot number 2. But still on 1, it's Latvia. Latvia is still on 1. On 2, UK. The 3, we have the Verle BMX team. It's Kim Calder. Kim Calder in the last straight away on spot number 3 and in qualifying position. Do we have BBC bikes on spot number 4 and in qualifying position as well as Indy Delahaye. She is qualified for the semi-final.
Alrighty then, here we go, boys. 15-16, massive age group here this weekend. Yet again, Pennings, Lumbecki, Luthi, Bison, Krolben, De Kuiper, Romeke and Bisson in this one. This is a busy old quarter-final. Only 4 riders go through to the semi. Look at this guy go out in front. The 506 sends Pennings. And then I see the rider from France in there in 2. Then I see Bison, I think it is. Or is it Colburn? Let's have a look as they come down this straight. It was the 599 of Yuppie Bison, and then it was Ben Luthi from Switzerland in that final qualifying position.
Four-time Holland, 2 times Belgium, Switzerland and France in the mix. But here we see the 01, 011 of Jules Casper from Switzerland leading this one out. And he is doing it for Palma BMX Racing, of course. On the 2 spot with it 556, it's Lucas Chaldun. Chaldun is racing on the number 2 position. Oh, the man from the Verle team almost slipped his pedals. And that's Sam van Doren. Sam van Doren, he is on 3. And if he is smart, he stays on 3 and he is qualifying. And back in the semis. So on 3, 4 we have the 510 of Venno Schipper, and he is doing it for Holland.
Alrighty then, here we go. We got the world number 1 and the world number 5 in this one. Elias Hellberg was the first to show. Emil Bross from Germany in there in 2. We got a rider from Great Britain making a move, coming on through into 3 on the 646 bike. That's my good buddy, Cody Coker. Coker in 3 at the moment. There's a rider in 4 from Great Britain as well, and that's Finn Phillips on the Stay Strong. Looking good is Phillips and Coker for Great Britain. Great Britain makes some noise for your riders. Let's bring these guys home into the semis as Elias Hellberg takes the win. Bross, Coker and Phillips are going to go through to the semis.
Okay, here we go. The boys category 50-60 with Del Tongo, Stegen, Esteban, Brem, Gol, Rodnix, Veltink and Beersart. We have some Belgian riders here. Oh, 1 Belgian rider is surely down. That's Noah Stegen. But here on 1, who is on the 1 is Hexagon Sports. Is it Hexagon Sports there on the number 1 position with the 14? It's Hiddebrem. Hiddebrem on 1. The 2 spots are going to the 557. Corentin Esteban. Esteban en deuxième position. Mais c'est un Hollandais qui roule en tête à la course. 3e place on spot number 3. Coming through with the 514 on the plate is Mart Veltink. And do we have there to race on the number 4 position? That's Niels Beersart. The red plate holder, Marco Del Tongo, he crashed in the first turn, so he is out. We will see on the end of this weekend if he can stay on the red plate or not. That's a possibility, huh? Yeah. Okay, Noah Stegen on the bike. Yeah, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Noah Stegen. And Marco Del Tongo. And that's William Cole. Yeah, 2 Italian riders went down in the turn, so golly. There were 3 riders, they could be in the finals. If I have a prediction, I put them in the final, so.
El Tongo was exceptionally quick in Verona, and so was Stegen, so it's a shame to see them out. And William Gourley, he has battled his way through to get into this quarterfinal, so it's a shame to see him go out as well. Our good friend from Verona.
Dat zou er daar al gebeuren, hè. Want die wou er nog doormoven, hè. Net de kutste een bocht gepakt, hè. En dan speelde bowling, hè. Ja, ja, maar iedereen zou het gedaan hebben, hè. Dus sometimes you win and sometimes you lose, hè. Yes. Maar het ging al fout op de triple, want dat zat er vast. Maar ik dacht van, ik kon even laten zakken en doorsteken. En op zich was dat goed, maar de bocht was niet te kort, want de andere kapte hem af, hè. Ja, ja, als...
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for William Cole. Let's hope that we see him back this weekend on track again.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
All right, junior women on track. Freya Chalice leads this one out from Lapkova. Schoffelmeer in there as well. And we see the rider just at the back there. It's going to be the rider from France, I think. It is the rider from France, 8:47. So at the moment, it's Chalice, it's Claessens, it's Lapkova, and the fourth position on the 8:30 is Indy Schoffelmeer. Schoffelmeer from Holland in a qualifying position. So Freya Chalice, the red plate holder at the moment, she's going to take another win here today. Lapkova's going to nick the two. Claessens, after a fall in the first one, is going to make it through to the semis in 3.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Okay, more junior women on track in the quarterfinal here. with the lady with 838 on top. It's Lola D'Oliveira. She is racing for France here on the number 1 position on the 2 spot. Coming through with the 813 is Meline Videlo. The first 2 spots are going to the French riders. We have Slovenia on the number 3 position, and it's Katja Stupar. She is racing on 3, and then the lady is also qualifying. For the moment was the 844 of Lilo Parot met Meryl Nouette là. Meryl Nouette sort la piste, et c'est le numéro 844 qui prend de place dans la demi-finale. C'est Lilo Parot.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, then, junior women hit the track. Stiblovsek, Karklina, Brun, Poppin, and Macron. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, coming down that first straightaway. Looks like the rider from Latvia, Adelina Karklina, looks good out in front. It's going to be Stiblovsek in there in 2 for Switzerland. Then we see the French rider on the 846 bike coming on through, Jacende Popin. Popin for La France in there in 3. Who's got the all-important 4th place? At the moment, it's the 848. The 848 is Mathilde Macron versus Maëlys Brun. It's Macron versus Brun. Here we go, down the last straightaway. The rider in 3rd just needs to keep it rolling. And I think it was Brun that took it on the line in the end.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Still women junior on track here with Garnier, Gainer, Bound, Simpson and Godet. And it's the 811 here on 1. It's Anaïs Garnier. C'est Anaïs Garnier qui prend le shot. Et c'est elle qui roule en première position, mais la 2e place. Ça, c'est le numéro 827 pour... c'est de l'Angleterre, c'est pour le... pour England on the number 2 spot, Thea Gaynor. She is racing on the number 2 position. In the last straightaway, still France on 1, UK on 2, and on the 3 spot, coming through there with the 853, it's Elizabeth Bound, followed by the 840 of Amy Godet.
Alrighty then, junior men on track.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, race 13, quarterfinal number 30 for the junior men. It's all getting busy at the front. Look at the guy jumping high. Barremjo from Spain, though, looks like he leads this one out. So the Spanish rider out in front. Who we got there in 2? It's the 909 of Titouan Faure. Faure for La France. Then we see Cornish for Great Britain in there in 3. And then the Czechia rider. Which one is it? Is it Chudoba? I think it is Chudoba coming on through on the 857 plate. Let's check them out as they come down this last straightaway. Is it Chudoba? Yes, it is. The 857 of Chudoba is going to go home with Morales, Cornish, Faure into the semi-finals.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, junior man on track with France, Switzerland, Holland, UK, Latvia, France and Italy. Et cyclement Rochrieux pour la France qui prend le whole shot. Rochrieux en première position, 2e place pour le numéro 854. Pour la Suisse, Max Kuhlmann. Max Kuhlmann qui roule en 2e position, mais 3e place aussi pour la Suisse. C'est le numéro 877, David Ferreira. Ferreira qui roule en 3e position. On a un pilote français en première place, 2e et 3e place pour la Suisse. Et la 4e place, ça c'est le numéro 834-5, Scott Janssen.
Yeah, fair play. He's just come through the LCQ, Janssen there. Team TV, sport rider, riding really well. Riders ready, watch the gate. Who's got the speed to take the lead? Apples and Tanner on the inside. Looks like Appels from Latvia is going to go into that first corner in front. Tanner in there in 2. Mika Ooms didn't do anything stupid, just tucked himself in there into 3 at the moment. A French rider in 4 coming on through. Which one is it? Could be Castoldi. Oh, riders down in the second turn. So Appels, Harry Tanner in there with Ooms. 1, 2 and 3. These 3 guys look safely through. Who's going to get the 4? It's all going down to the wire. Was it the 832 or the 932? Twan van Dort was that from Holland? I'm not sure. I think it might have been.
Okay, race number 16, quarterfinal in the junior man category with Simonson, Lenze, Bosch, Michel, Schipper, Diaz Garcia, Zervels and Simpson Davids.
Random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
Here we go, and who is the fastest of the pack? It's Rasmus Ries Simonson. Denmark is leading this one out. Denmark on 1. On the 2, we have a Belgian rider with the 8:14 of Ilio Lenze. Belgium, where are you for Ilio Lenze? Here on the number 2 position. On the 3 spot coming through with the 8-9-3-2, and that's Axel Bosch. Axel Bosch, he is racing on spot number 3. So 2 and 3 is going to the Belgians. On the number 1 spot is a rider from Denmark and missed the 4th one.
Okay, riders. Random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
Women under 23 on track. Van Sanford, De Waard, Scandal, Pilet and Potier from France. 3 riders from Holland and 2 riders from France. Who's going to be the unlucky rider in 5? At the moment, it's pretty level priggings. It's Scandal leading this one out from Van Sanford from Holland in there in 2. So Lissy van Scandal from the Target BMX team leads this one out from Rescue Van Sanford on the Mabo. In there in 3 was the 546 of Louis Potier. Potier full of France. She's come through the LCQ and the move's been making in that last turn. Looks like the rider coming on through is going to be the other French rider. That's going to be Avril Pillet.
Okay, riders. Random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
Riders ready, watch the gate. Looking good for Kozarkova. Kozarkova, she is in the lead here in the quarterfinal. And she is almost sure of a spot in the semis, but in her wheels she have Norway. Norway on the number 2 position is Tuva Fjordland. Women under 23, and it's Czech Republic and Norway on 1 and 2. On 3 we have Germany with the 535, Alina Beck aus Deutschland. Last straight away, it's still a Czech lady on 1, Norway on 2, we have Germany on 3, and the number 4 spot is going to the 536, and it must be Carla Gomez Garcia from Spain.
Okay, riders. Random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
Alrighty then, 4 riders from France and 1 rider from Great Britain. And at the moment, the Great Britain rider is at the back. Betsy Bax couldn't make it through the double. So Favrel, Muguet, Ruguet and Lance are your top 4. Oh, Bax nearly throws it away in the first corner. Just needs to keep it going now. You never know what's going to happen down these last 2 straights. So at the moment, we're looking at the 5-2-2 and the 5-5-1 of Marie Favrel and Muguet. Favrel, Muguet and Ruguet and Lance from France. There we go. That was kind of like, that kind of rhymed, didn't it? Favrel from France, Muguet, Ruguet and Lance.
Yeah, Gommers, Harvey, Dominic Bergano and Drouart with Fiamont. Those are the ladies now on the gate for women under 23. Quarterfinal.
Okay, riders. Random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
Okay, here we go. And who is the fastest of the pack is a lady from the UK jumping her way to spot number 1. And that's Shanna Harvey. Shanna Harvey, she was on 1, she is on 1, and she stays on 1. On the number 2 spot coming through for the Mabel Factory Team Belgium is Robin Gommers. Gommers, he is on the number 2 position here for the moment in the women under 23. She is doing an attack on the lady from England. On the 3 spot is going the 553 of Leonie Drouard. It's La France qui roule en 3e position. But yeah, it's Shanna Harvey is going to take the win in front of Gommers and Drouard.
Okay, riders. Random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
All right, Great Britain, Belgium, Czech, Switzerland, Denmark, France, Latvia. In this one, flying high on the outside was the rider from France, but looks like the man from Great Britain leads this one out, Callum Russell. Switzerland on the outside, Stuffatcher. He's there at the moment. Picard looks out of it. Here comes Denmark. Into free. Oh, yeah. It's going to be Inscoff, is it? I think it could be. Where's he coming down this last straightaway? Oh, wowzers. The Latvian's going to make it through in 4. That's Noah Larke. Yogi Picart's out, unfortunately. And that's tough times for the Belgium rider.
Here, man, under 23. Bijsterbos, Berings, Langemanis, Hartman, Boyacian, Maturano, Elias Casanova, Smeeland, and Groppo. Okay, here we go in the quarterfinal, and it's going neck and neck race there in the first turn. The 516 is taking the number 1 position, and he is the current leader of the ranking here in the European Cups. So, and that's Julian Bijsterbos. He is a national champ of Holland. No, not national champ. On the 2 spot with the 5C3 is Edgar Langmanis. It's Latvia. Latvia on the number 2 position, lost right away. It's Holland, Latvia. Then we have the, I think, was it Victor Berings?
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Oh, the Belgian rider Dieter Bruin slipped his pedal, and is he clipped back in? Let's hope so as we check him out. But it's Peepers, looked like he had the whole shot, but now he's been overtaken by the rider on the outside from France on the 592, Leo de France. Leo de France from France. Peepers in there in 2. Oh, Dieter Bruins has gone. And the rider from Switzerland is going to make it through there. Remo Hoffer, he's in 4 at the moment. He's going to be chased hard. Who's there in 3? Was it the 590 of ML Vinit Dunant from France? So it was Peepers, de France, Dunant. Oh, that was a crazy one, right? Loris Jamois and the 616 of Dieter Bruins both going down. Wow.
On the gate still, man, at 123 with Niels Appermont, Mathis Lowe, Tanguy Rivoire, Zachary Neel, Emils Mertens met Romanes, Simon Bacon, Ariel Ferri Capello en Matteo Forre. Argentina, France, Latvia and Belgium.
Random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Riders ready, watch the gate, and here we go in the quarterfinal. Oh! It is Louette. He took a really bad crash there in the first straightaway. Meanwhile, we have Appermont on the number 2 position. On the 1 spot, we have the 559. And the 559, it's Emil Stromanis from Latvia. Latvia on the number 1 position. On 2, we still have Appermont. On 3, we have the 606. Is it 606? Matteo Forre. Forre, he is on the number 3 position there. But it's Latvia, Belgium, La France, and the 577. 2 times La France into the semi-final.
All right, elite men on the gate.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Alrighty then, here we go, elite men on track. Looks like the rider on the inside, Philipp Steiner, was the first to show. The rider from Switzerland going really well this weekend. Looks like Magnus Dyer from Denmark in there in 2. Who's in the 3? It's the 55 of Theo Tuin. And we can see Mitchell Schottman in there in 4th. But he's got Radelli on his left. He's just bopped the jump there, as I said it. Radelli now up to 4. Schottman not out of it yet, though. As Steiner, Tuin, and a rider from Denmark, Magnus Dyer, they're going to go through. Radelli's going to make it through in 4. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers.
Belgium, are you ready for 3 quarterfinalists here? Stoffels, Verhoeven and Magdaleens. We have Colombia, Spain and France.
Random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
It's not going to be easy for the Belgian guys for 3 qualifications, but they are going to try, I'm sure. Here, the first one is coming through. I think it's Thibaut Stoffels. He is racing on the number 1 position there. Thibaut Stoffels target BMX on 1. The 2 spot is going to Richard. On the 3 spot is the number 19, ladies and gentlemen, and it's one of Magdalene's. Magdalene's 2 Belgian riders are qualifying. Where is the 3rd Belgian rider? We will check him out here in the last straightaway. But now for the moment, it's still Stoffels on 1. It's France on 2, it's Magdalene's on 3, and on 4 we had the 48 of Colombia, Juan Esteban Naranjo.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, we got some big hitters in this one. Check them out on the inside. Eberhard was going really well out in Verona. He started the day slow with a 3rd, but he's up there out in front now. Brink in the mix with the 2-2-4 now. Gooser's going around the outside. Where's Cullen? He's in about 4 at the moment. The winner of round number 1, so he's in a qualifying position. Bit of a gap now, opening up to the rider in 5. That's Oscar Skilling and Rolos. Rolos is in there in 6 at the moment, but it's going to be Eberhard, Gooser's, Brink and Cullen, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Photo on the line for 2nd.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, gate drives down for Webster, Alden, Squirtino, Schmitz, Nordam and Sardak. And the 263, Jakob Sardak from Denmark. Oh! Announcer's curse. Sardak, I mentioned his name and he went down. Meanwhile, we have Jason Nordam, the cricket, on the number 1 position there. But who is in the wheel of the cricket? Who is in the wheel of the cricket is a 271 of Chris Alden for France. France on the 2 spot. Holland on 1. France on 2. Lost straight away for the cricket. So Holland, France with Alden on 3. The 235. And the 235, that must be Liam Webster. And he is doing it for Germany. So we have a 5-minute break and then we go further on with our semi-final. On a 5 minutes pause et après le demi-finale. Okay, put your hands together. Denmark, let me hear for you, rider.
Welcome to Latvia and Valmiera. This is where my journey and life started in BMX cycling. Back then, I just wanted to ride my bike, and I couldn't have imagined that one day BMX would become an Olympic sport, or that I would win at the Beijing and London Olympic Games. I'm happy to see that BMX cycling continues to develop in my hometown Valmiera. It now has one of the best tracks in Northern Europe, and that new generations are emerging as champions, striving for personal victories and podium finishes in top-class competitions, just like I did. Soon, Europe's best riders will gather here to compete at the 2025 European BMX Championships. It will be an amazing sporting event that we will all create together, and I'm confident that Latvians will be strong contenders for victory. See you in Latvia's BMX capital, Valmiera.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here in the staging area. These guys and girls are getting ready to go up for their training. We're here with a couple of the Slovenian riders here. We've got Nick Prek and Mac Brenzik Folk from Slovenia. Now, apparently this guy's English isn't very good, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me anything that you like about Zolder?
Every line, it's a good track.
Yeah, it's a good track.
Yeah, I think.
That's good. Okay, enjoy your racing. 15, 16 boys, right?
Thank you.
Okay. Mac, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay. You've always been on the European team for a long time. How are you going to find Zolder this weekend?
Don't know.
You don't know? You got to be confident, no? Okay, he's going to hopefully be a bit more confident. Don't let that rope go yet, my friend. 1 second. Sean Brown's here this weekend. How you doing, Sean?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Okay, you looking forward to making that final?
Yeah.
Okay. Just 1 second before he lets the rope go and we get run over. Ben Larkins, how you doing, my friend?
I'm all good, thanks.
I asked Maggie Bowen earlier, actually, how was your team manager at Pure? Is he any good?
He's great, you know.
Oh, that's great to hear. Best in the team. Okay, good stuff. Lorianne Carruthers, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you.
Always got the lashes, haven't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Cody, I've heard rumours you two are quite close here. What's going on? You're not afraid of, elbow to elbow?
I don't know.
Cody, come on, be more confident, man.
I don't know.
How are you finding this? Let's talk about BMX. How are you finding the track?
I've never rode the track. This will be my first lap.
Oh, really? First lap? Okay, I better get out your way then. Look, good luck this weekend, all you guys. Everybody have fun, yeah? He's going to drop the rope and we're going to get run over. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you catch us here. The elite junior and under 23 women are getting ready for their training session here in Heusden-Zolder. We're here with some of the old favourites from Holland. Ex-world champion, we come to you. Indisch Keepers, she's here.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, and you?
Yeah, I'm very well. Now, how are you finding this elite category? Looks like you found a bit more speed all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Yeah? You came back, you training hard?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else to say?
No.
You like this track here in Zolder?
Yeah.
Okay. And your social media is still going well for everyone?
Yeah.
Do you dream about being a world champion again? It was 2018 when you were world champion, yeah? Junior women. Baku, I remember it, yeah? Yeah. Long time ago.
Long time ago.
Do you still dream about being a world champion?
Yeah, of course. Okay. Yeah.
Well, all the best this weekend as Indisch Keepers, elite women. Joy Stiplovsek from Switzerland, junior women. How are you?
I'm really good, thank you.
Okay, have you ever done an interview before?
No,
Are you nervous?
it's okay.
Okay, how are you finding this track here in Zolder?
I don't know, but I think it's great.
Yeah, you like it?
Yes.
Okay, good stuff. And junior women, how did you do in Verona?
I'm pretty happy about my riding, but results could be better. So.
Okay. All right, well, we'll see you this weekend then, yeah? Take some positives. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, good stuff. Nadine, how are you?
So far, so good.
Okay, you training hard this weekend, this winter?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, trying to do like in Verona, good results, good time, yeah.
Okay, good stuff. And you're still the Swiss national champion, you're wearing the sleeve?
Yeah, with pride, Swiss flags all over.
Good stuff. You'll still find some good form, so good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Okay. Amber Walravens. Now, listen, I've seen the socials. You have a pink car, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
You got it wrapped in pink on purpose.
Yeah. Okay. I like the color pink.
Okay, obviously she likes the colour pink. How are you finding racing? You're in elite women now. It's tough now, but I see you always training with Indy. Yeah, is she towing you along?
Yeah, it's tough in elite woman. I have to make some big steps, but I'm working. I do everything that I can. So.
Listen, it's good to see you still racing, still competing. You know, a lot of ladies maybe would have given up on it, but you're still here riding. So it's good to see you always at the track.
Yeah, my heart is in BMX, so I can't quit.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, well done. Listen, ladies, good luck each and every one of you this weekend. Ride hard, stay safe, end the race with a smile. That's the elite women, junior women. There's a lot of good riders in that pen there, ready to get up to their training session.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UEC BMX European Cup. The racing is about to begin. Are you ready?
Alrighty then, here we go. Semi-final time, ladies and gentlemen. Check him out, Lieke van der Aar, Isa van der Velden, Kudari from Latvia in the mix, but look at Lauriane Carruthers carving up the turn, up to 3 now, looking good. The 14 now coming on through. Manon Leclerc from France in a qualifying position. Megan Roy, don't rule her out of this yet. This kid's got some skills to pay the bills, and she's on the outside. Is she going to pass the French on the outside? Coming out of that last corner, it's looking good for Lieke van der Velden. Carruthers, has Megan Roy got anything left? No, she's not going to make it through. It was Manon Leclerc.
Okay, semi-final on the track in the girls category 15-16 with Seward, Van der Straat, Moors, Carpenter, Calder, Keizer, Hayes and Delahaye. And who is on the number 1 here is a 5-3-8 lane gentleman. The finalist Cadman Carpenter from the UK. UK leading this one out. We have Stay Strong on the number 2 spot with the 0-3 on the plate. It's Amy Seward on the 3 spot, the 5-8, and it's Ruby Moors. Moors on 3. Down we see some orange colors of BVC bikes and the green colors of Furley BMX. So it's Kim Calder on spot number 4, and she is qualifying for the final here today.
Yes. Boys, 15-16, semi-final number 3. Alrighty then, here we go. Rocking and rolling, Helbug in this one. Casper in there, Lombeke, Coca, Saluti, Skipper and Burshart in there, and it's getting busy in the first turn. But your leader is the 616 coming on through. Romain Tony Lombeke from France. Lombeke from France has been riding really well, but here comes your world number 1. It's good to see Cody Coca in a qualifying position at the moment. We got the rider from Paymo coming up behind Jules Casper, but it's looking good for Coca. It's looking good for Lombeke, and Elias Halberg takes it through, and Casper takes the final ticket.
Okay, boys, category 15-16 with Penny, Bros, Chaudun, Brem, Van Doren, Phillips, Esteban and Velting. And who is leading this one out is the yellow bike. Hey, 3 down, 4 spots for the final. They are ready. Here we go. It's on number 1, the 506 of Sven Pennings. We have the 14 of Hiddebrem. Hiddebrem on the number 2 position. Do we have Van Doren on... still on the bike? We will check him out. We have the 5-7, but Sam Doorn is not with him. It's Corentin Esteban. He is qualified. So Sam Doorn, he is out for the final here today. So let's hope we see him back tomorrow. Put your hands together for the Crash Riders, ladies and gentlemen. Sam Van Doorn. And we have the number 5 of the world from Germany, Emil Bros. And is it Lucas Chaudun from France? Yeah, Chaudun from France.
All right, semi-final, junior women on track. Look at them go. They all want to be in that final. Freya Chalice leads this one out on the red plate. She's looking good. And we can see Yada Claessens now finding the form after a little spill in her first one. In there in 3 is going to be the Latvian of Adelina Karklina. Karklina's there with the rider from France. I think in there in 4 at the moment. That's going to be the 813. The 813 of Melian Vidalot. Vidalot from France is being chased hard by Maggie Bound now from Great Britain. And the rider from Great Britain needs to keep her rolling. Lovsek's not out of it yet either, but I think she could be now as they come across the line. So close for the British rider. Unlucky for her. Maggie Bound out in 5, but Freya Chalice. Clean set of wheels once again.
Riders ready once again. Here we go in the junior woman category with the fastest of the pack on the inside with the A38 is Lola d'Oliveira. C'est Lola d'Oliveira pour la France qui roule en première position pour le moment. En deuxième position, c'est le numéro 811. 811, ça c'est Anaïs Carnier. Les premières deux places c'est pour la France. Et la troisième place, ça c'est pour le numéro 857. Et le numéro 857. Ça c'est Katja Stupar, Slovenia. Slovenia is racing on the number 3 position, but still 1 and 2 is going to the French ladies. Then we have Slovenia, and then it's the 827 or 843. They are Gainer or 43. It's Maëlys Brun. That's for the jury. It's a photo finish on the end for 4 and 5. Checking lady who crashed in the first straightaway, Ellen Lapkova. And she is up on her feet again. Give her a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together, show some respect, Ellen Lapkova.
All right, it's ready. Watch the gate. Junior men on track. Clément Rochereau has been riding really well all day long, but he's on the inside now of your man from Latvia, Appels. Appels takes the lead. Rochereau from France in there in 2. Then we can see the 932 from Belgium pushing on through. That's Axel Bosch from Belgium. Czechia in there in 3 with Chudoba. Chudoba in the qualifying position in 4. So now it's Appels, Rochereau, it's Bosch and Chudoba. Yes, your top 4. Those guys are going through to the main event.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Riders ready, watch the gate. Here we go in the junior man category, ladies and gentlemen. And there's, oh! Oh, that was a big crash for Lance. But here, meanwhile, we have a race to go. It's at 8:26 here on 1. Rasmus Ries with Simonsen. Simonsen, he is on the number 1 position there on the number 2 spot. With 77 is David Ferrara. The 8:35, it's Scott Janssen. That's the way they go on the track. And we have Mika Ooms on spot number 4. Meanwhile, we have a big crash here, the 955. It's Ben Cornish. He went down in the first straightaway with the 816 of Rodrigo Morales Bermejo. Those guys are back on the feet again. It's another thing with the Belgian rider.
Yeah, I just got a shout out there to Scott Janssen, who has made it through to the final from the LCQ. He found himself in the LCQ, and we've watched him battle all day long. So a big shout out to Scott Janssen. Done really well today, getting that final. Let's hope these guys are all right. Ben Cornish, Harry Tanner, and the Spanish guy. And we've got one Belgian guy just down on his first straightaway, but we'll get him attended to, and we'll be good to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Lance, Elio Lance, the man from the Pump Factory team. He hit the ground, bounced through the air like 3 meters. Unbelievable. Yeah.
Okay,
All right, then women under 23 on track. Sabina Korsakova did get the best of starts, but I can see Alina Beck in the mix with a box of tricks. Coming out of that first turn, who's got the lead? Who's got the speed to take the lead? It's the 5.22 of Marie Favrel from La France. Beck in there, Korsakova in there, and now we see the rider in there in 4. It's Avril Pilet from France. Pilet has been riding really well. Oh, Beck just got it hooked up and wrong there. Is she going to hang on to a qualifying spot? They're queuing up behind her. Leader Beck is going to hang on. Pilet and the other rider from France, Muguet. Wowzers.
More women under 23 on the gate. Fjotland, Harvey van Zandvoort van Scandal, Druard, Villemont, Rocher and Lans. Yeah, gate ramps down. We have 4 French riders, 2 from Holland, Great Britain and Norway. That's the way they race on the track here in Zolder in the European Cup number 3 of 2025. We see the 5.61 Sienna Harvey. She is leading this one out, and if I'm correct, it's a red plate. No, it isn't. Sienna Harvey on 1 on the 2 spot with the 5.15. Renske van Zandvoort from Holland on the number 2 position in the last straightaway. We're going to check out spot number 3. Spot number 4 is Norway's Tuva Fjotland. She is qualifying for the final with the 5.07 on 3, Lizzie van Schijndel.
Alrighty, the men under 23 on the gate.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Alright, then riders ready, watch the gate. Callum Russell did get the best of starts there. Stuck on the inside now into that first turn. It's going to get busy. Looks like Julian Beisterbosch has got your early lead there. The 6.10 coming on through there. Thomas Maturano from France in there in 3. It's going to be the other Stay Strong rider. The other Stay Strong rider is going to be Lagmanis, of course. Lagmanis from Latvia, but in the all-important qualifying spot. In 4 at the moment is Callum Russell for Great Britain. Is he going to hang on? I think he will.
Okay, man under 23, Latvia, Holland, Belgium, Switzerland and France.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
4 riders are qualifying for the main finals here today, ladies and gentlemen. And we see the 5.59 here on 1 is Hamilton Roman is here doing it for Latvia. Latvia on 1, who is the man with the Stay Strong shirt. Here with the 5.24 is Casper Piepers, is a national champ of Holland in the man under 23. Oh, crash from the Belgian rider. Niels Appermont, he went down in the second turn. Meanwhile, everything is open there for the Latvian rider and Casper Piepers. Casper Piepers and Tramanis. Then we have the 6.08 or the 6.06. 6.06, it's Matteo Faure from France. He is qualified for the main event. Okay, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Bearings.
Yeah, Big Daddy King.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Coming down that first straightaway. Looks like the rider from Belgium on the inside. He's going to take that early lead. Is that Valerie Vossen? I think, oh, get busy in the turn. Whoa, the American rider. And some of the other girls there going for it. And who's got up first? It's the 88 of Indisch Keepers. So it is the 244 of Vossen. Aberhard, 1, 2, and 3. And then we got the rider from China, Wan Yilao. Wan Yilao is going to make the final here for the WCC team on that green wheel where she's going to make it into the final. And Indisch Keepers picks up the pieces and makes another Elite Women final. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the fallen riders. Carly Clade from America coming all this way. Hopefully she'll be okay back to battle tomorrow.
And Julie Hussekan from Belgium, there to race BMX. And Amber Walravens from Holland.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, here we go. Still racing for a spot in the main event in the girls category. The women category in the 27 doing well. Michelle Wissing, but she is on 2. But who is taking over here on the number 1 position is a lady from Denmark, and it's Marlene Kenstrup. Kenstrup on the number 1 spot. On 2 we have Wissing. And who is on 3? Oh, on 3, what a move from the lady on spot number 3. And that's Bella May from Australia. Australia is coming through there to spot number 3. In the last straightaway, it's Denmark, Holland, Australia. And then on the number 4 position with the number 29 on the place, Eiko Gommers from Belgium.
Elite.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Alrighty then, here we go, Elite Men on track. Looks like Steiner's got the whole shot here. Aberhard round the outside now. Magdalens from Belgium. Is he going to make an Elite Men final here today? He's in 3rd at the moment, but he's got the 2.71 coming up the inside of Chris Aldon. So Steiner, Aberhard, Magdalens, 1, 2, and 3. Oh, here comes Denmark. Oh, there's going to be moves in the last corner, is there? No, all safely through. Magdalens is going to hang on for Belgium. He's going to make the final. Yeah, we got him in there. Wallace Magdalens along with Steiner, Aberhard, and was
Okay,
it
first Belgian guy in the Elite Man final. We have Stoffels, Ragovet, Richard, Noordam, Toin, Brink, Gozes, Cullen en Webster. Okay, the last semi-final here today in the Elite Man category. And on the inside, ladies and gentlemen, we have the 264 of Thibaut Stoffels. Thibaut Stoffels is the Belgian rider now on the number 2 position, but who is on the number 1 spot? It is 22, and the 22 is Ross Cullen. Cullen on 1, Stoffels on 2. But who is the Dutch rider on spot number 3? The 250 of Jason Noordam is the Cricket on spot number 3. Those riders are almost in the final, in the main event, ladies and gentlemen. But who is on the spot number 4? Is it the 61? Is it 61? Is it Mathis de Richard? It's a photo finish on the end, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to have our main event here on 2:25. We're going to start with our main event. À 2h25, on a le start pour le final Championship categorie. Dus op 25 na gaan we starten met onze finales van de main event.
Welcome to Latvia and Valmiera. This is where my journey and life started in BMX cycling. Back then, I just wanted to ride my bike, and I couldn't have imagined that one day BMX would become an Olympic sport, or that I would win at the Beijing and London Olympic Games. I'm happy to see that BMX cycling continues to develop in my hometown Valmiera. It now has one of the best tracks in Northern Europe, and that new generations are emerging as champions, striving for personal victories and podium finishes in top-class competitions, just like I did. Soon, Europe's best riders will gather here to compete at the 2025 European BMX Championships. It will be an amazing sporting event that we will all create together, and I'm confident that Latvians will be strong contenders for victory. See you in Latvia's BMX capital, Valmiera. Welcome to Latvia and Valmiera. This is where my journey and life started in BMX cycling. Back then, I just wanted to ride my bike, and I couldn't have imagined that one day BMX would become an Olympic sport, or that I would win at the Beijing and London Olympic Games. I'm happy to see that BMX cycling continues to develop in my hometown Valmiera. It now has one of the best tracks in Northern Europe, and that new generations are emerging as champions, striving for personal victories and podium finishes in top-class competitions, just like I did. Soon, Europe's best riders will gather here to compete at the 2025 European BMX Championships. It will be an amazing sporting event that we will all create together, and I'm confident that Latvians will be strong contenders for victory. See you in Latvia's BMX capital, Valmiera. Welcome to Latvia and Valmiera. This is where my journey and life started in BMX cycling. Back then, I just wanted to ride my bike, and I couldn't have imagined that one day BMX would become an Olympic sport, or that I would win at the Beijing and London Olympic Games. I'm happy to see that BMX cycling continues to develop in my hometown Valmiera. It now has one of the best tracks in Northern Europe, and that new generations are emerging as champions, striving for personal victories and podium finishes in top-class competitions, just like I did. Soon, Europe's best riders will gather here to compete at the 2025 European BMX Championships. It will be an amazing sporting event that we will all create together, and I'm confident that Latvians will be strong contenders for victory. See you in Latvia's BMX capital, Valmiera. Welcome to Latvia and Valmiera. This is where my journey and life started in BMX cycling. Back then, I just wanted to ride my bike, and I couldn't have imagined that one day BMX would become an Olympic sport, or that I would win at the Beijing and London Olympic Games. I'm happy to see that BMX cycling continues to develop in my hometown Valmiera. It now has one of the best tracks in Northern Europe, and that new generations are emerging as champions, striving for...
Ladies and gentlemen, you catch us here in the Parc Fermé, the team area. We're here with some great riders. We've got a local rider, one that's come a long way this time to race her first European Cup race, Carly Kane from the United States of America, the world number 6. And we've got Eike Gomez here from Belgium, and our good friend Martin van der Velde, one of the top coaches in the area. So, Carly Kane, we're going to come to you first. Here in your first big race in the European scene, how is it going to be for you, do you reckon?
I'm super excited. I have no idea what it's going to be like, but first time for everything. So yeah, I'm just going to embrace the experience and take it one lap at a time.
Yeah, we do have a few Americans come over from time to time and race these European scenes. We've got our friend, his name evades me, remind me to... Yeah, Cutter Williams, of course. He comes over with his dad's here. They literally live in Europe for most of the year, but this is your first one, riding for Huffy this year.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm really excited. I got to stay with Eike the last 2 weeks and ride here. I got to ride Papendal, which was a dream, so it's been fun.
Okay, brilliant. You're going to stick around for Papendal the World Cup?
I'll be back. I'm not staying in Europe, but I go home on Monday, and then I'll be back for Papendal.
Okay, cool. And whereabouts in the States do you live?
Indiana, so the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, literally the middle of nowhere. Okay. So you've been staying with Eike. Now, Eike, she's not great with the English, but we interviewed her a few years ago, not brilliant. But now your English is much better, right?
Yeah, that's why I have an American in my house to improve my English.
Yeah, that's always good. Now, listen, you've made multiple world finals. You know this track like the back of your hand. I know they're going to make big changes to this track later this year, but at the moment, are you all right with this track?
Yeah, well, I like it for racing. Maybe for the guys who have more speed, it's a bit sketchy, but I think for racing for the girls, it will be fun this weekend.
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't want the corners too wide and open, right? Otherwise, there's not going to be any moves going in.
We love moves. We love corners.
Of course, yeah. Now, listen, Martin van der Velde, I know this guy for a very long time. He's one of the top coaches, One Step to Win, BMX training program. We always give him a shout out. Martin, you've been training these youngsters for a long time now. I know you've been heavily involved with the Gomez twins for a while, but you've been looking after Cardo while she's been over here as well. Who else have you got on your coaching squad at the moment that we should be looking out for?
I think for the weekend, first year in under 23, Loris Chamois, a guy from Belgium, did a very good job last year in the juniors. Crashed semi-final in Rock Hill, but make podiums and win European Series. First year now, yeah, we will see what's happened with him. And then I take care about the girls, of course, and this headache painkiller from America. I take care about, yeah, but it's nice. Yeah, and you know me for a long time. Eike now already 13 years in my pocket, and we make a change this year to elite for her. After the Olympics, that she can make some experience, changing a bit in the training programs for her. Cost a bit time to get that feeling for her, but she take that time, and I think we will see what's happened this weekend. In Verona, 5th place in the semi. She's just knocked out in the semi, but yeah, today or this weekend is different.
Yeah, you should be in both finals both days, right?
I hope so. In under 23 and junior, I never missed out a podium here, so let's hope for a final at least.
Okay, and who's quicker, Carly? Is it you?
Fast here. Really? She's fast here.
Faster than you?
Oh, I guess we'll find out, right?
If you just followed each other around into the final and then just go for it in the final, that'd be good, right?
Yeah, but she's sneaking the turns, so I have to watch out.
I like my corners.
Okay, listen.
It starts already now. It's just training day one, and it's almost bitch fight.
Yeah, that's right. Now listen, talk a bit about your bike. You're on the Huffy bike here.
I am.
Now, I remember Huffy from back in the day, but they're making a bit of a revival. Is that right?
Yes, yeah. I signed with them last January, and I honestly had no idea what to expect because they didn't make a BMX bike. But I've been able to help develop this prototype. This is the second version. This is the V2. This is not the production model, but yeah, it's been so cool to be a part of it and to be doing testing with the bikes, to experiment with different geometries, different things that it's just, I geek out over it. I love it.
Okay, good stuff. That sounds really good. It's good to see him back out there. I think I'm old school, okay, so forgive me here now. I'm 54, so you're also old school. So I'm thinking Randy's...
I told her I'm from the 80s, and Huffy was big in Slagharen at the World Championship. So it's amazing to see that bike back. I really love it.
And I'm thinking like Randy Stumphauser maybe was a Huffy rider back in the day.
I think that name sounds familiar.
Yeah, maybe even Todd Lyons, I'm not sure. Paul Boynard will probably pick me up on that and correct me. But listen, great talking to you guys and girls. Listen, good luck this weekend. Hope you see you on the podium on that top step. Well, obviously only one of you can be on the top step. Yeah, well, 1 and 2 is good for us as well. It's nice talking to you. We'll see you on the track later on today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UEC BMX European Cup. The racing is about to begin. Are you ready?
Okay, Neil, we're going to start with our main event here.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, we are going racing. Final number 1, the girls 15 and 16 years. Lane number 8, plate number 025 for Kim Kelder. Lane number 7, plate number 14 for La France, Manon Leclerc. Lane number 6 on plate number 508 for Great Britain, Ruby Moores. Lane number 5, plate number 03 from Great Britain, Emmy Seymour. Lane number 4, plate number 6 from the Netherlands, Lieke van der Aar. Lane number 3, plate number 515 for Great Britain, Laurie Ann Carruthers. Lane number 2 on plate number 538 for Great Britain, Annelies Kedman Carpenter. And in lane number 1 on plate number 18 from the Netherlands, Isa van der Velden. Your attention for the start. Girls, 15-16. Good luck, ladies.
Yeah, the first final here today, and it's looking for the lady with the number 6 of the world on her plate, and the lady with the number 6 of the plate is Lieke van der Aar. She is doing it for Mabo Factory Team Belgium, but she is a Dutch lady. And the number 2 spot we have the O25, and the O25 is Kim Kelder. She is racing for Verley BMX, and she is on the podium for the moment. On the 3 spot with the O3, the number 3 of the world, Emmy Seward. She is doing it for the UK, and she is on spot number 3. So that's a complete podium for the moment. But coming up with the number 14 on the plate, Manon Leclerc pour la France prend the 4e place met de vainqueur, de winnaar hier vandaag in de eerste finale is Lieke van der A. Yeah, meanwhile.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, we bring to you final number 2 of the boys 15 and 16 years old. In lane number 8, on plate number 646 for Great Britain, Cody Coker. Lane number 7, on plate number 514 from the Netherlands, Mart Velting. Lane number 6, plate number 557 from France, Corentin Esteban. Lane number 5, plate number 0114, La Suiza, Jules Gaspar. Lane number 4, plate number 616 from France, Romain Tony Lumbeke. Lane number 3, plate number 1, the number 1 of the world from Belgium and target BMX team rider, Elias Helbu. Lane number 2, plate number 14 from the Netherlands, Heidi Brem. And in lane number 1 from the Netherlands, on plate number 506, Sven Pennings. This is the boys 15, 16-year-old final. Good luck, guys.
Final boys 15-16. Le final chez les garçons, 15-16 ans. Et voilà, ils sont partis. Et c'est le numéro 1 du monde qui prend de shot. C'est Elias Ellebogen. Ellebogen, hij neemt hier de whole shot. En komt hier als eerste door. Hij is de Belg op de eerste positie. Op die tweede plaats hebben we dan die 506 nummer van Sven Pennings. Pennings in het wiel van Ellebogen. Ellebogen en Pennings. Nek aan nek. België en Nederland. Laten jullie horen voor jullie rijders. Ondertussen hebben we daar de 557 van Corentin Esteban. Esteban qui roule en troisième position pour la France. Met de vainqueur of de overwinnaar hier vandaag in de boys 15-16. Elias Hellebogen. Sven Pennings op 2. En dan hadden we daar die Franse rijder Esteban.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, lining up on the gate, we have the junior women category. Final number 3. Lane number 8, plate number 834 from Latvia, Adelina Karklina. Lane number 7, plate number 843 from France, Malice Brun. Lane number 6, doing it for Moto 1 and Great Britain rider, Dea Gaida. Lane number 5, plate number 813 for La France, Méline Vilou. Lane number 4, from France, the European champion, Anne Gardier. Lane number 3, plate number 835 for La Suisse, Yeti Claessens. Lane number 2, plate number 838 from France, Lola de Oliveira. And in lane number 1, sporting the red number plate, the current points leader from Great Britain, Freya the Slayer Chalice. Junior women final. Good luck, ladies.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Gate drives down in the junior women category, ladies and gentlemen. Looking good here for the current leader, and that's Freya Charles. Freya Charles doing it for the UK from the beginning until the end on spot number 1. We will check out on the finish, of course. But here is the 838 of Lola d'Oliveira pour la France qui roule en deuxième position. Mais c'est toujours en Angleterre. Freya Charles qui roule en première place. Et le troisième place pour le moment, c'est le numéro 411, Anaïs Garnier. Le deuxième et le troisième place c'est pour la France, mais toujours en tête à la course en dernière ligne droite. Ça, c'est toujours en Angleterre. C'est Freya Charles qui gagne le final chez le Junior Woman. The winner here today in the Junior Woman category is Freya Charles. So from the beginning until the end on spot number 1, the current leader in the ranking, Freya Charles, doing it for the UK. We have the two French ladies, Lola d'Oliveira and Anaïs Garnier on 2 and 3. Meanwhile, on the gate, junior men.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you the junior men final, final number 4. Lane number 8. This guy has made it out of the LCQ today, and he finds himself in the final from Holland, Scott Janssen. Lane number 7 from Belgium, make some noise, Mika Oos. Lane number 6 for La Suisse, David Fierera. Lane number 5, plate number 850 from Czechia, Victor Oldrich Judoba. Lane number 4, also from Belgium, Axel Bosch. Lane number 3, plate number 812 for La France, Clément Rochiro. Lane number 2, on plate number 818 from Latvia, Christas Appels. And in lane number 1, on plate number 826, make some noise, Denmark, Rasmus Reis Simonsen. Your attention for the start. Good luck, guys.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, Denmark, make some noise. It's Rasmus Reis Simonsen. He is leading this one out. He is first on the pro section. And his wheelie has 826. Oh, Rasmus is on a 2 spot. Rasmus is on a 2 spot for the moment. But who is leading this one out? It's 818 of Crystal Apples, Latvia. Latvia on 1. Meanwhile, 826 on the 2 spot. Rasmus Reis Simonsen on the 3 spot. Coming through there in the last straightaway with the 812 on the plate. It's Clément Rochrieux pour la France qui prend la 3e place. Yeah. It was Crystal Apples. He was on first spot from the beginning. Took in his wheel the rider from Denmark, Simonsen, with him to the finish line. So 1 and 2. And then we had Rogier on 3.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you the women under 23 final. Final number 5. Lane number 8, plate number 530 from Norway, Norge Duva Jotland. Lane number 7 from the Deutschland, Elida Beck. Lane number 6, target BMX team rider from Holland, Lizzie van Schijndel. Lane number 5, 504 on the bike, the Czech rider, Sabina Kosakova. Lane number 4, plane number 551 from France, Laura Muguet. Lane number 3, also from France, 522 on the plate, Marie Favrel. Lane number 2, doing it for Great Britain, rider on 561, Sienna Harvey. And in lane number 1, on plane number 515, from the Netherlands, Renska van Zandvoort. The women under 23 final. Good luck, ladies.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, main event here for the women under 23. And it's looking good for the 507. Was it Lily van Schijndel? Van Schijndel, she had a 1, a 2, and a 3. And now she is on the number 1 spot. The 507. The 507, Lily van Schijndel on the number 1 position. But who is in the wheel is it Renske van Zandvoort. We will check her out here. It's on the 515, Renske van Zandvoort. She didn't miss 1 lap here today. But now she is on the number 2 position. It's Lizzie van Schijndel still on 1. But Renske van Zandvoort is there. Renske van Zandvoort. Is it Van Zandvoort or Van Schijndel on the outside? Yeah, it's Van Zandvoort for Van Schijndel, and I thought it was Shanna Harvey on the 3. So they start, and Renske van Zandvoort, she was on 2, but she waited until the last line to pass through. Lizzie van Schijndel had a very good start in the beginning. So from the beginning until the 3rd line, she was on 1. Renske van Zandvoort took over in the last straightaway. Okay, we're going to start with the women elite. There was a flat tire in the men under 23. That's more stress for the guys. Women elite on the gate.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, bit of a change to the schedule. Race number 7. Final number 7, we got the women elite here on the top of the hill. In lane number 8, in our first elite final in the European C, doing it for the WCC. I want you to make some noise for the rider from China, Wan Yilao. Lane number 7, plate number 88, the former junior world champion, Indy Skippers. Lane number 6, doing it for Belgium, doing it for Stay Strong, and 1 step to win. Plate number 29, Aiko Gomez. Lane number 5, plate number 94, the Swiss national champion, Nadine Eberhard. In lane number 4, plate number 75, sporting that Red Bull helmet, from Denmark, Malin Kjellstrup. All the way from Australia, ladies and gentlemen, doing it for Be Strong Race Team, it's Bella May. Lane number 2, plane number 27, for the Dutch rider, Michelle Wissing. And in lane number 1 on plate number 244, from Belgium, make some noise, Valerie Vossen. Elite women final. Good luck, ladies.
Okay, riders,
Okay, here we go. Looking forward to the national pride. Valerie Vossen, she is leading this one out, but Marleen Ketstrup, she is on the inside. Vossen and Ketstrup. It is Vossen on 1, on the number 2 spot, the 27 of Michelle Wissing. Wissing on the number 2 spot on 3, coming through there with the 2:45 on the plate. That's Bella May, but meanwhile, it's a Belgian lady. Belgium, let you hear you for Valerie Vossen! On 2 is Wissing. On 3 we have Bella May and Marleen Ketstrup on 4. Okay, meanwhile we have a replay on the live stream, and there we can see that Valerie Vossen took a good start. Michelle Wissing came back on the second straight. But Vossen stays on 1 until the finish line, with Michelle Wissing on 2 and Bella May on 3.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you the Elite Men Final, round number 3. In lane number 8, on plate number 271, from France, Chris Aldon. Lane number 7, plate number 19, for Belgium, Wannes Magdalens. Plate number 61, in lane number 6, from France, Mathis Raga-Richard. Lane number 5, on plate number 99, from Switzerland, Lori Eberhard. Lane number 4, plate number 250, for the Dutch national team. He's called the Cricket. It's Jason Norden. Lane number 3, doing it for Great Britain and Be Strong race team, Ross Cullen. He's here in the final. Make some noise, Belgium, for your rider. On plate number 264 from Belgium, Thibaut Stoffels. And in lane number 1, on plate number 16 for La Suisse, Philipp Steiner. The Elite Men Final. Good luck, guys. Round number 3.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, riders ready. Watch the gate. Here we go. And it's the number 22 here on 1. It's Ross Cullen. Cullen is doing a good job here after the first turn, first on the pro section. But Stoffels is coming up. He is on number 3 position now. But in between we have the 16 of Philipp Steiner. Steiner, he is on the number 2 position for the moment. Stoffels on 2. Is it Stoffels on 2 with the 264? Yeah, Stoffels is on 2. Belgium on the number 3 position. But still on 1 here. It's Cullen. Cullen is going to take the win in this final. Or is it it's Steiner? Is it Steiner? Steiner is going to take the win in front of Cullen and Stoffels. Oh, podium for Thibaut Stoffels. Steiner and Cullen went to the finish line. I thought it was Steiner who took the win on the end, but it's a jury, a photo finish. So, in my opinion, it's Steiner, Cullen, and Stoffels. But people at home on the live stream, they're gonna check out what it was. We have one other final to go, and as the final, men under 23. Have some nice weather here today in Zolder. And another 2 this afternoon. We have the challenge, of course, so challenge category. And then another 2 days racing here in Zolder. Like 1,600 riders each round. It means 3,200 for the weekend.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to final number 6, the men under 23 category. In lane number 8, on plate number 592 from France, is Leo de France. Lane number 7, plate number 606 from France, Mathieu Frere. Lane number 6, plate number 569 from Great Britain, Callum Russell. Lane number 5, plate number 563, doing it for Stay Strong on Latvia, Edgars Lagmanis. Lane number 4, also from Latvia, plate number 559, it's Emil Stremanis. Lane number 3, the Dutch national champion for the Stay Strong team, Casper Piepers. Lane number 2, all the way from Argentina, make some noise for Thomas Maturano. And in lane number 1, your current red plate holder for Stay Strong and the Netherlands is Julian Bijsterbos. The men under 23, Nigel. Good luck, guys.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Riders ready, was the gate man under 23 here on track on the inside with the 516 on the plate. Julian Bijsterbos, he didn't miss one lap here today. He has a clean sheet and he is on the number 1 position. Meanwhile, a crash in the back of the pack, but we have the man from the UK on 2, and that's Callum Russell. Russell is racing on the number 2 spot in this one. On the 3 spot, he coming through for the moment on the 3rd straightaway with the 592 on the plate. It's Léo de France. C'est Léo de France pour la France qui roule en 3e position. Mais c'est Julian Bijsterbos qui gagne le final chez le man 23 ans et moi. Julian Bijsterbos, hij pakte hier de overwinning. Russell op 2 en de Frank op die 3e plaats. De mannen die daar gevallen zijn. 2-man crashed from Argentina. Thomas Maturano and the man from Latvia. And the man from Latvia with the 559 on the plate. It's Emil Martin Stremanis. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the 2 crash riders. One from Argentina and one from Latvia.
European Cup 2025 is here. A celebration of sport and athleticism. 6 stages across Europe. A test of skill and determination. We come together as one from all corners of the world to compete, to challenge, to inspire, and to celebrate the spirit of BMX. The riders are ready, their bikes are tuned. The crowds are cheering, the energy's electric. We come together as one from all corners of the world to compete, to challenge, to inspire, and to celebrate the spirit of BMX. We ride for glory, we ride for victory, we ride for the love of the sport, we ride for the UEC BMX European Cup.
The racing is about to begin.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start with the challenge category in a minute, so be aware, be on time in the staging for your first qualification moto. And we're starting with the boys category, 12 years old. Okay, gate wraps down. First qualification moto in the challenge category here in day number 1, European Cup number 3. The UEC BMX European Cup, we have Vekas, Zwalen, Kukla, Meets, Nestler, Rust, Geike and Vissers. Here in the number 1 position we have the 214 of Latvia. It's Evert Vekas. Vekas, he is racing on the number 1 spot. Who is on the number 2 spot on his pure bike? Is it pure bike there on the 2 spot? No, it's a prophecy and it's a German rider. It must be Red Nestler. Nestler, he is racing on the number 2 position. But in the last straightaway is still Evert Vekas on the number 1 spot. On 2 is Germany. On the 3 spot with the 225, it must be Cyril Zwalen from Switzerland. Okay, we have Penzerge on the number 1 position here, and he is doing it for Sweden. Still racing in the boys category, 12 years old. But on the number 2 position, we have the 262. And the 262 is Luc Lieverink. Lieverink, he is now on the 2 spot. We have Belgian rider on 3, is Leo Lamal. In the last straightaway, still Penzerge on 1. On 2, the 262, and the 262 is Luc Lieverink with Lamal on 3, and on 4 we have the 991. 991 of Itai Jamera from the UK. Okay, looking good here for the 205, and the 205, ladies and gentlemen, coming out of Holland is Brian Noordam. Noordam, he is on the number 1 position here, but on the 2 spot coming through with the 223 on the plate is Kian Mulhuizen. Mulhuizen on the 2 spot, the 3 spot with the 221 is Lennart Ahlen. And that's the way they go on the last straightaway to the finish line, ladies and gentlemen, with still on 1, the 205, and that's Brian Noordam. Race number 4 on track in the first qualification moto, still racing in the boys category, 12 years old, for a spot in the 1-8 final. Is the number 4 of Europe. Here on 1 is James Bibby. James Bibby from the UK on the number 1 spot. We have 5 riders from the UK in this one, but on the 2 spot, the 213 must be Miroslav Dreisaitl from the Czech Republic. Czech Republic on the 2 spot. Last straightaway, ladies and gentlemen, still on 1 is James Bibby from the UK. We have the 252 still on 2, and there was Leo Rolands from the UK.
We have race 5 on the track now, and the man on the front coming out Netherlands with the number 11 on the plate. Sam van Dijken, hij neemt iedereen mee. On the second spot we have a rider on a little distance, a meter of 5 it is. Van Dijken, he's taking the first spot, and the second spot he goes to Robert Springs from Latvia. The boys 12 years old, also from Latvia. C'est Gustav Gigulis, le premier pilote, et le deuxième place pour le numéro 211, c'est Jonas Broes. En dat is allemaal uit Duitsland op plekje 2. Gaan we eventjes meekijken en dan denk ik dat we een Devil zien op die tweede positie. Die 204, Sebas van Hout met plaats 3. Une chute, 2 pilotes, la première virage. Et maintenant, la première place on the lead, the man with the 260 on the plate. En dan gaan we kijken wie dat is. Het is Flynn Sutter from Switzerland. And he's taking the win in this moto. On the second plate, he's got a local pilot. Man with de BMC pants. We gaan kijken, dan hebben we daar Ferren Horemans op plekje 2. Race 8. On the inside, the 236 is a man. He's taking the whole shot. Milo Ben Weijerman. Dan neemt hij de rest met zich mee. He's taking the lead. De deuxième place pour le pilote. From Le Pays-Bas, Dylan Smith. En dan zit hij in het achterwieltje. He's al one step behind the man in the front. Two pilots now going the last turn. And still the same leader. The win is going to the 226. It's Bilo Ben.
Yeah, here we go. Race number 9, ladies and gentlemen, in the first qualification moto in the boys category, 12 years old. Looking good for the number 203F mixer Jurasic from Latvia. Latvia on the number 1 position. In his wheel on the outside with the 231 on the plate. From Italy is Tommaso Negro. Negro on the number 2 spot. 3 spot is going to the 215. And the 215 is Danny Nilsson Huisman. He is riding for Sweden, but he speaks Nederlands. Hij spreekt Nederlands. En hij zit op de derde plaats hier. Ondertussen gaat hij winst hier naar de 203 van Latvia. Mix Jursvic. Okay, Boris Kaiser, Calogero, De Bruin, Gajic, Castells, Goose, and No Force Pau. We have a mix of the UK, Belgium, Slovenia, and Holland. And here on 1 and 2 is a 112 number plate, and the number 112. It must be Alexander Gajek. Is it Slovenia? We have to check out here. It's still the 115. Well, 16 is it De Bruin? De Bruin on 1. The 122 is Alexander Gajic from Slovenia, and the third spot is going to the 133 of Sam Goose. Okay, boys category 11 years old, 119 on 1 must be Wouten Das. Wouten Das, local rider here on the number 1 position there on the 2 spot coming through for Belgium with the 1-5. It's Guillaume Tempus. Guillaume Tempus qui roule en deuxième position, mais c'est toujours un autre Belge qui roule en première position. C'est Wouten Das. Dernière ligne droite, et c'est Das avec Tempus en première, deuxième place, troisième place pour le numéro 108. Et ça, c'est Mason Schoutman pour le Pays-Bas. Favre, Robben, Benjamin Thor, Van Opstal, Helriegel, Ten Dam, Kaal and Munro. Boys 11 years old for a spot in the 1-8 final. First qualification moto, and it's looking good for the 160 and the 160. 160, ladies and gentlemen, is Finland Monroe is doing for the UK on his yellow bike in the last straightaway. Still racing on the number 1 spot with a big gap on the number 2 position there. And the number 2 position is coming out of Switzerland with the 117 on the plate is Favre. And then it's a photo finish for 3 and 4.
Shot. The pilot is Czechia. It's Jan Ocenak. He's taking the lead now. He's a meter of 5 on number 2 on the inside with the 112 on the plate. Robin Prodzaka. The numbers 1 and 2 now. And they all in the corner. They all taking the turn. The third one. Wie gaat daar op plekje 3 nog opschuiven? Het is die 148 en dat is niemand minder dan Vince Kleinjan uit Nederland. En dan hebben we hier een paar man kwijt in race 14. Hier vooraan is het Marcus Grund. De première place pour Grund from Czechia. De pilote avec... Oh, passage à l'intérieur. C'est qui? C'est le pilote Ronnie Wolves. Great Britain. Man from Britain now in the front. He's taking the win. He's going win this race. Second spot, Marcus Grund. Et la troisième place, c'est une bataille pour la troisième place. Jury. Je veux une applaus pour le pilote avec le shirt. Zo dadelijk zou ik jullie handjes op elkaar willen met een aanmoedigend applaus voor de man die hier net gevallen is in die eerste bocht. C'est Elio Larkus. Loge Markussen. Race 15. Race 15, en l'intérieur, le numéro 17, Matthias Karel Klaptek from Czechia. What can he do? Kan hij opschuiven? Hij zit momenteel op 2, de première place. pour le pilote Britain Connor Hemphill. He's taking the lead. And the rest of the pack is in the back. On the outside, in the green, the man with the green shirt, Lukas Bajkov from Latvia. Hij zit op 3. Maar de winst die lijkt hier te gaan naar de man helemaal vooraan. Le victoire pour le numéro 1-6, Connor Hemphill. Still with the boys. 11 years old. Maintenant sur le parcours, les garçons 11 ans. En de nummer 2 van Europa op de wereld, Thomas Sukic van Tsjechië. De man in het geel. Laatste draai naar rechts en dan zijn we daar allemaal door. Hij gaat de winst nemen. Kijken we naar de nummers 2. De nummer 2, dat is die 101. Patrice Capins.
Okay, meanwhile we have the boys in category 11 years old for the spot in the 1-8 final with the number 8 of Europe here on 1 from the Czech Republic, Tadeusz Filk. He is racing on the number 1 spot. The 2 spot is coming through with the 137 on the plate. Must be fast Forstermans. Forstermans from Holland on the 2 spot. On the 3 spot, the 141. Stan Koormans, Belgium. Belgium on the 3 spot. In the last straightaway still Czech Republic on 1. On 2 it's Holland. And on the 3 spot with the 141, Stan Koormans, Belgium. The 4 spot is going to the 106. And the 106 is Mats Kalen, also from Belgium. Here we go, the 158 on 1, Teddy Jones from the UK, leading this one out after the second turn. But here on the 2 spot with the 157 is Sebastian Hewitt. Hewitt on the 2 spot, 3 spot is 150. And the 150 is Andreas Constantin Descal. And it's Rau, I think it's Romania. No, Romania is not with Rau. So we will check him out afterwards. But it's the 158 taking the win. And the 150, it's Teddy Jones. Okay, here we go. Girls 11 and 12 years old on track. Looking good for the lady from BMX 2000 Dessel is the 130, Kaira Jacob. She is leading this one out in front of the 137 of Noah van der Heijden. Van der Heijden on the number 2 position there. 3 spot is coming through there after the turn. But here in the last straightaway, still Belgium on 1. And that's Jacob, Kaira Jacob. The 2 spot is going to Noah van der Heijden. And the 3rd spot is for the 135 of Maisie Aiken from the UK. Number 3 of Europe here on 1 is Iris Haita from the UK. On the 2 spot with the 116 on the plate, it's Sophie Soele from Holland. Holland on 2. 3 spot is going to the number 8 of Europe. It's Zoe van Gessel. Zoe van Gessel, she is now on the number 3 position in the last straightaway. Still the same positions. And Zoe van Gessel still on 3, but the number 5 of the world on the spot number 4 is Kayla Kuch from Switzerland.
Dries Ventin, de Meestre. Minima, Leyendekkers, Kratilova, Silkins, Kirby en Tessendorf. We hebben een uitgebreid pakje. Ze zitten al in de bocht 2. On the inside, the 015 van Lauren Minima. On the outside, the 134. And that's Poppy May Kirby. Can she make a move? Can she go to the first spot? It's Minima on 1. Kirby on the second spot. En wie wordt er dan nummer 3? Dat is I13. Dat is Eline Leyendekkers. 22, die tweede reeks hier in de dame in het zwart. Le première place, le première pilote dans le deuxième virage. 106, Rizzi Kebel from Germany. Uit Duitsland, Kebel op 1. En dan gaan we kijken naar de dame in het groen. Zij komt uit België, dat is Lisse Torres. Dat zijn de dames op 1 en 2. Le première et le deuxième place. C'est qui le pilote troisième place? C'est Tessa van Olst, le Peba. Still with the girls, 11 and 12 years old. Wolfs, Jaspers, Van Dalen, Nisse, Hudak, Sorensen and Koskic. And 2 girls in the front here. The 18 on the inside, the 17 on the outside. Van Dalen, zij gaat buitenom proberen te gaan opschuiven richting de eerste positie. Dat is het doel. The 118 on the plate, Amy Jaspers. She's taking the win. Of is het Van Dalen? Jury. 24. Van Katra on the inside here. From Switzerland, Nora Cruz, le pilote suisse, Cruz. Et le pilote belge 1, 2, 3, c'est Anna Lucia de Kerf. Une distance de 3 mètres pour le Kerf avec place 2. La victoire pour le pilote suisse. Et Nora Cruz et la 3e plaque pour Mirte Janssens.
Okay, what a nice start of Leo Lamal. Lamal is now on the number 1. Luca Lamal, excuse me. Luca Lamal is racing on the number 1 spot. Had the crash behind him, so he has 3 a free lane until the finish, but on the number 2 spot we have the 152 of Akker van Achter. Third spot is going to the 141 of Noot Visser. So we have 1, 2 and 3 for the Belgian riders here, but still in the last right away. With a big gap on number 2, it's Luc Allemal who's going to take the win in the first qualification moto in the boys category. 10 years old with the 152, Akker van Achter on the 2 spot. And then we have the 3 spot for the other Belgian rider. And it was Vissers, I think. Yeah, that was Vissers. Boys category, 10 years old on the gate. We have Donné, Lambert, Walker, Ongaro, Lambrecht, Dowsing, Dewis and Kurt. Okay, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the 106 here. And the 106, there was Sam Offerman from Belgium. Un applaus s'il vous plaît pour Sam. Okay, gate wrap zone. We have 3 Belgian riders, 3 from the UK and an Italian guy with Germany in the mix. With here in the middle of the pack. Who is the fastest of the pack here after the first turn? We will check him out here on the second straight away. It must be the 129, and the 129, ladies and gentlemen, that's Nicolas Ongaro. It's an Italian guy. He is racing on the number 1 position. Who is on the 2 spot here after the second turn? We will check out 147, and that's Charlie Dawson. He is doing it for the UK on spot number 2 with 112 number plate. William Lambert pour la Belgique qui roule en 3e position, mais toujours en tête à la course d'un Italien. Et l'Italien en première position, c'est Nicolas Ongaro. 2e place pour le numéro 147, et c'est Charlie Dawson en Angleterre. Et la Belgique en 3e place. Oké, Roland Baronovskis, Sky Buisman, Luc van Deurzen, Matthijs Leen, Luc Timmermans, Vince Bellens, Seth Kusharik and Arthur Ginnerup. We have Denmark with Belgium and the UK in the mix. We have the number 3 of Europe here on 1, and that's from Latvia, Roland Baronovskis. He is racing on the number 1 position, but in the last straightaway, we see him still on spot number 1, but the 149 is coming up, and that's Seth Kusharik on the 3rd spot with the 123 number plate. It's Luc Timmermans from Holland. Race 28 on the track with the boys category, 10 years old. Ruarus, Jaman, Huygaard, Spurs, Brockel, Stas, Shore and Gottmer. Those are the riders now on track, ladies and gentlemen, with the 150 on the plate. It's Ethan Shaw. Ethan Shaw is leading this one out, and he is going further on to the finish line for the moment. And he is going to take the win in the first qualification moto in front of Jaman.
Les garçons, 10 ans, le race 29, 2 pilotes. Sur la tête de peloton, en l'intérieur, c'est Jake Haynes from Britain. He's taking the front.
Yeah.
And who's the second one? The 136 is Len Hoppenbrouwers. He's come from Holland. En dan is het de man uit Nederland die richting het achterwieltje moet gaan. Maar het ziet er heel mooi uit. Kan er nog opbouwen. La victoire pour le pilote avec le numéro 1-4-8, c'est Jake Haynes.
Okay, there is a dog loose on the campsite. It's a Stafford Terrier with a red collar. With the red collar. So there is een hond los op de camping. Een Stafford met een rode laarband rond de nek. Dus gelieve die hond gaan vastzetten alsjeblieft. Dank u wel.
Dessel, le pilote de Dessel in... Sur la tête, le peloton, de man uit Dessel die er helemaal vooraan gaat. Het is die 101 van Dungey Mavis. Op het achterwieltje. Met distance, le pilote de... Regarde sur ma papier. 1-1-3, Rowan Bouwman. Dat komt uit Nederland. Dat is bij onze noorderburen dat we het moeten gaan zoeken. Dan gaat de strijd tussen België en Nederland. En dan ziet het er heel mooi uit voor Dungey Mavis. Et le deuxième place pour le pilote, le Peba. 32, race 33, and 32. And number 16 on the plate is the first rider who's past us, and it's Tim Roosendaal. Hij komt uit Nederland. Hij gaat die derde lijn heel geconcentreerd doordraaien. Who's coming up? Who's the second rider there in third lane? It's Jack Kinching from Britain. And could he take the wheel of the man in the front, or is it on the second plate? Man with the number 16, he's the first one on the line. It's Tim Roosendaal.
Okay, here we go in race number 33 with the number 1 of Europe on the lead is Van Mulhuizen. She is doing it for Holland on the number 1 spot. And we have Ukraine on the number 3 position there. That's Vitalina Kachuk on the 3 spot. But in between we have the number 7 of Europe and that's Lotte Nijssen. Holland on 1 and 2. We have Ukraine on 3. On 4 we have we have Poland is Maja Kolegi. She is now on the number 4 position. But the win goes to the number 1 of Europe and that's Van Mulhuizen. De Baar, Wuits, Toon, Mones, Valkowska, Elisa Powell and Tomlinson. And it's a little lady from Belgium here on the number 1 spot. And that's Marit Monen. Marit Monen on the number 1 spot. On the 2 spot went the number 6 of Europe on the plate, Emma Svolkowska from Latvia. She is now on the 2 spot. But it's still Marit Monen on the number 1 spot. Still my little friend there in the front of the pack. But on 2 we have still the number 6 of Europe is Emma Svalkowska. And the 118 on 3 is Molly Tomlinson from the UK. Okay, the number 4 of Europe here on 1 is Betty Wells. And she has a big gap after the second straight away. Betty Wells from the UK on the number 1 spot. But on the 2 spot coming through there with 113 on the plate. Dean Tops from Belgium on the 2 spot. The 3 spot is going to the 116. And it's Juna Nijman aus Deutschland. Lost right away, and it's still the UK with really a big gap. She is a bit strong for this group, and the number 4 of Europe is Betty Wills. She's taking the win in the first qualification moto. Race 36 on track. Nice jump there, yeah, good. That was a really nice jump. It was Honey Sullivan from the UK. He jumped the eliminator. So he is on 1 now on the 2 spot with a big gap. It's the 9:30 and it's Jeff Poncelet pour la Belgique. La Belgique en 2e position, mais c'est toujours en Angleterre en première place. En 3e place pour le moment. 3e ligne droite, c'est le numéro 924, c'est Louis Poncelet pour la Belgique. Et 4e place pour le numéro 906, Julius Larsson from Sweden. He is racing on the number 4 position, but still in the lead with a nice jump from the UK. Henry Sullivan, he is going to take the win in front of the 9:30 of Jeff Poncelet and the 9:24 of Louis Poncelet. It's a twin.
De boys 9 jaar nu op de baan en dan zien we aan de binnenzijde de man met die 41 nummer binnen doorkomen. We hebben dus die 9-4-7 op kop. The first place for Callum Wood from Britain. And then the second place is a Belgian rider on the outside. It's Paul Birken on the second spot. We're going to see this number. Kenny coming through. Kenny took the first place. The 995 is Lou Tits. Vlatingen, second place for Vlatingen. Race 38 now on the track. Sur la piste, manche 38. La première place pour Lieven Belder aus Germany. Belder, he's taking us first pilot, taking the 3rd corner right through the finish lane. Belder still on 1 on the inside, the number 15, Petr Vacek, and he's coming on the outside. Who's taking the lead? That's for the jury. Still with the boys, 9 years old. 903 from Latvia, Roy Spore has it op 1. Première place pour Spore, la 2e place. C'est pour le pilote d'Italie, Elias Bianco. Hij zit op die 2e positie, maar hij moet de strijd aangaan. Daar is het kort. Le victoire pour le pilote avec le hold shot Spore. La 2e place pour le pilote d'Italie, Elia Biancino. Gaan we kijken wie dat hier vooraan zit. Een man uit Nederland, als ik me niet vergis. Dat is die 905 van Arthur Knol. En la 2e place pour le pilote avec le numéro 11, Kirsten Kruitja, Latvia, op plekje 2. De man vooraan is gaan vliegen, die zeker gelijk binnen. Letland op plaatje 2, le 3e place, c'est qui? Who's taking the 3rd spot? That's going through. Alfie Thorn from Germany.
Yeah, here we go with the 950 on the lead is Oakley Hill. Oakley Hill is doing it for the UK for the moment. In the front of the pack. But who is on the number 2 spot here for the moment with the 921 on the plate is Elliot Hatch from the UK as well. We have 929 of Louis Mombart doing it for Belgium on spot number 3. And they have to qualify for a spot in the quarterfinals in the boys category. 9 years old, who is racing on the number 4 spot. And that's going to be okay for the new 952. And the 952, ladies and gentlemen, that must be Daan van Harten. And he is doing it for Holland. Riders ready once again. Boys 9 years old for a spot in the quarterfinal, ladies and gentlemen. We have the 948 on 1. And the 948 is Antek 3 from the UK. Here on the 2 spot, coming through there. Who is on the number 2 with the number 4 of the world is Mateo Borgamazovs. Borgamazovs is on the number 2 position, but still on 1. It's the 948, and that's Antek Pornby. And as he is doing it for the UK, still racing on 1. The UK is doing it very well, Neil. They're doing very well here today. Okay, still UK on 1, on 2, the number 4 of the world, Mateo Borgamazovs, and then there was the other rider from the UK. Okay, boys category 8 years old on the gate in race number 43. And we have Köhler, Sørensen, Garcia, Marlo, Badstuber, Worm Makar, and Milo Nijman with Rutherford. Okay, looking good for the man with the 804. It's Switzerland. La Suisse en première position. Philemon Köhler. Philemon Köhler en première position pour le moment. Mais la deuxième place pour le moment, c'est le numéro 812, Come Garcia. Et ça, c'est pour la Belgique. La Belgique en deuxième position, mais c'est toujours le pilote pour la Suisse qui roule en première place. Deuxième place pour la Belgique. Et troisième place, le numéro 845, Oscar Rutherford. He is racing for the UK on spot number 3 in the last right away. In the boys category, 8 years old, first qualification moto. And the win goes to the 804, and the 804 is Philemon Köhler from Switzerland. Koorman, Stefanek, Van Kouter, Hert, Stoffelen, Wijnands, Giep en Warson. Dat zijn de rijders hier op de trek van de boys van 8 jaar. We hebben België, Tsjechië, Denen en Duitsland hier in deze. Maar we gaan even kijken wie zien we hier op plaatsje nummer 1 na de tweede bocht. Dan gaan we kijken naar de man aan de binnenzijde. Dat is de 813 nummer van Vic van Kouter vanuit België. België op 1, op 2 zien we die 803. En dat is Stig Koormans. 1 en 2 gaan die naar de Belgen. En is het een vierde plaats voor de Belgen of is het dan toch een buitenlander die erbij tussen zit? Dat gaan we zo dadelijk bekijken. In het laatste stuk ziet er in ieder geval goed uit voor de 2 Belgen in de front of the pack, zoals ze dat zeggen. En dan die 807 op plaatsje nummer 3 is een Czech Republiek, Sebastian Stefanek.
Le départ, le garçon, 8 ans. Race 45. C'est qui avec le whole shot, c'est qui avec la première place. Le numéro 108. Het is die 826 of is het... Oh, passage à l'intérieur, une nouvelle pilote avec la première place. C'est qui? Het is die Marcel Goris. Het is uit België. Uit Massenhoven komen ze. Het is een molensprinter op 1. He's taking the first place and the second place also from Belgium, the 825. The 825 is Leon Lois and he's taking the lead. Hij kent dit parcours natuurlijk uit zijn broekzak. Hij weet waar elke hindernis ligt. Dus het is nu Lois op die eerste plaats. He's taking the win. And the second space for the man from Belgium. 46 ondertussen on the inside here. The 822 on the plate. Dylan Blom uit Nederland. From Netherlands we have Blom on the first place. The second spot is going to the number 800. He's taking the lead. He's going on the outside and he's closing the door. It's Leo de la Rosa Ruiz from Spain. And he's taking the lead. He's taking the win. He's going to the finish. The win goes to the man from Spain on the second plate, 842. It's Dion George from Britain. They on the second lane right now, taking the turn, second turn. La dernière ligne tout droit et c'est qui le pilote, la première place. C'est Jake Clayton from England. He's taking the lead. He's going low on the inside. He sees the finish. He's taking the win. The second spot goes to the 108 on the plate. And that's Manfredi Guducci from Sweden, 823. We can read it on the paper. It's Luca Herms. It's the number on the plate. There's a man in the front. Hij gaat hier vooraan. De man uit Zwitserland. Dan gaan we kijken naar die geblokte ruitjes daar op de mouwen. Wie zit er op plekje 2? It's Ryan Ox from Estland. Ox, he's taking the second spot. On a distance from the man in front. The win. He's go to the 8-2-3 on the plate. Luca Harms from Germany.
Okay, ladies of 9 years old on track, and they are going for the final. So they have to qualify for the final. We have June Streep. She was racing on the number 1 position here on the gate, and she's still on 1. It's a 909, ladies and gentlemen, and that's Ella Grant. Ella Grant is taking over from it's Ella Grant on 1 from the UK, but who is on the number 2 position here in the last straightaway. Grant still on 1 in the last straightaway. Then we have a Czech lady with the 907. It's June Streep. Nee, it's Nederlandse dame. June Streep on the number 2 spot. The 3 spot is going to the 907. Juliet Krauwels. Okay, Andrea Julia Sanchez. We have Marta Liloop, Thea Rukman, Merel van Goor, Fenna Tijl, Priscilla Jonan, Johanne Klunder, and Phoebe Miller. Let's see who is here on 1. It's Phoebe Miller from the UK. She is racing on the number 1 position with the 910 in her wheel. Is Fenna Tijl, and she is doing it for Holland. Holland on the number 2 position. But then we go and see further on to the number 7 of Europe, and the number 7 of Europe is Thea Rukman. Rukman, she is racing on the number 3 position, and she is doing it for Germany. Deutschland, wat is dein Vater? Germany? Okay, Germany are not there, so we're going to take the win there with Phoebe Miller from the UK on 1, the 910 number plate of Fenna Tijl, and we have Thea Rukman on 3. Girls category 8 years old for a spot in the final. It's Pixie Zerge, Jirte Klaassen, Tessa Guffers, Naomi and Noen, Liz Schoenmaker, Lia Jaman and Anna Mathilde Hewitt. And here on 1 we have the 813, and the 813 is Anna Mathilde Hewitt from the UK. We have a lady from Belgium on the number 2 position, and that must be Belgium. We have 4 in it, so it's rider from Per. She took over. She went to the number 1 position with the 807 is Naomi Noah. Noah on 1. We have the 13 of Anna Mathilde Hewitt on 2, and the 803 it was Jirte Klaassen on 3 or 4. Marie White, Helriegel, Teimarova, Thomas, Sordi, Fontana, Dewis and Pine. Those are the riders now on track. Girls category 8 years old, and it's 805 taking the lead. That's Laura Teimarova, and she is doing it for the Czech Republic. The Czech Republic leading this one out on the number 2 spot, coming through there with the yellow and black jersey is the 806, and that's Marie Isabel Thomas from Germany. Germany on the 2. On the 3 spot we have Fontana. Is it Fontana? Is it the 811? Yeah, it's Fontana on the number 3 position. On the 4 spot, we have the 812 number plate, and that's Grace Dewis. Grace Dewis, he is on the number 4 spot and going to the finish line. Cruiser 1729 on track, and it's going further on with Conor Blitt, Laravin, Kinmeijer, Van den Heuvel, Haasnoot, Neus and Van Haren. And who is the fastest of the pack? We see to the number 1 position here, and it's the 15 of Loïc Laravin pour la France. Deuxième plaats voor de nummer 741. C'est Lucas Haasnoot vanuit Nederland op plaatsje nummer 2. En zo gaat er een Fransman en een Nederlander gelijk naar de finishlijn toe, met op een derde plaats die 713 nummer nog. En dat is Conor Blitt from the UK on spot number 3 in the first qualification moto.
Still with the cruisers 1729, and it's Kevin Elbers, Wilco Groenendaal on the front. On the second spot from Emotion, it's Robbe Verschuren. Those 2 guys in the front. On the 3rd spot is coming on the outside. Can he go make a move? But the winner here, but in race 54, go to the Netherlands, Kevin Elbers. Race 55, number 27 on the plate. The red plates on the track now, Ronan Hermans. En dan is het Hermans die voor Nederland de koppositie in handen heeft. En dan zijn ze met z'n tweetjes in strijd voor plaatsje 2 of 3 uiteraard. On the inside we have the Belgian guy, on the outside we have the one from France. For the win, took to the man with the number 27 on the plate, Herman. 4 riders here in the front. On the man on the first place, the 752. And then we're going to see, and it's Daniel Wilson who's taking the lead. And then say coming through on this 3rd straightaway here. Last corner to the finish line. The win's on the outside. The man in the red, the number 702.
Okay, here we go in the cruisers 17-29 with the 740 on the lead. Is Isidore Dupont. C'est Isidore Dupont qui roule en première position pour le moment. Au premier manche qualificatif chez le cruiser 17 ans 29. Et voilà, c'est le numéro 24, Ingmar Ankerman from Holland. He is taking over the lead on the 740. And the 740 is Isidore Dupont. Dupont pour la France, deuxième place. Mais c'est le Pays-Bas qui roule en première position. Dernière ligne droite. Et c'est toujours Ankerman en première place. Dupont en deuxième place. Et le troisième place, c'est le numéro 728, Luca Manzi pour the UK. Okay, number 3 of the world here on 1 is Bo van Burgstede. Van Burgstede on the number 1 position. And who is in his wheel in this cruiser category is a 706 en dat is Lenny Wire. Lenny Wire. Zo, we hebben 1 en 2 vanuit Nederland. Dus Bo van Burgstede en Lenny Wire. Maar op het laatste rechtstuk gaan we kijken. Is het nog altijd Van Burgstede die daar op 1 zit. Wire op 2. De derde plaats die gaat er naar de 739 nummer. En dat is nog verkouder van Frits BMX. Race 59 on track, ladies and gentlemen, with the 729 on 1 is Schrooijer. Bo Schrooijer, hij zit hierin aan de leiding en hij doet het voor België op plaats nummer 1. Op die tweede plaats hebben we daar die 25 nummer en dat is niemand minder dan Robert Bessipon. So Robert Bessipon qui roule en deuxième position. Second spot for a Belgian guy, Robert Bessipon. But the first spot is going to Bo Schrooijer and he is for Belgium as well. We have a Dutch rider on the number 3 position with the 718. It's Liam Cornelis. Race 60 on track in the cruiser category 17-29 and it's a 755 here on 1 and the 755 is Blake Thomas Muller from the UK, ladies and gentlemen. He is leading this one out in front of the Fritz BMX rider with the 22 on the plate is Finn Machielsen. Machiel still on the number 2 spot in this cruiser category 17-29 but on 1 we have Blake Thomas Miller and coming up for spot number 3 is a 724 and the 724, ladies and gentlemen, is Nathan Bussouet.
Race 61, it's Roy van Aken on the inside. Le deuxième place pour le pilote. Roy van Aken nog steeds op 1. Dan gaan we kijken naar die tweede positie. Dat is die 71 nummer. Dat is nummer 11. Het is uit Nederland. Het is Bo Klein-Hesseling. En dan gaat hij het nog warm maken. Le deuxième place pour le pilote Pays-Bas. Le victoire pour le pilote belge. Roy van Aken. Et le troisième place pour 300 de Casper Fiets from Denmark. We hebben hier 4 rijders die samen door die eerste bocht gaan. But the first place goes to Rick Bok. La première place pour le pilote de Pays-Bas. Et la deuxième place, le 304, c'est Mika Skit from Denmark. He's a mirror behind the man on the front. En de winst die gaat naar Bok uit Nederland. Cruisers 30 tot 39 jaar en dan is het mooi die we hier voorbij zien komen. Jules mooi op plaatsje 1. Can he take the win? He's going as leader on the third straightaway on the outside deck coming through. 2 pilots on the third and the third spot. For the wins go to Moy. La deuxième place pour Longo. Nummer 8. Geert Jonkers from Latvia. Hij neemt die eerste positie. Dan gaan we kijken. Le deuxième place pour le pilote 22. Sur le plaque Rune Arndal uit Denemarken. En dan is de man hier helemaal vooraan gaan vliegen. Gaan we eventjes kijken naar de derde plaats. De troisième place. Derrière wheel, c'est 40-104, Romain Barois from France.
Okay, here we go in the cruiser category 40-44 with the 403 on 1. It's Jan Dodin, and he is doing it for France on the number 1 position in the cruiser category 40-44, ladies and gentlemen. On the 2 spot, the number 4 of Europe is Paul Baan, and he is doing it for Holland. On the 3 spot is the 998, it's Damien Etalon. La première place et la troisième place c'est pour la France, mais entre les deux, non, en première position c'est Paul Baan, and he is going to take the win in the cruiser category 40-44. Okay, here we go. Cruiser 45 years and over with Visser, Walter de Visser, met Michael Green, Palmans, Bernhard, Hendriksen and Sørensen. And ladies and gentlemen, the man on the lead, loads of respect. Last year he was recovering from the bad disease. Yeah, the really bad disease from his lungs. Now he is on the number 1 position here in the first qualification moto in the cruiser category 45 years and over. Give a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, Walter de Visser. Okay, cruiser category 45 years and over with Bruno, Maarten, Vladingerbroek, Neus, Ooms, Van Gessel and Sillins. Those are the riders on track in the 45 years and over with the 27 on the lead. It's Jeroen Neus. Neus vanuit Nederland op plaatsje nummer 1. Op die tweede plaats hebben we dan die 502. Nummer die 502 is Jens Martin. Martin, he is racing for Germany. Duitsland over die tweede stelle in the last straightaway. We have Germany on 2, on 1. We have Holland on the 3 spot coming through with the 25 on the plate. It's Nico Ooms and he is a local rider. Wilco Kozijns, Grabbichler, Adolfs, Brown, Browning, Spoor and Nouwen. Those are the riders on track, ladies and gentlemen, with the 21 here on the number 1 position is Erik Grabbichler. Grabbichler with a big gap on the number 2 position with the 997. We have the 997 of Henk Adolfs. Adolfs also from Germany on the number 2 position. So Germany on 1 and 2 in this cruiser category 45 years and over in the last straightaway. On spot number 3 we have the 528 and the 528, ladies and gentlemen, is Bjorn Nouwen from Belgium.
Goal shot for the Laurent Maitre for France. He's taking the first spot. He's taking the lead. He's going on the third straight now. Pour le deuxième place, l'intérieur Christophe Gagna from Germany. That's the country we talk about it. On the front now, the 517. He's taking the win. It's Laurent Maitre pour la France. Nummer 21, Sanne Lumbeek uit België. De piloot de Belge. De première place, le deuxième place, Femke Verels. En dan gaan we kijken naar die strijd pour une bataille pour place 3. Lumbeek nog steeds op 1, Verels nog steeds op 2. En c'est qui le pilote, de troisième place. Who's taking the third spot? Is it Anselms? It's Jetske Armstrong from Brittany. Number 23 on the inside here, it's Lisa Lumbeek. She's the sister of the girl you just see racing on the inside. Lumbeek on the outside, die 27. Nova de Roos. En dan is het de dame Nederlands die overneemt. De première place pour le pilote de POA. En dan is het Nova de Roos die hier met de overwinning gaat lopen. En de derde plaats die gaat naar Denise Neefs. Nummer 4 sur le plaque, Jennifer Maarten. Uit Nederland komt deze dame. De dame helemaal in het zwart. Le pilote noir. De première place pour le pilote de PBA. Jennifer Maarten. En dan ziet zij de finish liggen. Le deuxième place pour le pilote de PBA. Het is een landgenote van haar. 13-15 op het bordje. Dit is het Debbie Schalk die op die tweede positie uitkomt.
Okay, cruiser women on track, and it's race 73, the last of the first qualification moto now on track, ladies and gentlemen. We are still racing in the cruiser women category, but who is on the number 1 spot with the 713 is Lou Pilar pour la France. Deuxième plek voor de nummer 6 on 18 zit Tessa van Saam vanuit België. And who is racing on the number 3 position here? Number 3 for the moment in the last straightaway. It's the 724, and it's Elvira Burashik from Ukraine. The 4th spot is going to the 711, and that's Laureen Elkeer Hansen from Denmark.
Okay, and now we see race 1 back at the gate, ready for motor number 2.
Okay, all riders, please make your way to the stage for your second qualification motos. All riders, please make your way for your second qualification motos. We are about to go racing with round number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Crashed Rider.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UEC BMX European Cup. The racing is about to begin. Are you ready?
Okay, the green flag was up, but the gate is down in this one, and now we gotta see who's taking the lead. And I see a really quick 2:06 out of the gate, and that must be Justin Grondot. C'est Justin Grondot en deuxième place pour la Suisse. But who's leading this one out? That is 2:25, also out of Switzerland. And then we gotta take a look. That must be Cyril Joalen. It's Joalen who's leading this one out together with his countryman. And then there's only one guy who can complete the first three. And then I see the Belgian colors with the 2:27, Mathieu van der Wonder. Mathieu van der Wonder, he does it for Belgium, and he's in a good place because these guys, only the first four will get to the 1/8 final. And there's only one more place in those top four, and that's for Nick Casper. Okay, race two in this one. Still boys, 12 years racing. And we see a whole bunch of riders in that first turn. But who's coming out of the first? It's the 4 of Europe. That's number 14 on the blazers, James Bibby. James Bibby doing it for Great Britain. And who's in his wheel? That's a guy from the Netherlands. That must be the 2:30 of Florian Groenendijk. Ja, hij was daar net gevallen in zijn eerste race. Maar hij is dus terug op die fiets en doet goede zaken hier op die tweede plaats. And there is 4 the other riders. And who's in the third place? The 2:31 is going, but he's on the battle with the guy. Okay, race number 3 on the track, and they're already riding next to me. And I gotta take a look. It's a 2:60 on the first place. That's Flynn Sutter. It's Switzerland on the first place, and it's Halle. BMX Halle, c'est Halle qui roule en 3e position maintenant. Mais il y a encore quelqu'un en 2e position, c'est le 236. 236, ça doit être Milo Ben Weyeman. C'est la Suisse en 2e position et en 1e position. Belgique dans la 4, and Denmark on 4. Okay, and now we got to take a look. It's the European champ on the track. It's number 11, Sam van Dijk in Nederland op de eerste plaats. En wie neemt hij dan met zich mee? Dan moeten we even gaan kijken. Dan zien we daar nog een lage nummer. Dat is de 17 nummer. It's the number 17. It's Latvia on the second place. 2 low numbers in the first 2 positions. Then we have Jan Veenendaal. Jan Veenendaal also for the Netherlands on the 3rd position. But can the guy in 4, can he make some space up? But it's a 2:13 who's going into 4th place.
Alrighty then, race number 5 on track. These are the boys, 12 years old. We got Aitai Jamira in here for Great Britain, I think, but no, can't see him on track. 2:48 there. In the lead, though, is the number 12. The number 12, of course, of Gustav Skiglas. Then the 991 of Jamira coming on through. As we see the rider there coming on for it 3 in the all black, coming down that last straightaway in a qualifying position. Is going to be the rider from Germany. Now, which German rider is it? It's the 211 of Jonas Bross. They're in 3rd place. Race number 6 on track, boys. 12 years old. 2:05 hits the lead. That's Brian Nordham, the little cricket, leading this one out here doing it like his brother. Ooh, little spin out in the first turn, but he's hung on to it. Good to see him back on a bike. Brian Nordham leading this one out from the 2-2-3. Kian Mulhausen. Mulhausen in there in 2. Who's got the 3 in a qualifying position? It could be the rider from Belgium. Fritz BMX rider 2-4-2 of Leo Lamar. Lamar from Belgium in there in 3. In a great position. All riders down, going down behind me as the rider there, Brian Nordham, takes his first win of the weekend. Race number 7, more boys 12 years old on track, 2.62 in the 2.45 of Luke Liefering and Red Nessler from Germany. 1 and 2 at the moment. We're looking for riders in 3 and 4. It's going to be the 2 Belgian riders there coming on through, the 2.22 and the 2.18 of Joppie Orban and the 2.18 of Jules Thijs from Belgium in 3 and 4. But a win there for the number 2.62 from the Netherlands, Luke Liefering. Okay, one rider back up on his bike, the 2.37, Louis Klaas from Belgium. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Save your energy for the next one. All right, then we got the world number 6 in this one, Penzerge from Sweden. He's already taken a win today, and he's looking for his second win of the day. And he leads this one out from the rider from Latvia there, Kupkans and Peroni in the mix there. Sorry, no, it's the Hormans from Belgium. And now the 2.14 comes through of Vechkaj from Latvia in there in 2. So Sweden, Latvia, 1 and 2. Then we can see Switzerland trying to push through on the inside in 3rd. That's going to be Gavin Tolman. Tolman in 3rd now, in a great position, but no. Round the outside goes the rider in yellow and black from Belgium. That could be Hormans coming on through, but a win, his second win of the day, Penzerge from Sweden.
Okay, the 2.02 was really quick out of the gate, but now it's a 2.44 leading this one out, and that's Samuel Meitz. We have Austria in the first place. No, he got overtaken by a guy out of the Netherlands with the number 20, with 22. En dat is Liam Matthuis. Matthuis op die eerste plaats. Hij heeft daar goede zaken gedaan op die derde lijn, maar kan er nog eentje mee. En who's that guy in the third place? That's the 240 of Divayo Balsala. Okay, boys, 11, we go. And then it's the number 18, native Europe, Tadej Valk. Valk, who's leading this one out, and he's going first into that second corner, but in his wheel, he's taking one guy who's riding in the green out for Great Britain, and that's 149 R2 Clayton. He's in second place right now, but he got a big battle going on in that last corner, and that can only be one guy. He's riding on his gold bicycle with the 131 Dexter Damat. Okay, and then we take a look at this one. Race 11 already, 1-2-2, chasing by, that's Alexander Gacek. Slovakia on the first place. Who's in that second position? I see a white and orange collar and a 148 on the plate. That's Vince Kleinjan. Vince Kleinjan die hier op een mooie tweede plaats zit. En wie neemt hij nog met zich mee? And then I think that's a guy from Germany, Phil Marco Ledisuk, who is out dit rit te stellen. And then there's only one place for and that's for the rider of Zolders. Okay, still boys 12 years old. They are racing for a place into the 1-8 final. And it's the 163 wheeling here. And that's Finley Munro from Great Britain. He's into first place, but he got one fast Czechoslovakian rider with him because it's the European champ, Jan Osenak. He wants to go to the first place in the last corner, but after him, there's another Czech rider. That must be Marek Nahoda. But in this order, the guys will go to the finish.
Alright then, race 13 on track, boys, 11 years old. In this one, we got the rider there, coming out of the gate there, Fast Forstemans from the Netherlands. He looked good from the start, from the 137 and the 141 coming on through. That's Stan Koemans from Belgium. He's had a third. Forstemans has had a second already, so in a good qualifying position, these guys. Swiss rider in there in three, the 150, Andreas Constantin Dascalou. And he's from Romania. He's from Romania, ladies and gentlemen, in third place. As we see the rider there in four, coming on through on the 108, I think that's Maxime Calgero from Belgium in four. Boys 11 years old, race number 14 on track. Grobben, Favre, Badstober, Castmans, Hewitt, Brun, Dendas, and New Marsh Power. As we see the riders come out of the second turn, we got the 119 leading this out from the 117. The 119, Wout Dendas and Arthur Favre from Switzerland, 1 and 2. It's all going down to the wire for 3 and 4 though, but the Swiss rider, he's got riders either side of him. As we can see the 157 pushing through. That's the guy from Great Britain, Sebastian Hewitt. Race 15 on track, boys 11 years old. These guys have got 1-8 finals here this afternoon. Holmans, Wolf, Toffler, Kalen Jones, Lirriman, Bredenhoff, and Ronnie Wood in this one. As we see the 154 of Hugo Wolf coming around the outside in that last turn. But it looks like the rider on the single digit, the number 3 of the world, is Jaron Lirriman from Switzerland. He's looking good to go through and take his, well, he's had a fourth and a first, actually. Okay, race 16 on track. More boys 11 years old. As we see the number 12 of Thomas Suchek from Czechia. He's there in front. We see the rider in second from Belgium, Jules Ertz, I think that could be, on the 127 bike. No, it's Matti Thuman from Belgium. He's at a sixth. Now he's in second place, so that'll be good for him. But the number 12, the European number 2 of race 16, looks good for another win. Suchek.
158 and fastest out of the gate, but he's in the third place right now. I'm talking about Teddy Jones. He's in 3 right now, so that means we have another leader, and he's riding in the green colors. Who can that be? I see a 1, a 2, and a 9. That's Lucas Baikos. Lucas Baikos for Latvia, and he's taking his countryman Patrick Capens with him. Those 3 are turning into the last straight as first. Okay, race 18 on the track, and now we got to take a look who's coming out here first. It's a 166, Connor Hemphill. Connor Hemphill is leading this one out, and with what a speed. There's only a few people who can follow, and that's the number 17. 17 is Matthias Karol Klaptek from Czech Republic, and he's taking with him Guillaume Tempus. C'est Guillaume Tempus qui roule en 3e position maintenant pour la Belgique. Et il reste encore une 4e place, et ça doit être le 159. Okay, also race 19 on the track. Girls 11 and 12 years old, and I see the 110, Aina Tolander. Tolander is here in first place, and she's taking a Belgian girl with her. And that must be Lisa Torres. Oh, and what a corner from Tof. She's leading right now. But for 3 and 4, there's a big battle going on. And I think I saw the 135 from Macy Egan on the 3rd position. But who is she battling with? And that must be the 137 from Noah van der Heijden. Okay, these girls are racing for a place in the quarterfinal, and it's the 106 who is doing a good job in qualifying because she is leading this one out, and she also won her previous race. That is Racy Kobens, Deutschland auf der ersten Stelle, aber die zweite Stelle haben wir die Niederlande. We have the Netherlands with Lauren Minima on the 2nd place, and that's the way the girls are going to this finish.
All right, race 21 on track, girls 11 to 12 years. Quarterfinals for these young ladies, as we just mentioned. The 130 leads this one as Kira Jacob, and we see the 114 coming on through as Mille van der Wiel from the Netherlands. So these ladies out in front in good qualifying positions. We're looking for the rider in third. It's going to be the rider from the 122 bike. That's Noah Verret from the Netherlands in third place at the moment. Coming out of that last turn as one rider just goes down on the first straight behind us. It's going to be a convincing win for the 130 of Kira Jacob. Alrighty then, looking at the 998 in the 134, the 998 of Tessa Van Ols, and the 134 of Poppy May Kirby in there in second at the moment. Belgian rider in 3. It's going to be the 123, and the 123 is Anna Lucia de Kerf De Keur from Belgium in there in a good position at the moment. But we're still looking at the front there. And the front of the pack is still the rider on the 998. Tessa van Ulst. Poppy May Kirby taking a second place. Okay. Yeah, put your hands together. The rider from Czech, Agata Kratilova. That was a big one, so good to see her stand up. Alrighty then, race 23 hits the track, and we got the world number 5 in this one from Switzerland, Kayla Kusch. Kusch leads this one out. Look at her go, ladies and gentlemen. Huben, Nissan, Silke, Sorensen, Lambrechts and Hudak from Slovakia in this one. This is a tough race with the world number 5 at the front of the pack. The 111 comes on through with the 017 at Celia Lund Nissan, and Grace Hudak from Slovakia in a great position in 3. And the 4th place rider from Belgium coming on through is the 125, and the 125 is Kat Silkins from Belgium. Is she going to hang on to the 4th place though? I'm not sure, because the rider behind is going to chase her down to the wire. But it's an easy win for Kayla Kusch for Switzerland. Race 24 on track. We got Matimi in here, Iris Hyder at the front of the pack with the 18 coming on through. Zoe van Gessel, Lisa Williams, and I'm looking for the 012 from Latvia. That's Adria Stromberger. I think the niece of the great Mary Strombergs, we always mention her. And it's good to see her making her way over to other tracks in Europe. Fighting out, but it's going to be another win here for the rider from Great Britain, Iris Hyder, on the pure bike.
Okay, and there we go off with race 25 in this one. En dan zag ik daar de man in het blauwe klein schietgebedje maken aan het hek. En hij zit hier in derde positie, dus dat moet wel werken. But who's leading this one out? I gotta take a look at his number plate. And that's the 159, Dewey DeWitt. He is leading this one out, I think, in front of his countryman. But in the back, we have a big battle for the 3rd and the 4th place. And it's a guy from Zolder, a home rider, who's in 4th right now. In C, we have the 159 and the 153 on 3rd position. And that is Nick Gutmer. And then put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for our crashed rider, Miles Cord from Great Britain. Okay, the gate is down in this one, and they're jumping away, and especially on the inside with the 149, and that's Seth Kucharik. Seth Kucharik, who's in 2nd position right now, because there's only one guy who can lead it out. And in this one, it's the 118, and that's no one less than Christianis Kalnins from Latvia. Latvia leading this one out, but who's in 2nd position? Gotta take a look, but he's fully red, so I can't miss him. It's the 113. It's 113 over Rohan Bouwman. Het is Nederland op die 2e plaats, maar hij krijgt het daar nog aardig aan de stok met iemand in de laatste bocht. En hij wordt dan ook naar de 3e plaats afgedrukt, but there's only one place left in these 4, and that one goes to the 167. Okay, boys, 10 years old, still on the track, and I see the wings of Fritz BMX, and that must be Luc Allemal. Luc Allemal leading this one out, and he's doing it for a place in the quarterfinals. Et c'est qui en 2e position, je vois des couleurs de BMX sous main avec le numéro 106. 106, ça c'est Samo Fourman, il roule en 2e position maintenant. Ensemble avec l'autre garçon de Belgique. Mais là, encore une attaque d'Allemagne. C'est qui pour Allemagne? Ça doit être Kilian Kasch. Okay, and then also race 28 on the track, and we see the colors of Dessel, and he jumped away. That must be Dungy Mavis. He is really fast on this track. Nothing unusual for him. But who's following and who's trying to keep his wheel? That must be the 109 from Luc Dokter. Luc Dokter uit Nederland. Hij zit hier op een mooie tweede plaats en neemt daar dan nog een man volledig in het rood mee. Die nummer kan ik even niet zien, but we gotta take a look at his number for place number 3. And that's the 134 of Phil Brockel.
Yeah, race 29 on track, boys, 10 years old. These are the second qualification motos here this afternoon. The 140 leads this one out. It's Casper Lembrecht from Belgium. He's at the front of the pack there, and he's riding really well. Who's that in there in two? It's going to be the 120. The 120 of Noah Basala from the Netherlands. So we got Belgium and Holland, 1 and 2. I can see Denmark in there. That's Carl Norman Carr. He's in about 4 at the moment. Who's that in 3? Oh, they're going to bang elbows. It's going to be the guy from Britain, is it? I think it could be Chester Grocott. He's at a 5th and now a 4th. That's good stuff from the guy there. Race 30 on track behind me already. The 129 comes past. Nicholas Ungaro from Italy. We see the rider there from Great Britain in there in 2. I think that could be Charlie Dowson. Yes, it is. As we see the 124 and the 148 of Ties Yaman and Jack Haynes from Great Britain in those qualifying positions. Just switching it over in and out of that last turn, but Jack Haynes takes it back over. He's going to go through with his compadre, Charlie Dowson, but a good win for the Italian, Ungaro. Race 31, boys, 10 years old. Quarterfinals for these guys. Belgium leads this one out. It's going to be Aki Verachtert, I think, maybe. I don't know. That's a tricky one for me to say. William Lambert now takes it over. That's a bit easier. And Nut Lasso from Czechia in there in 2. As they come down the last straightaway. It looks good for the rider from Belgium. He's going to take the win here on the 112 bike. That's William Lambert from Belgium. Race 32 on track, boys, 10 years old, stays. Turnen, Deresen, Perez, Kasparenko, Braninovskis, Amersfoort, and Roosendaal from Holland. Who's got the speed to take the lead? It's the 1-6 on the bike. That's Tim Roosendaal with the 1-3 closely following behind the guy from Latvia, Roland Braninovskis. Both of these guys have had 2 wins in their first 2 qualification motos, and here they are racing for 1 and 2 in their second.
Okay, girls, 10 years old. I looked at my paper and I saw a lot of low numbers. But who's leading this one out? That's the lowest of them all. It's the number 11. Dit is het 11 nummer, de Europese kampioen. Van Muilhuizen. Zij zit hier op een tweede plaats, maar neemt daar een nummertje 14. It's the number 14 who's overtaken her, and that is Betsy Wills. Betsy Wills, who's leading this one out just in front of the number 11. Can we see who is in 3rd position? That's not so low, the number. The number 17 is in 4th, and that's Lotte Nijssen. But in 3rd position, it's 117 from Freight Elisa Powell. Okay, still girls, 10 years old, with the number 16 leading this one out. Emma Svalkovska. Emma Svalkovska in 1st position, and she's taking with her een dame uit België. Maar wie is dat dan? Dat moet dan wel Fenna Toen zijn. Zij zit hier op een mooie tweede plaats, gevolgd door hun landgenoten. Maar met het 101. Nee, dat is dan, jawel, Julie Wijs. Julie Wijs hier op een 3rde plaats. But there's only 1 more place in the top 4 to qualify for the semi-final, because that's what these girls are racing for, and that's for the number 15 of Maya Kolozia. And there we had a crash rider as well. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dean Tops. Okay, race 35 on the track. Still girls, 10 years old. And I see yellow, I see blue on the inside. I see the colors of Ukraine with the 114. That's Vitalina Kachuk. Vitalina Kachuk, but she is in the 2nd position right now because there's someone else leading this one out. The 105, Marit Molen. Het is België op de eerste plaats. Marit Molen die hier iedereen mee op sleeptouw neemt. Maar wie gaat dan die top 4 vervolledigen? En dan zag ik daar nog andere Belgische kleurtjes. Dat moet wel Flo Bruinings zijn. Flo Bruinings, who's riding in 4th position, but the 3rd, it's the 118. And that is Molly Tomlinson from Great Britain. And this is the order that the girls are riding towards the finish. Okay, then I'll take a look and I see guys on the track. Boys, 9 years old, and who's leading this one out? I think it's a guy from Great Britain. Yeah, it's the 939, Henry Sullivan. He was really fast in his first moto. He won it as well, so he wants a clean sheet today. But there is one guy who wants to beat him, and that's the 948, and that's no one else than Antek Pornby, also from Great Britain. And then for the 4th place, we have a rider from Belgium, Elliot Heimers, je crois, ou Lex Guffens. Ça peut être Lex Guffens en 4e position.
Alrighty then, race 37 on track, boys, 9 years old, quarterfinal to these guys. 903 hits the front of the pack. Jos Spoor from Latvia at the front now. We see the rider coming on through into, going to be the rider, I think, from Belgium, is it? Coming on through, yeah, I think it is, on the 931 bike. And the 928 pushing hard. Matthijs van Dommelen from Belgium. And the 928 of Zias de Bruscha from Belgium also in the mix. But the Latvian is going to take it on the line. Rosspor, he's going to be trying to make his way into the quarterfinals. Race 38 on track. And it is the 905 that leads this one out. The 905 of Arthur Knoll. Yanis Osis from Latvia in there in 2. Then we got the Peter Vacek from Czechia in there in 3 with the 946 coming on through. The 946, Ellis de Bruyne from Belgium in 4th place at the moment. He's had a 4 and a 5. So he's going to have to make some hard work in his last qualification moto to make it through to the quarterfinals. Okay, still with the boys, 9 years old, Cruz, Belter, Gamelgard, Zaberko, Marshall, Tap, and Ricken. In this one, we're looking for Lieven Belter from Germany. Could be the early rider there. He's had 1 win from 1 already. We've got the rider from Hungary there coming on through, Giorgio Tap from Hungary. He's there in 2nd at the moment, so it's looking good for Marshall and Tap as they come out of that last turn. We're looking for the 3rd place rider now. It's number 900. Gramelgaard from Denmark, I think it was, going through in the qualifying position. Race 40, boys 9 years old. Krauja, Georges, Johnson, Velasco, Harton, Rousing, and Blumanes. The 900 and the 11 of Matteo Javier Velasco from Spain. And Christens Krauja from Latvia just coming out of that last quarter in a qualifying position. Looking for the rider from Holland on the outside there. And the 917. The 917 was Christians Blumas and Dan van Harten going through.
Okay, we see a battle between Great Britain and Latvia, but I think right now it's the number 4 out of Latvia who's leading this one out. And now we have a crash from the rider from Great Britain. But who's leading this one out? That is Mateo Bogomazovic. Mateo Bogomazovic who's leading this one out from Latvia. En now we see Zolder op 1, Zolder op 2 en Zolder op 3. En wie moet dat dan zijn als u wil? Is dat Louis Mombaars? Dus Louis Mombaars die hier op de 2e positie zit. Ja, dat is 929, dat klopt zeker. En dan moeten we gaan kijken wie er nog op die 3e positie gaat zitten. En dat is niemand minder dan Rune den Das. Okay, then we take a look still. Boys, 9 years old racing. And I saw the guy from Switzerland leading this one out. And it must be Lyle Christen. C'est la Suisse qui roule en première position, mais dans sa route c'est l'Angleterre avec le 953, oui, Alfie Thorn. It's Alfie Thorn in 2nd position, but he gets attacked on both sides by a guy from Belgium, but he gets it on the song. There's a lot of racing to do, but it's a 995 of Louis Titz who gets 2nd. Race 43, boys 8 years old, 824 is leading this one out, and that's Ryan Ox from Estonia. He is leading this one out, and he takes a guy with him from Zolder. He knows this track by heart, of course, and that's no one else than Leon Lois. Leon Lois with the 825 and the Fluo bike. And now we got to take a look for Italy, I think. Yeah, that's Mattis Tomizioli. Mattis Tomizioli is riding in the 3rd position, and there is only one more place in our top 4, and that one goes to Czech Republic. Okay, race 44 on the track still. Boys 8 years old, they're riding for a place in the quarterfinal. And who's leading this one out? It's Czech Republic this time with Sebastian Stepanek. Sebastian Stepanek who's leading this one out. And he takes a guy from Belgium. I think to be more precise, that must be Westerlo. Westerlo die hier op een 2e plaats zit. En wie is dat dan? Is dat dan Odile Pandelaars? Ja, zeker. Hij is zich hier heel sterk aan het verdedigen. Want er gaat er nog eentje mee. En dat is van Denemarken, denk ik. Is the 811 on the 3rd position. And is he going to complete the podium for Denmark?
Alrighty then, race 45 on track. These are the boys 8 years old, 813. 813 is Vic van Kouter from Belgium. He's at a 3rd in his first race. Here he is leading out his 2nd. That's good for him. As we see the 800 number coming on through. Leo de la Rosa Ruiz Pena from Spain. España now taking over the lead. 1st position for the rider from Spain. As he looks good here. Ruiz Pena. He's going to take the win here in race number 45. Race 46, Janssens, Hop, Favre, Watson, Jones, Jacobs, Claydon, and Bongarts. We see the rider leading this one out there on the 847 plate. That's 8:47, of course, of Joey Clayton from Great Britain. He's already had one win today. This is looking good for him at the moment, as the rider from Holland chases him down on the 8:06 and the 8:42 of Joey Hop. And then it's George Jones. George Jones from Great Britain. 2 riders from Great Britain inside the top 4 there. But another convincing win for the rider from Great Britain. His name is Joey Clayton. Race 47 on track. 8:23 on the bike. That's Luke Harms from Belgium. And it's Cerulis, I beg your pardon. Marquardt from Denmark. Koeman's in this one as well. Where's the 8:03? There he is. He's in second, Koeman's. He's had a win in a second at the moment, but look at the guy go out in front from Germany, was it? The 8:23? Yes, it was. It was Luke Harms from Germany taking his second win of the day. Race 48, boys, 8 years old. Kohler, Stoffelen, Goris, Jacobs, Hatch, Blom, Rutherford, and De Munich from Belgium. Belgium rider on the inside, Swiss rider on the outside. 8:29 on the inside was Marcel Goris. Goris from Belgium leads this one out from the Swiss rider on the 8:04. That's Philippe Kohler. And the 8:22 follows them home. It's Dean Blom from the Netherlands. But out of that last corner, it's looking good for Kohler. And it's looking good for Jacobs there. As, sorry, I beg your pardon, Goris there on the 8:29 bike. He's going to take it on the line. Wow, it's a photo finish.
4 times the Netherlands, 1 time Belgium, Great Britain and Germany. And who's leading this one out? It's Juliette Kraus. It's Belgium on the first place. And which girl is she taking with her? And I think I see Great Britain, the flag of Great Britain with the 9:09 Ella Grant. She wants that first place and they are battling as hard as could be. And who is in the 3rd place? Because she is doing a great job into qualifying herself. And I think it's the Germany. Das ist Germany auf der 4. Stelle. Okay, and then we go further with race 50 with 9:13 leading this one out. And that must be Phoebe Miller. Phoebe Miller, who's on the first place, and she's taking with her a girl from Belgium. And I think that's Marta Leloup's sister is also riding. But she is the number 8 of Europe, and she's showing you why. Followed by the Netherlands. Het is Nederland op plaats nummer 3. En dat met niemand minder dan Venna Tijl. Venna Tijl die hier natuurlijk nog een plaatje wil opschuiven. Maar kan ze dat ook doen? Want ze heeft een ijzersterke dame voor haar zitten, maar ze is op goede baan. Okay, race 51, and who's leading this one out? Who's turning out of the first corner as first rider? I gotta take a look. It's the 8:05, Laura Tamarov out from Czech Republic. It's Czech Republic on the first place, and who's going with her? And that's the 8:06, 806. That must be Marielle Isabel Torres. This is Deutschland auf der zweite Stelle. Aber im 3. und 4. Platz haben wir noch big battle, and that's for the 4th place, and that's the all-important qualifying position. Okay, and then we still have girls 8 years old. They go straight to the final, and the 8:13 is leading this one out, and that's Anna Mathilde Heijwood. She is leading this one out in front of the girl from Belgium. And I saw a jersey of Peer, but the girl from the Netherlands has overtaken her, and that's the 8:11. 8:11 is Avelie van Tuinen. Zij gaat hier nu op een 2e plaats zitten, maar Naomi Nouwen wil natuurlijk nog een avondje plegen in die laatste bocht. Kan ze er nog voorbij gaan? Of gaat dit de volgorde blijven? And there's only 1 place left in the top 4. And that's for no one less than the 8:14 of Every Mabel Pine.
Yeah, watch out. Cruiser Bruisers on track. Check out the guy trying to make the move on the first turn. Didn't quite pull it off. That was the 7:16 of Rodolphe Kohler from France. And he's there out in front, but looks like it's Elbers on the 05 bike. That's Kevin Elbers, WilcoGronendaal.com. He looks good out in front, Elbers. And then we see, where's Rocky van der Heuvel? I think that could be him there in 3, is it? And, well, I'm not sure who got the 4 there. Anyway, race 54, cruisers 17-29, Miller, Hansos, I never get these guys right. Jeksevics from Latvia. Looks good out in front with a 7:20 was that coming on through. Frederik Busk and the rider from Belgium, Bo Struan, in there in 2 now as they push through to the line. It's all getting busy and quick. Blake Thomas Miller from Great Britain. He takes the 4th place in race 54. Race 55, we're looking at the 24 of Ingmar Ankerman from Holland. He is the number 1 position at the moment. Who's there in 2 is our good friend on the 23 bike. Coming up through Robert Verschuren. Robert Verschuren, of course, in there for the BMX Emotion team. As the rider in 3rd comes round the outside. That's the French rider on the 015 of Loic Larivine from BMX Club Jules Tours. Okay, a couple of Brits in this one. Looking for Rocky O'Brien in the mix. He's in about 3 or 4 at the moment because the guy leading this one out is the 27 of Ron Hermans from the Netherlands. He's already had 1 win from 1 today. As the rider in 2 comes on through. That's the rider from France on the 740 bike. Isidore Dupont. Isidore Dupont is there in 2nd place. Rocky O'Brien's going to pick up another 4th place here. But who was that in 3rd? Looks like it's the rider from Denmark. Which one was it? I don't know.
Oké, still cruises 17:29 en een hele snelle man in het paas. Het moet wel Lenny Wire zijn. Lenny Wire is leading this one out and who's taking it with him? That's a guy from France, I think, with the 724, Nathan Bousseau. C'est Bousseau qui roule en 2e position maintenant. Et derrière lui, c'est 2 fois Belgique. C'est Nox Verkouteren pour Frits BMX. Mais c'est encore Brink Reine qui se bat pour la 4e position. Okay, and then race 58 as well. Cruisers, they are riding for a place in the war in the quarterfinals. And I see number 3, it's the Netherlands. It's Bo van Burgstede. Bo van Burgstede rijdt hier op kop en hij neemt zijn landgenoot met zich mee. En dat is niemand minder. There's no one less than the number 28. 28 of Euro in the classement. That will be Mika Gouwman. Mika Gouwman die hier op de 2e positie zit. En dan zien we daar van achter nog een man zitten voor het Wasp Factory team. En dat is Robbe Wasupon. Hij zit hier op een 3e plaats. But the 4th place goes to Great Britain. Okay, more cruisers. Feels like a real festive meal here. And then we got a 725. C'est la France qui prend la tête de la course ici. Et derrière lui, c'est Pays-Bas. Et Pays-Bas, ça doit être le 747. 747, Arthur Brink. Brink die hier op een 2e plaats zit. Maar wie nemen zij op hun beurt met zich mee? Now we got to take a look for 3 and 4. Who is in those also important places? We see the 742 of Alex Palitero for Italy. Okay, race 60 also on the track. And they're already here. It's a 752, Daniel Wilson. Great Britain who's reading this one out. And he's followed by Rune Rijmakers. He's riding in the 2nd position. And we have Great Britain as well with the 756, I think. No, that isn't right. It's Luca Menzi. Luca Menzi on the 2nd position. And then we on the 3rd. And then we only have 1 place. And that's for Ruben Janssen.
Alrighty then, here he is, your man, Bo Klein Hesselink from Holland. He's in there in 2 at the moment. He's out of 2nd place already. So who's this leading this one out? Looks super quick there. The rider on the number 4 plate, of course. It's our rider from Holland, Rick Bock. Bock leads this one out from Klein Hesselink. He's there in 2. The 3rd place rider there on the 305 is going to be the rider from Denmark, Mikael Skate. He's there in 3. Who's got the all-important 4th qualifying position? Check him out as he comes out of that last turn. We'll give him a name check as he comes down. That's the 316 of Kevin Grief from Belgium. Cruisers 30-39, race is 62 on track. Roy Van Aken, Target BMX team rider, leads this one out from the ice bike rider. In there in 2 from Belgium. On the 302, Nick de Proust. Nick de Proust from Belgium. 2 riders from Belgium going at it in and out of that last turn. But it looks good for your man there, Roy Van Aken. He's going to take the win here in the cruiser category 30-39. Race 63 on track, Cruisers 30-39. We see riders there from Denmark, Latvia, Holland, France, Italy. And we can see our good friend from Latvia leading this one out. The 306 of Armands Kapins. Kapins from Latvia at the front of the pack. These guys have got semi-finals here today. So a lot of work to do. You can see them pushing hard there. The 22 of Jules Moy. He's there from Holland in there in 2nd. Oh, he was. Now he's back to 4. Oh, wow. What a move on the last corner there. And he's going to end up in 5th in the end. 2nd to 5th. That's a disaster. Cruiser 40-44. 1-4 on the bike is Paul Barn. He leads this one out. And we can see the number 4. Is it the number 4? The number 8 of the world, Gert Jonkers. He's in there in about, well, he's gone over now. He's taken over the lead. I'm looking for Gorley in there as well, but he's not in the first 2 there. That could be him there in the 403 bike of Jan Dolin from France, taking a good position in race 64.
Ok, j'ai vu le 998 qui apprend la tête de la course. Mais il y a une vraie bataille avec le pilote danois. Et ça doit être le numéro... Oh! Big crash into the 2nd corner. And who's riding second right now? And we have still Denmark on 2, but this time with a 4:12. And that must be Tof Sune Andersen. He's riding in the second position right now. Who's completing the top 4 in third position? We have the 4:13, and that is Denmark as well, with Engelbert Schulz and the 25 to finish the top 4. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for fallen riders. Ladies and gentlemen, put your attention on the blue guy. On the inside, he's not a local rider, he's a local hero. And that's Nico Ooms. Nico Ooms, hij neemt hier iedereen mee op sleeptouw. En wie is dan de enige die een beetje kan volgen? And that's no one else. That's a 997 in his wheel. And 997, dat is Henk Adolfs. Dat is Duitsland auf der zweiten Stelle. Und wir haben in die dritte Stelle haben wir Latvia. We have Latvia in the third place with a 524 of Marek Sillens. Marek Sillens, who is in third position. And we got one more place in our top 4, in our qualifying position into the semi-final. And maybe he will overtake him. But that's the 918, the 518 of Igor Vasquez. Okay, race 67-21. He won the European Cup last year probably. And that must be Erich Krabichler. Erik Krabichler, he's leading this one out for Germany. And then we have Walter de Visser, the fisherman on second position. And he's doing it for Belgium, of course. But who's taken here with him on that podium? And that's no one else than the 502, I think, of Jens Martin. Oh, and then we lose 3 riders here on the first straight. And only 4 more on the track. But who's the first one to come out? And that's the 27 of Jeroen Neus. Het is Nederland op de eerste plaats. Now we see a rider from Marshall. And then I think that's Marc Bruno. C'est Marc Bruno qui roule en deuxième position pour la France. Avec le numéro 105. Ouais, c'est Marc Bruno. Et il y a encore une place dans la podium. Et c'est pour qui roule en troisième position maintenant? C'est un numéro très bas. C'est le numéro 13. Et ça doit être Erik Vlaanderingenbroek. En de vierde plaats gaat naar het 5:15 van Benny Palmans. Put your hands together for crashed riders. Wilco Koosijns en Jochem Visser.
Alrighty then, 69 hits the track. Look at these guys flying high. The 517 of Laurent Matre from France. Leads this one out. Jimmy Van Gassel in this one. Klunder, Bernard Nguyen, Kanye from Germany. As we see the rider there in 2, the 508 pushing on through. Christoph Kanye from Germany. But it was the early leader, Jimmy Van Gassel from Holland. But now the 517 of Laurent Matre from France takes it over. Bernard in there in 3 at the moment in the prison outfit. Can't decide which country he wants to ride for, but he's there in 3 at the moment, qualifying through with a 4 and a 3rd. Cruiser women on track, the number 4 of the world, Jennifer Martin. Martin from the Holland took a win earlier in this one. These ladies have got semi-finals here today with the rider there in 2. On the 723, I should recognize her. Of course, it's Anna Drew from Great Britain. Then we see a rider from Ukraine, Elvira Burachik. She's there in 3. And the rider in 4 coming on through is the rider from Belgium on the 722, Jana Verhoeven. Race 71 on track, Sunny Lundbeck, Tessa Van Zandt, Seychelles, Inskov Christensen. Mia Christensen, is that the lady leading this one out? No, it's not. I don't think Mia Christensen actually started one of her first races there. No, she had a DNS, so she's not here. Okay, so the riders leading this one out now in race 71 is the 21 plate of Sunny Lundbeck from Belgium. Cruiser women on track, Femke Verel, Spartans, Anselms, Lundbeck, Niamh Schultz and Boulding in this one. I don't know if Brett Barton's got back up and hit the track, but no, she's not there. She took a big one in the first one, so Femke Verhelst in the mix there. But the 15 plate of Debbie Schultz from Holland, she's the one there into Verhelst in 2, I beg your pardon, as they come down the last straight. Race 72, done and dusted.
Okay, last race in this moto on the track, and it's 73 race, 73 cruiser women, and they're riding for a place in the semifinal. And I see the number 27 riding next to me, and that's no other else. Nederland hier op de eerste plaats zit, en wie neemt zij mee op sleeptouw? Dan moeten we even gaan kijken naar dat rode nummertje. En dat is niemand minder dan de 713, Loupilard qui roule en premier. Non, c'est encore la deuxième position, mais elle peut peut-être encore attaquer pour la première position. And who's that on the third place? Then we gotta take a look who's completing these first three. Is the 727 of Jetske Hemstock.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UEC BMX European Cup. The racing is about to begin. Are you ready?
First race in Moto 3. De première moto. Et on the inside, l'extérieur. De nummer 6, Pen Zerge. En dan is het hij die helemaal binnendoor komt. Pen Zerge, de première pilote, de deuxième ligne. De deuxième place pour numéro 2, 5, 2. C'est Leo Roland from Great Britain. And then we're going to see on the third spot. Who's the third man on the track here on the third lane. The 2-1-3. C'est Miroslav Dressel from Czechia. But the win goes to Zerge. Second race. Boys 12 years old, lekker zo'n 12 ans. En dan zien we ze hier opdraaien. En dan hebben we die 203, die 203 van Mix Jurksevits van Letland. Die op de positie 1 rondgaat. En dan gaat le deuxième place. Le deuxième pilote dans le virage gauche. C'est le 206. C'est Justin Grando pour Suisse. Dat is een man op plekje 2. Gaan we kijken wie zit er op 3. Die overwinning die lijkt gaan binnen te zijn voor die 203 van iemand minder dan Jurkovic. En dan is het die 220. 220 Liam Maathuis uit Nederland op plaatsje 3. De nummer 12. De nummer 2 de Europe. De tijd koers. De eerste die derde lijn hier komt opgedraaid. Dat is die 12 nummer van Gustavs Gigulus. En dan komt hij uit Litouwen, from Latvia. Guvelos taking the win here. De deuxième place pour le numéro 17. Et c'est Robert Spirkus. De troisième place voor de pilote. Il maillot jaune. En dan gaan we hier terug naar een man in het geel. In het geel-zwart. En dan zien we dat het Ries Pieroni is aan de buitenzijde. En dan wordt de grazen genomen. Eventjes breder gaan. En dan hebben we een nieuwe leider. Een niveau pilote, première place. Helemaal. Le première pilote. Le dernière ligne. Et la victoire pour Le Mal.
Okay, race 5 on the track, and there's a really fast rider in this one. He's riding in blue and white. Who is that? For which country is he riding? It's a 2-3-1, and that's Tommaso Negro for Italy. Italy on the first place, and who's taking it with him? He's gold, he's white, he's black. That cannot be no one else in the 247. 247, that must be Zach Avery for Great Britain. Et dans la troisième position, nous avons le pilote de Belgique, Juteis. Juteis qui roule en troisième position maintenant et ensemble avec lui. Pour la quatrième place, il prend le 3x2 222 de Joppe Orban. Oké, dan gaan we ook van start met race nummer 6 met de boys 12 jaar. We go straight forward with race number 6 with the boys 12 years old. And we see a big battle into the first corner. But who's coming out of the first place here? There's the 214 Evans Vikas. Latvia out of the first place. You've heard that a lot this weekend. And you will hear it even more. And who's in second place? That's Great Britain with the 266. That's Archie Bell. Archie Bell who's in second position. And he's taking his countryman with him, I think. Now we got to take a look at his card, his number. What is the number we're riding with? That is a 267 of Harry Swales. Okay, race 7, and these guys are still racing for a place in the 1A final. And I see the number 14 of James Bibby. James Bibby's leading this one on. And again, for Great Britain, he take one man with him, fully red. Who's that guy? It's a 991. It's Itai Jamira. For also Great Britain. Those are the first two, and they're flying like birds. They freewheeling around the track. But we have 2 more places to give, and we have more GB riders. But who's in third? We have the 235 Filippo Tessa from Italy. And then the 269. Okay, race 8 on the track, and I see a bike, blue and pink. That only can be one rider, and that's Florian Groenendijk. Hij is op goede doen, hij moest nog wat puntjes inhalen, maar er zit er ook eentje voor. En dat is de man met 205, dat is Brian Norda. The little cricket on the first place, but he's taking his countryman with him. And who's there in 3? Now we got to take a look who's completing this 3. Is it Netherlands on 1, 2, and 3? Because yes, it's Jan Veenendaal.
The quickest starter here, the first man on the second straight away. It's Van Dijken. Is the man on the first spot. Van Dijken op 1 en dan gaan we kijken op plekje 2. Daar hebben we die 223 heel mooi meegaan van Mulhausen. Dus Nederland op 1 en 2. Le deuxième place 1 et 2 pour le pilote de Peba. Zij zit op 1. De winst die gaat hier naar Van Dijken. En wie gaat dan op 3? Dat is die 211. Le 211 pour Jona Broos van Germany. Les garçons, 11 ans. Van Opstal, Bad Steuber, Toverland, Wolf, Lindgren Hansen, Susek en Calagero. C'est qui avec la première place, le numéro 12. De 12 hier helemaal vooraan, dat is Thomas Sucek van Tsjechië. Hij zit op 1 en neemt de rest in het achterwieltje met zich mee. Le deuxième place pour le pilote de Peba, een Nederlander op plaatsje 2. En dan gaan we eventjes kijken naar Hugo Wolf. Die zit daar heel goed gepositioneerd. De troisième place pour le pilote de Belge. Pour le pilote de Belge, le numéro 109. C'est qui? C'est Maxime Calagero. 18 op het nummerbordje, 18 op de plaat hier helemaal vooraan. Dan gaat hij als eerste indraaien daar die linkse kant. En dat is Tadeusz Vlak. Hij zit op 1. Le deuxième place pour le pilote le maillot noir. C'est qui? Le numéro 11, Dexter Damma. Hij zit op 2. Hele victoire pour Vlak. Ahead of Dexter Damma, who took the second spot. Race 12 ondertussen. 1:08 on the plate. Mason Schouwman. Nederland. Jullie zitten vooraan met Mason. En dan heeft hij een mooie voorsprong. Dan heeft hij een metertje of 5 op de nummer 2. C'est qui le pilote? La deuxième place, Finn Kasteels. Hij rijdt voor het Bouillon Wijnands BMX team. En dan gaat hij eventjes op de pedalen door moeten gaan. Maar Schouwman die is gaan liggen. En wie wordt dan die derde plaats? Dan gaan we kijken naar die 993 van Phil Marco Leducic.
Okay, and we have someone who won his first 2 motors, and he's back in front of it. It's Connor Hemphill from Great Britain, and he's running into the first place right now. And with him, he takes a 101 of Patrick Coppins, who's following him. And I thought I saw the 132 on the third place, and that's Cruiser Felix Hagerson. That's Denmark on the third place. But who's completing the top 4? I think it's the guy from the Netherlands with a 128. Okay, and now we go further with race 14, and I see a white jersey with wings on it, and there can only be one person, and that's Matti Toen. Matti Toen die de leiding neemt voor België. En dat doet hij zeer sterk, maar dan neemt hij nog één iemand met zich mee, en dat is 137 nummer, en dat is dan weer op zijn beurt Vaas Volstermans vanuit Nederland. Samen draaien ze die laatste bochten. But who's completing this top 4? I thought I saw the colors of a Czech Republic rider, and that's true, that must be the guy from Czech Republic, Marek Nehoda. Okay, riders ready, watch the gate, and they're already into the first corner, and again the 160 is leading this one out with Finlay Munro. He is really fast today, he's technical rider, and who's taking it with him? I think it's the guy from Great Britain. Yeah, it's the 158 of Teddy Jones. It's Great Britain on 1 and 2, but then we have a rider from Zolder, a home rider. He knows this track by heart. Can he defend his third position? Because that's no one else than Leander de Grote. Okay, and then still boys 11 years old fighting for a place in the 1-8 final. Who's leading this one out? It's 1-1-9 time, and I think it's Rune den Das. No, it's Wout den Das. Rune is his brother. But now it's Wout den Das voor Zolder. Hij zit hier op de eerste plaats en hij neemt de man van het Tsjechië met zich mee. Niet zomaar, it's the number 11. It's the European champ on place number 2 for Czech Republic, Jan Osanasik. And he wants to attack. Of course he wants to win this motor. He wants a clean sheet today. And in third place, we have Guillaume Teppels, roule en 4e position maintenant.
Club qui est Groen, le numéro 1 et le numéro 2. Maintenant sur la deuxième ligne. Et le premier pilote, le numéro 17, Matthias Karel Klaptek. He's taking the lead. Kenny took the win. He's going for it. But who's on the second spot? It is a 1-1-3. It's Marcus Grund. On the third spot, the 1-0-6. En it's Mats Kale. Mats Kale, hij zit op 3. Laat jullie horen voor deze rijders. Maar de winst, dat was nog steeds de man who's taking the whole shot. Klaptek for Czechia. Already on the second lane. The 1-2 with 9. Lukas Bajko from Latvia. The man in the green shirt. He's taking the first spot. But he's got to take a hard ride. The number 3 is coming on the outside. And they close racing now in the third turn to the finish lane. Can he hold his first spot, or is it a second spot for the man who took the win? No! The number 3, it's Jaden Littenman from Sweden. Les filles, 11 et 12 ans. L'intérieur, le numéro 106, Rezi Kobel. En deze dame die komt uit Duitsland en heel geconcentreerd neemt zij daar bochten, komt laag door, breed uitgereden. Op die tweede plaats hebben we Tessa van Olst, de dame uit Nederland. En dan is het een Belgische dame op de derde positie. En dan gaan we daar kijken, hebben we Lisa Torres. Dat zijn de nummers 1, 2 en 3. Wie zit er op 4? Kunnen we ook nog meegeven. De 40 plaatsen voor Antoine Tolan voor Zweden. The win going to the 1-0-6, Rezi Kobel. Race Vent, Le Maillot de Dessel. En dan gaan we kijken naar die 123 van Anna-Lucia de Kerf. En zij neemt de rest op het sleetouw. De Kerf, c'est une bataille avec le Pays-Bas et le Belge. Et le numéro 1 maintenant, la position 1 pour Anna-Lucia de Kerf met le deuxième place. Wie zit er op 2? Welke Nederlandse dame? Het is die 16 nummer, het is Mirte Jansen. Zij neemt plekje 2 en plekje 3. Die gaat naar de 18 van Amy Jespers.
Okay, I thought girls just want to have fun, but I think these girls just want to race, because look at them. It's the number 103, no, it's the 130 of Kira Jacob. Kira Jacob, zij leidt deze race, but she's taking the 135 with her. Great Britain, Macy Hagan. She's in second position right now, but for third and fourth position, there's a big battle going on between our Belgian lady. I think that's the Meester, Auke de Meester. Yeah, with the 103. And who's going for the fourth place? That's the 137 of Noah van der Heijden. And then we have a crash rider. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Hannah Mackie. Okay, gate is down in race 22. Race 22. Whoa, close racing. But there's only one girl in front, and I didn't see the number. Oh, gotta take a look. We have a Belgian lady in number 3, and that can be Kaat Silkes, I think. Scott Silkes with the 125. Yeah, but it's a 15, the 015, Lauren Mittema. Het is Nederland die dat hier de leiding neemt. En wie neemt zij met haar mee op haar beurt? Want er kan er nog een paar mee in die top 4. En dat is de 117 nummer en 117 de Charlotte Spoor. Zij zit hier op een mooie tweede plaats. Oh, and then we have the big battle for the third place. And right now it's Scott Silkes who's riding in 4. And that's a dangerous place because the 5th rider is coming up. But who's riding in 3 right now? It's a 111 of Cecile Loon-Nisse. Okay, girls 11 and 12 still on the track. Number 13 chasing next to me, and that's Iris Heja. Iris Heja from Great Britain. She's leading this one out, and I think she's taking the Dutch girl with her, and that's the 18 nummer of Zoe van Gessel. Zij zit hier op een tweede plaats, maar krijgt het daar nog aardig aan de stok met iemand. En dan moeten we even gaan kijken wie die dame daar moet zijn. En dan denk ik dat het daar een landgenote gaat zijn. Moet ik even kijken naar de nummer. Dat is de 116 en 106. En de Sophie van Soelen die hier op derde plaats gaat. En de fourth place goes to Eline Leijendekkers. Okay, still a quarterfinal on the menu. And it's the number 5 who's racing in front. And that's Kayla Kush. C'est la Suisse qui prend la tête de la course ici, mais il y a quelqu'un qui veut encore attaquer. Et ça doit être le numéro 134. Et 134, ça c'est Poppy May Kirby. It's Kirby who's riding in the second position right now. And who's she taking with her? I think that's another Swiss rider. We got to take a look. That's a 119. And 119 is Nora Cruz.
Time for these guys that we see. Seth Kucharik is taking the lead. La deuxième place pour le numéro 1, 2, 3, c'est Luc Timmermans. Het is een man uit Nederland, die zit daar op plaatje 2. En gingen we doorgaan. Natuurlijk gaan we doorgaan met die 136 op plaats 3 van Len Hoppenbrouwers. En dan zitten we wederom op plek 3. Zitten we Nederland uiteraard. Dus de nummers 2 en 3 gaan naar Nederland. Met le victoire pour le numéro 1. Seth Kucharik from Britain. Het is die 147 nummer en dan zijn we meteen ingedraaid in die tweede bocht hier. En dan gaan we naar die 147 van Charlie Dowsing from Britain. And he's the man from England on the first spot. On the second spot, he's coming. The man in the green shirt is from Belgium. And then this Casper Lambrecht on the second spot. The win go to the 147 from Charlie Dowsing. And who's stuck in the third place? It's the 135, and that's Kilian Karek out Germany. Is it Dungy Mavis? C'est Dungy Mavis avec la première place. Le virage 2 pour Mavis. Still going in the first place on the inside in 150, the 150 from Ethan Shore from Britain. And it's close racing by the 3 first riders. But Mavis is going for the win. Are they coming on the outside? It's going to be Mavis avec la victoire. Shore, Lambert, Van Amersfoort, Cremanis, Van Deurzen, Mavis, Leen en Overman. En dan gaan we naar de Bordeaux shirt kijken. En dan gaan we naar de première place voor Erik Cremanis. Het is die 113. Het is niet de Cremanis die daar vooraan zit. Het is Rowan Bouwman. Die kijkt eventjes achterom als hij daar die tweede bocht in gaat. En dan ziet hij de mannen uit Peer komen. Le deuxième place pour le pilote de Peer. C'est Mathis Donnet, le deuxième place. Il a gagné. Le victoire pour Rowan Bouwman, de winst. Gaat naar Nederland.
Ok, c'est parti, race 29. Et c'est le numéro 16 qui prend la tête de la course. Ça doit être Tim Roosendaal. Tim Roosendaal die hier voor Nederland de leiding neemt. En wie neemt hij mee? Ja, er zitten wel een paar meters tussen, maar dan moeten we gaan kijken. Oh, I think it's the 159. That's Dewey Dewis. He's in the second position right now, and we've still got 2 places to give away in this top 4 for those qualifying positions. In 4, we had a guy completely in red. I think I saw him before today with the 134, and that is Phil Brockel. Okay, also race 30 on the track, and we have the Italian guy, 129 on the plate. That's Nicolas Ongaro. Ongaro for Italy. He's riding in the first place right now, and he's taking the guy from Ravels. Ravels zit hier op een mooie tweede plaats met 124. Dat moet niemand minder zijn dan Thijs Jaman. Thijs Jaman die hier op de tweede plaats zit, gevolgd door de nummer 118. En 118, dat is Christianus Kalnins. It's Kalnins here. He's riding on third place right now, and who's taking him with him for the qualified position? I think it's the guy from the Netherlands with a 109, and a 109 is Luke Doctor. Okay, jumping away, and I think that's because of those wings on his back. And who's doing it for Belgium? That must be Luca Lemal. Luca Lemal leading this one out, and he's doing it in front of his countryman, I think. Am I right? No, it's Czech Republic on the second position, and there's a 105 with Nutlasso. Nutlasso die zit hier mooi op tweede plaats, gevolgd door het 117. Emils Kasparenko, Latvia on the third position. So we have Czech Republic in 2, Belgium in 1, Latvia in 3. And I think we have Belgium again with Vissers. Nou, het Vissers, hij zit hier op een mooie vierde plaats. It's Belgium who's riding on 1 and 4 right now. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for a Danish rider with the 131, Sjao Theo Jorgensen. Okay, the green flag was up, but the gate is down right now. And we have blue in the middle, but there's only one whole shot available, and that's for the number 13 from Roland Baranovskis. Roland Baranovskis for Latvia. He's leading this one out, and who's taking it with him? And that must be the 148, and 148, there's no one else than Jack Hayes, Great Britain on the second position. But they are battling, and it's a battle for the fourth position into the corner. But I think it's Denmark. Denmark on the fourth position right now with the 115 and 115. That is Karl Normat K. He's doing it for Denmark, but we still don't know who's riding in third position. Gotta take a look when he's turning onto the left straight away. But still on the number 13 who's leading this one out. And on the third place, it's the 1-2-0 of Noah Balsala.
Les filles Dijon, restaurant 3. Et le pilote à la première place, le numéro 11, c'est Fem Mulhausen. Zij zit op 1. Fem Mulhausen neemt de rest met zich mee. En dan zijn ze met 2 daar vooraan. Een kleine afscheiding voor de 2 dames vooraan. Le deuxième place pour le numéro 10. Emma Svalkowska from Latvia. Dat is de dame op plekje 2, maar het is Mulhausen die daar niet van wakker ligt. Zij gaat de winst nemen en gaan we ook nog meegeven weer op plekje 3. Le troisième place pour Vitalina Chakuk from Ukraine. En dan gaan we hier kijken naar de dame uit Groot-Brittannië. Er zit een piloot de Britain from the first place. It's Betty Wills and she took ahead to the ladies on the second and the third spot. Still Britain on the first place. He's gonna take the win, but who's gonna number 283? It's the second space going to the 105, Marit Mone. 117, le numéro sur la plaque, le pilote, la première place. Wie zit er op 1? De dame met die roze broek hier, dat is die 117 van Feit, Elisa Powell. Zij komt uit Groot-Brittannië. Ze hebben de Noordzee overgestoken, via het kanaal uiteraard gekomen, richting die finish. The first place goes to Britain. The second place to the 1010 Julie Watts. Les garçons, 9 ans. Et le whole shot pour le pilote avec le numéro 18, Yanis Osis from Latvia. Op die tweede plaats. En dan gaat hij op het achterwieltje. Dan gaan we kijken naar die 921 nummer. En dan zet hij een aanval in. He's taking extra spin, extra speed for takeover on the first place. Could he make it? Or are we gonna have a winner? Who's taking the best start? The number 118, Jonas Ozis.
Okay, rockets in a reduced size. That's why we called them our pocket rockets. And I thought it was a 15 leading this one out, but it's 950 of Oakley Hill who's leading this one out just in front of the number 5 of Europe, and they're taking the 906 with them. And that's Julius Larsson. It's Sweden on the third place. But in fourth, we still got Great Britain and Czech Republic, who's completing the top 4. I think I see the colours of Cycling Vlaanderen, and that must be Belgium. And that's Louis Tits. Okay, 905 riding in first place here. And I think that's someone of the Netherlands. Dat is Arthur Knol. Knol hier op een eerste plaats. En wie neemt hij mee op sleeptouw? Dan moeten we gaan kijken. Dan moet wel een man in het blauw zijn. En wie is die man in de blauw? Oh, we have Latvia with a great call. And that's a 917 of Christians Blumanis. Blumanis is riding in second position right now. Oh, what a corner from 3-2-1. And who's that guy? Who is Mr. Corner? It's a 947 and a 993. No, it's Callum Wood in second position. Okay, I turned my paper and they're already here because it's a 903 who's taking everybody with him. And that's Roy Sporter from Latvia who's been able to follow him. I think that's a guy from Ghent. It's a Belgian rider. It's the 946 of Elizabeth. He's in second position right now and he's taking one more countryman with him. En ik denk dat dat dan Zian de Buscher is. Zian de Buscher die er op een vierde plaats zit. Maar er zit er dan nog één mannetje tussen. En wie gaat dat zijn? Who is riding in third position right now? I think it's a 9, a 4 and a 2. And that must be Chase Riggen van de Nederlands. Okay, and also race 40 boys, 939 on the track. And that's Henry Sullivan. He has won every race and he wants to win this one as well. And he's on a good streak, but who's in his wheel? That must be the 943, that's Shane Lam. Shane Lam die hier op een mooie tweede plaats is. Want tussen 3 en 4 gaat het. En 5 is ook nog België. Maar het zijn de thuisrijders die hier op een mooie 4e en 5e plaats zitten. En dan gaat het gaan tussen, moeten we even kijken naar de 929. En dat is niemand minder dan Louis Mombaro op plaats nummer 3.
It's Kristens Krocha from Latvia who's taking the first spot. He's the fastest man on the first and the second lane. Who's in this wheel? Who's coming? Who's number 4 here with the guys from 9 years old? It's Matteo Gomovas. Could he take the lead? Could he take the win? Or is it the man with the fastest start who's taking the win? Is it Krocha? Krocha on the second spot. And the win goes to Matteo Bogomazovs. We hebben de das, we hebben Cecil Porebi, Van Harte, Valesco, Belber, Tap en Thorn. La première place pour Antek Porembi from Britain. He's coming out England. He's the first one on the 4th lane. He's taking the win, and the second place goes to the 918 from Liebenbelter, aus Germany. They're going high, they're going fast, but who's taking the whole shot? Ce qui prend le whole shot, c'est Luca Harms. Luca Harms is the eerste on the second lane. The 8-2-3 is going fast. Who's going with him on the second spot? The 8-0-4. And it's Philemon Koller, Swiss on 3. Germany 1, Swiss on 2. And who's going to take the win? All the pilots are through the last corner. The first one on the finish is Luca Harms. And it's going to be warm on the second spot, but the second spot goes to Koller. Still with the boys, 8 here. De garçon Vuitton nog altijd bij de jongens van 8 jaar. Aan de buitenzijde op die derde lijn ondertussen, dat is die 803. Stig Komans. En dan is het België op plaatsje 8. Maar hij moet er vol voor gaan. De deuxième place pour le pilote de Latvia, c'est Cyrulis. Het is die 847. Het is Joe Clayton from Britain who's taking the second spot.
Okay, Estonia, where are you? Because your riding is leading this one out. That's Ryan Ox. Ryan Ox, who's in first place right now, and I thought I saw the name Casteels, and that's Len Casteels in second position, and he's doing it for Belgium. Het is België hier op die mooie tweede plaats. En wie neemt hij dan nog mensen mee? Dan zie ik daar het 806 en 806. Dat is Huey op die hier op een mooie derde plaats. Dat doet hij niet minder dan de Nederland. And now we have 1 place left, and I thought I saw those are the colors of Denmark, but then we have to take a look because we have 2 guys from Denmark. But here in 4th position, that's the 8-1 or the 8-4-1-4 of Oscar Hetz. Okay, race 46 and 822. Dejan Blom. Dejan Blom is leading this one out, and who's taking it with him? I gotta take a look. It's a guy in yellow. It's a Czeching guy. It's the white 107. It's Sebastian Stepanek, and he wants to attack in that last corner. Will he succeed? Can he go on to the first place? And who is completing the podium in this moto? Who's doing a great job to qualify himself? We gotta take a look. It's the 801, and the 801 is Manfredi Gutise from Sweden. And we have Odile Pamelaars op 4. Ok, Samia Mixing Souman avec le 4, avec le 8, 1, 2, le 8, 12. Ça doit être comme Garcia, il est en pleine forme. Il prend la tête de la course aussi. Arrière lui, c'est l'homme de Czech Republic. And Czech Republic, ça doit être Tobias Stillinger. Tobias Stillinger, who's riding on the second place right now. Oh, and now we have a nice corner from our Italian guy. And that must be Mattis Tomizioli. Mattis Tomizioli, but there's one guy battling as well, and that's the 845, I think. And that must be Oscar Rutherford from Great Britain. Okay, race 41. I see a yellow helmet and I see a 1-1 on the track. Oh! Commentator's curse. And who's leading this one out right now? I see 2 Belgian riders. That is Leon Lois. Leon Lois who's leading this one out. And he's doing it for Zolder. Hij doet het voor Zolder. Zolder, waar zijn jullie voor jullie eigen piloot? En dan neemt hij natuurlijk die man weg met zich mee. Maar er komt er nog eentje van. Per, het wordt hier nog wel een Belgisch onderrondje. Momenteel Fremi Giels op die tweede plaats. En hij neemt dan op zijn beurt weer Fabian de Merlier mee. Fabian de Merlier who's riding on 3rd position. And who's taking it with him? We got 1 more place and that's also Belgium. It's Belgium on 1, 2, 3 and 4. But this time it's with Sacha Fontaine. Sacha Fontaine qui roule en 4e position. Maintenant, sa place est parfaite pour se qualifier pour des quarts de finale. Mais encore en tête de la course, Leon Lois. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Marcel Goris. Nou, een groot applaus voor hem aan het Massenhoven. Hopelijk is het niet erg en kan hij snel terug zijn fiets opkruipen. Dat was een zeer goede doen.
And the lady is on the track now. 9 years old on the inside, the 913, Phoebe Miller from Brittany. She's the first one, she took the whole shot. On the second spot, the lady from Keerbergen. On the third spot, we have the number 15, Yael Moes uit Nederland. We hebben Groot-Brittannië, België, Nederland in deze top 3 zitten, maar het is de dame uit Groot-Brittannië die het snelst op de derde lijn is. En als eerste die laatste bocht. De dernière virage à droite pour le pilote de Britain. She's going for the win. She's took the win. The 913, Phoebe Miller. Already on the second lane. De deuxième ligne maintenant. C'est qui le pilote? À la première place, Elan Grant. Weer hebben we Groot-Brittannië op de eerste plaats. En dan is het een metertje of 4-5 op de dame op plek 2. En deze komt uit Nederland. We hebben daar Fenatel mooi meegaan op die tweede positie. Zij kijkt achterom. En dan hebben we hier nog een valpartij van de dame uit de Denemarken. Gaan we zo meteen op door. De winst die gaat naar die 903. Maar we gaan door met de volgende. Ondertussen zitten we in reeks 51. 51. Maintenant, c'est qui le pilote? La première place. Wie gaat er op die eerste positie, die derde lijn hier aanvallen? Dat is die 805 nummer. En dan is het de wind die opsteekt. Laura Teimorova from Czechia, the Czech Republic. On the first spot, she's going for the win. And who's going to the second place? It's the 807, and that's Naomi Nouwen uit België. Op die tweede lijn is ze vertrokken en dan is het de dame die de whole shot gaat nemen. Als eerste gaat doordraaien, maar niet als eerste op die tweede. Ofwel, c'est une bataille pour le première place. Et la dame avec le whole shot. Maintenant, le premier pilote sur la troisième ligne. Het is die 806 van niemand minder dan Laura Teimorova. De Czech Republic op 1. En kan zij die positie vasthouden? Zij strijdt ervoor. Kan zij deze overwinning op haar naam schrijven? Nog steeds die 806 van Teimorova. Maar wie wordt er 2? En dan ziet het daar goed uit voor die 812. En dan wordt het fotofinish.
Number 3 of the Bob Mercedes leading this one on, and they're already into the last corner. Who's taking it with it? That must be the guy from France. And that's Isidore Dupont qui roule en deuxième position. Il y a encore 2 places. Ça doit être le 700. No, it's Great Britain on 3, I think. Okay, and then we go straight forward with the cruiser 70-29, race 54. And who's leading this one out? I see the colors of the Netherlands and the number 26 on the plate. That's Bas Hutte, followed by no one else. Then Brent Kranne, he's doing it for Target BMX. And then we have another Belgian rider in 3 and another Belgian rider in 4. That's Spencer Goeman in 3 and Bjarne de Burggraven in 4. But there's someone coming up and I thought I saw the Danish flag. Is it Tobias Jensen? Is it Jensen who's attacking the Burggraven? Or is it Jensen or the... No, it's the 723. It's Christian Schack. Whoa! Okay, and then they're already into the first corner and I see the number 2 and the number 7 that must be Roland Henels. Roland Henels, hij neemt zijn landgenoot met zich mee en er is niemand minder dan Wire. Lenny Wire die op de tweede plaats zit in een mooie paars, gevolgd door de nummer 22 en de vleugels van Frits. Dat is niemand minder dan Finn Margiel. And then we only have 1 place left to complete the top 4 for the qualifying positions. And that one goes to no one else than the 716 of Rodolf Koelen. Okay, we have 1 more on my side of paper, and I think it's a guy from Great Britain. It's Rocky O'Brien who's leading this one. I'm not reading, I'm reading. He's leading. And who's the guy from the Netherlands? That is Liam Cornelis. Liam Cornelis die hier op een mooie tweede plaats zit, gevolgd door de man van Frankrijk. Denk ik, ça soit être Nathan Bousseau. Nathan Bousseau qui roule en 3e position maintenant, je crois, oui. Mais il y a encore quelqu'un dans sa roule avec le 747, Arthur Brink.
It's Kelvin Elbers, the first pilot on the second lane. Elbers voor Nederland op plekje 1. En dan ziet het daar heel mooi aan voor de man op plaatsje 1. Op de tweede plaats hebben we die 717. Le deuxième place pour Alessio Ronchetti from Italy. En dan is hij die de strijd moet aangaan voor die tweede positie. Hij moet die proberen vasthouden. De winst die gaat naar Elbers. Maar wie wordt daar 2? Het was de man uit Italië. Alessio Ronchetti avec le deuxième place. 7-5-3. It's Thomas Doran. De man uit Engeland op plek 1. Groot-Brittannië, who's taking the lead. 2 pilots on same speed. Richting de finish uiteraard. He's coming on the outside. New one. The man from England now on the second spot. Race 59. Laravin, Barnes, Kienmeijer, Guinet, Schrooien, Wilson en Van Haren. Le numéro 15, Loïc Lavragne pour France avec le première place et la deuxième place pour le pilote de Belge. Distance. C'est Bo Schrooien gaat nog vol aan de bak. De winst die gaat hier naar Frankrijk. Victoire pour Lavrin, maar wie neemt 2? Schrooien in elk geval op 3, dus we hebben een nieuwe, nummer 2. Cruisers 17, 29. En het man van het Emotion Team, Robbe Verschuren, zit op de eerste positie en dan komen ze met 2. De piloot, un pilote à l'intérieur, l'autre pilote l'extérieur. Verschuren met de winst et le deuxième place pour le 24.
Oh, okay, a semi-final. That's what these guys are riding for. And we have a few low numbers in this one, but I think it's the lowest of them all leading this one out. And that is the number 4 of Rick Bok. Rick Bok zit hier op een mooie eerste plaats. En wie neemt hij met zich mee? Dat is hem al in het rood. En dan denk ik direct aan Denemarken. Maar wie gaat het zijn? It's a 304. 304, that's Mikkel Skeiter. Mikkel Skeiter from Denmark in this one on the second place. But still Rick Bok on 1. Who's coming out of the last corner in third position? Is it a low number? No, we got to take a look at that. The 307. Of Francisco Ramirez. Okay, race 62, Latvia, Denmark, 2 times Belgium, France, and the Netherlands, and the less called who's leading this one out. It's Bo Klein Hesseling die op de eerste plaats. And who's following him? That's the guy from Latvia with the 306. 306, that's Armand Kapkins. Armand Kapkins on the third place. And then we have Belgium on 4. No, it's Belgium on 3 and Kapkins on 2. Who's that for Belgium? That's Gideon van den Heuvel on third position. And who's coming up for the fourth place? That's Denmark with the 999, I think. No, with Casper Kvist. Okay, ice, baby! Nick de Prost, Ice Factory team on the track. And who's taking it with him? Who's taking his friend with him? It's Nick O'Roy. Oh, and what it said is the guy with the number 14 on the plate. That's Roy van Aken who's leading this one out. And Nick de Prost has some work to do if he wants to win this moto. But who's the guy in third position? I think it's the guy from Italy. And that is Eduardo Longo on the third position. And we have the guy from Belgium on 4. Okay, really fast guy, 8th of the world. And that's Geert Jonkers. Geert Jonkers hier op een mooie eerste plaats. And he's leading this one up for Latvia. Latvia on 2, Latvia on 1, the Netherlands on 2. And who's doing it for the Netherlands? There's Paul Baan die hier al die tweede plaats zit. En dan hebben we nog 2 plaatsen te verdelen. En dan moeten we even gaan kijken. Dat is de 403 van Jan Dudin. C'est la France qui roule en 3e position. Maintenant, il y a encore une place d'or, la place de qualification. Et la 4e place est pour Czech Republic avec le numéro 400, Martin Barabas.
Sur le piste maintenant et Damien Étalon pour France avec le whole shot avec la première place. Dat is degene die Frankrijk op 1 nog steeds. En dan gaan we kijken naar de man in de tweede positie. Le deuxième place pour le numéro de Romain Boirois. France et 1 et 2, c'est qui prend la victoire. Oh, c'est le pilote de deuxième place avec la victoire maintenant. En dan gaan we kijken. Op 21 hier hebben we Erik Grabliger uit Duitsland. From Germany on the first spot we have Erik Grabliger. Dat is spot le numero 27. Jeroen Neus uit Nederland. Nederland op die tweede plaats is de man van de Pump Factory. De man in het groen. De zege die gaat hier naar die 21 van Grabliger. En wie neemt dan die derde? Dat is die 500. Dat is Bruno. Cruisers 45 plus. De nummer 15, Erik Vlaardingerbroek. Dat is degene die de rest met zich meeneemt. Hij gaat daar hoog uitkomen richting die derde lijn. En dan is het Nederland op 1. Le deuxième place pour le Suisse Igor Vasquez. Dat is de man op plekje 2. En dan gaan we kijken. Nog steeds. De winst die gaat hier naar die 13 van Vlaardingerbroek. En dan gaan we die derde positie, dat is die 528 van Noah. Reeks 68, le premier piloot, c'est Christophe Cagna. Duitsland op 1. Cagna, hij neemt de leiding en dan houdt hij in handen. De deuxième place pour Jimmy van Gessel en dan komen we weer in Nederland uit. Dus het is Nederland op plaatsje 2 en Duitsland op 1. Dat wordt een burenstrijd daar richting de finish. En de zege die gaat naar Duitsland, naar Christophe Cagna.
Okay, it was a 997 who took the inside on the first lane, but he's in second position right now because the 502 took over. And who's the 502? Das ist Jens Martin. Das ist Deutschland auf der ersten Stelle, aber wer ist auf der zweiten? Dann haben wir die 997 und Henk Adolfs. Henk Adolfs auf 2 und dann müssen wir, that's Belgium on 3 and who's that? That is Walter Division. Dat is Walter Division, maar hij krijgt aan de stok. C'est la France qui peut encore changer la place. Non, c'est Laurent Maître qui gagne la 4e place. Okay, and then we change the crews. The women, they are riding for a place in the semi-final. And we got to take a look. It's a 7-2-7. And that's Jeske Hempstok. It's Great Britain who's leading this one on. And who's going with her? Who can follow? It's a lady from Germany. And there's a 704 from Anais Seychelles. Seychelles, who's on second position right now. And I think that's a girl from Denmark in her wheel. And that must be Lauren Elkart Hansen. Is it Hansen on 3? And then we only have one position in those qualifiers. And that goes to the 708 of Monika Stolz. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Kim Wouber. Okay, gate is down in race number 71 and 3 really fast girls, but there can only be one in the fastest, and that's Tessa van Saan. But it's Belgium on 1, 2, 3 and 4, so let's do it in Dutch. Tessa van Saan die als eerste voorbij gaat komen, maar zij heeft gebaard met de 21 nummer van niemand minder dan Sanne Lumbeek. Sanne Lumbeek die hier op tweede plaats zit, gevolgd door de vleugels van Frits en dat is Femke Vrel. En dan hebben we daar nog 1 plaats in de top 4 en die is voor de Niezenees, maar hiervan gewoon nog een groot gevecht. Dus wordt het dan Bjorn Wijn als team, of wordt het dan Gaas BMX Team Belgium? Dan moeten we gaan kijken, wordt het Van Saan of wordt het toch voor Lumbeek? Momenteel ziet er naar uit dat Van Saan van begin tot einde zal leiden. Okay, and then we go to with race 72, still cruising women on the track. I gotta say, whoa, it's a number 4 that's really low, and that must be Jennifer Martin from the Netherlands. Jennifer Martin who's leading this one up, and she can only take one in her wheel, and who's the girl in her wheel? Well, we gotta take a look, that's a 713, a 713, ça c'est Lupilard. Lupilard qui roule entre deuxième position maintenant. On se liant de Lise Lumbeek, le numéro 23 dans sa roue. Et il veut encore attaquer, il veut encore changer de place. But we gotta take a look at 4 because she is qualifying as well. And I see the V14 of Wendy Pronk-Dekker.
En het is Debbie Schalk uit Nederland die de holeshot neemt. Zij neemt de rest met zich mee. Zij is de Duitse dame hier richting die tweede bocht. En dan zit zij ondertussen in die tweede bocht. Komt ze uit op die derde lijn. Nog steeds op kop. Die tweede plaats die gaat naar die 723 van Hannah Drew. The second place go to Great Britain. Drew on the second spot. The first spot still for the Dutch lady. And she's taking the win. Debbie Schalk.
Okay, we start immediately with the 1-8 finals. And that is now. We do that with the boys, 11 years old. So if you got a 1-8 final, quick go to the staging area.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UBC BMX European Cup. The racing is about to begin.
Are you ready for the 1/8 final here today, ladies and gentlemen? European Cup number 3 in 2025 in Zolder. Okay, riders ready, watch the gate. Here we go with the boys category 11 years old. Only the first four of proceeding to the quarterfinals. A 1/8 final, ladies and gentlemen. Den Das, Toon, Schouwman, Calogero, Moes, Walter, Arts and Helriegel. But here on one we have the 119 of Wout Das, local rider on the number 1 position. On the 2 spot we have Frits BMX. Frits BMX on the number 2 position, and it's Matti Toon. Matti Toon on the number 2 spot. 3 spot coming through there with the 108 on the bike. It's Mason Schouwman. Schouwman from Holland on 3. It's 1 and 2 for the Belgian riders. On the 3 spot is Mason Schouwman from Holland. On the last straightaway we see the 162 of Kian Moes from Holland on 4. Okay, boys 11 years old with the 166 here on 1. It's Conor Hemphill, and he is racing for the UK, ladies and gentlemen, in this 1/8 final. On the number 2 position is a Belgian rider, and that's Guillaume Tempels. Guillaume Tempels qui roule en 2e position pour le moment. Mais le 3e place, je pense que c'est Hugo Wolf. Is het Hugo Wolf op plaatsje nummer 3? Dan gaan we even kijken. Is dat 154 nummer? Inderdaad, de zoon van Willy Canis, die zit hier op plaatsje nummer 3. Maar de winst die gaat hier naar Conor Hemphill.
Yeah, check it out. 1/8 finals for the boys, 11 years old. The number 12 on the plate, Thomas Suchek. He leads this one out. 3 wins for 3 for him at the moment. Look at the guy in 2 from the Netherlands on the 116 spot. It's Maurice de Bruyne. De Bruyne is there with a 148. The 148, Vince Kleinjan. Kleinjan from the Netherlands in there in 3. Who's got the all-important 4 spot as they come out of the 2. Looks like it could be the guy in the green and the white on the 114. And that is Marcel Samus from Latvia.
Yeah, number 8 of Europe now on the number 1 position. No crash in the first turn, but it's Tadeusz Vlk from the Czech Republic on 1. On the 2 spot with a 122 is Alexander Gajik, Slovenia. Slovenia on the number 2 position. On the 3 spot coming through with the 112 number, it's Roman Prošaka from the Czech Republic. So another turn lost right away. Czech rider on 1, on 3, and in between we have Slovenia on the number 4 position for the moment. He is coming out of the UK, ladies and gentlemen, with the number 149 on the bike. It's Arthur Kleiden.
Okay. Alrighty then, race number 5, 1/8 final number 5. We got Munro from Great Britain on the inside, and he's looking good out in front. There's another Great Britain rider in there in 2. There could be 3 here, Teddy Jones and Sebastian Hewitt. Hewitt is up there, but at 157, he's in 4th place at the moment. Got to hold on to that 4th if he wants to go through to the quarterfinals. These other 1/8s. So Munro looks good from the 185. The 158 of Teddy Jones. Nahoda from Czechia. It was on the 105 coming on through in there in 3. And the 4th place rider hanging on for dear life. Sebastian Hewitt. Is he going to be there? Yes, he is.
Yeah, watch the boys, 11 years old. It's also Czech, number 1 of Europe here on 1. The 131 on 2 is Dexter Damat from Holland. Holland on the number 2 position there, but still on 1. Also Czech. From the Czech Republic on the 3 spot coming through with the 141 is Stan Koolmans. We have the 992. On spot number 4 is Benjamin Bredenhoff. Bredenhoff on the number 4 position there. And he needs a 4 spot because the first 4 are proceeding to the quarterfinals. And he is on the 101. No, it's Patrick Kappins. He is on 4 and he is qualifying for the quarters.
Yeah, quarterfinals are up for grabs here. If the top 4 riders can make it out of this 1/8 final, it looks like the rider from Czechia, Klapitek, he's there in the 1 position of 129 of Lukas Bakos from Latvia. So it's Czech, Latvia 1 and 2 at the moment. Coming out of that 3rd and final turn, it looks like the rider there on the 139, the 139 of Leander de Groot.
Yeah, Jaron Litterman from Switzerland is leading this one out. C'est un pilote pour la Suisse, le numéro 3 du monde qui roule en première position. En 2e place pour le numéro 164. Et c'est Ronnie Wood en Angleterre. Mais en intérieur, c'est quel pilote qui roule en intérieur? En 2e position pour le moment. Who is on the number 2 position for the moment? Still on 1 is number 3 of the world from Switzerland. The 137. It's Fast Forstermans. He is on 2.
Yeah, Sweden with the early leader there, but he's being chased hard by the rider from Great Britain. Aitai Jamira. Jamira from Great Britain in there in 2. Penne Zerg, he's leading this one out. So Sweden, Great Britain, who's there in 3? Going to be the Belgian rider. Is it the 2:43 of Adeliana Smith from Holland? Holland in there in 3. Who's got the 4 at the moment? Coming out of that last turn. Is that a GB flag I can see? I'm not sure. Coming on the outside, can't see his number plate. I think it was the 2:40 of Vido Barsala from Holland.
Yeah, still racing in the 1-8 final in the boys category, 12 years old. Les garçons, 12 ans, 8e finale. Et c'est le numéro 205 pour le payback qui roule en première position. C'est Brian Nordam. Nordam is racing on the number 1 position here for the moment. On the 2 spot, we have a German rider. It's Johanna Brosch. On the 3 spot, the 206, ladies and gentlemen, is from Switzerland, Justin Grando. But who is in the number 4 position there? The number 4 position is good for a ticket to the quarterfinals here. In the last straightaway, is it the Belgian rider? A Belgian rider on the 4th spot is the 227, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mathieu van der Wonder qui prend la 4e place.
Yeah, looking for Bibby in this one. The 1-4 plate on his bike, and he's out in front. Pro Star rider James Bibby leads this one out. Rider in 2. They're coming on through. It's going to be Flynn Sutter, I think, from Switzerland in the 2 spot on the 260. It is Sutter. Then we see the 244 of Samuel Mietz from Austria. Austria in a qualifying position at the moment, but look at Bibby. He's gone out the front and he's taken over here with the 221 now. He's the rider from Germany in 4 at the moment. That's Leonard Arlen. Arlen from Germany in the 4th place, but Mr. Bibby, James Bibby, he's going to take another win of the day. That's his 4th win today.
Okay, here we go. And the number 1 of Europe taking the lead is Sam van Dijken. Sam van Dijken, Hexagon Sports on the number 1 position there. And who is the man in black on the number 2 position coming my way? The man in black is the 236, the 236 Miller Ben Weierman. And he is doing it for Switzerland. Switzerland on the number 2 position. But still on 1 is Sam van Dijken. Sam van Dijken and Weierman on the number 2. On 3 we have the 220 of Liam Matas. Matas on the 3. On 4 we have the 247 of Zach Everly. Everly from the UK on spot number 3. And those are the riders who they are qualifying for the quarterfinals here in the boys category, 12 years old.
Yeah, boys, category 12 years old, 1-8 finals on track. Latvia lead this one out, and that is Gustavs Giglitz. Giglitz from Latvia at the front of the pack there. Who's there in behind him? It's going to be the Dutch rider. The Dutch rider coming on through, Luflefrik. I think he could be on the 262 bike as we see the riders from Great Britain in there in 3. On the 266, Archie Bell, Great Britain rider, in there in 3 at the moment. Coming out of that last turn, these guys look safely through at the moment. The top 4 are clear of the rest of the pack. The 4th place rider is going to be the rider from Holland, and he is 257, Jan Wienendahl. He's going to make it through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, race 14 in the 1-8 final, boys category, 12 years old with VK's Roland Jursiks. It's Groenendijk, Orban, Lemmes, Jadot and Nijman. It's Belgium, UK, Latvia and Holland with Germany in the mix. But here we have the 214 on 1. It's Evert VK's from Latvia. Latvia on the number 1 position, but who is now on the number 2 spot? Is it the UK? Is it Latvia again? Is it 252, ladies and gentlemen, of Leo Roland from the UK on 2. But on the inside we have the 230 of Florian Groenendijk. Groenendijk, he is going to the number 2 position here. And still on 1 is VK's. It's Groenendijk on 2. On 3 we have the 252 of Leo Roland. And then we have the 303 of Mix Jursevic.
Yeah, the 2-2-3 of Kian Malhausen. What a move in the first turn, 3rd to 1st. And he leads this one out, Malhausen. He's had 3 seconds. Oh, the 2-3-1 wants it back, though. The 2-3-1 from Italy. Tommaso Negro. Negro from Italy leads this one out now from Mulhausen. Mulhausen and Negro battling out down this last straightaway. Going to be Belgium, is it 259 in the mix there in 3rd. It could have been a Belgian rider and German rider, Jonas Jaiki.
Yeah, here we go in the boys category, 12 years old. We have a Belgian rider on the number 3 position, and on the number 2 is Leo Lamal and Sebastian Oud. But here on 1 we have the number 7 of Europe is Spirgis from Latvia. Latvia on the number 1 position. We have Lamal in the wheel of the Latvian rider. Then we have on the 3 spot the 213, and the 213 is Midas left, the right side. We have Sebastian Oud on the inside on spot number 4. He has some work to do if he wants to go to the quarterfinal. So in the last straightaway, he is battling his way to the quarterfinals, ladies and gentlemen. But the win goes to Robert Spirgis, Lamal on 2, and we have Dreisaitl on 3 with 4 for Sebastian Oud. Do we have a little break or? Yeah. So we have a little break before we go further on to the quarterfinal. So it's really a little break and then we go further on.
Welcome to Latvia and Valmiera. This is where my journey and life started in BMX cycling. Back then, I just wanted to ride my bike, and I couldn't have imagined that one day BMX would become an Olympic sport, or that I would win at the Beijing and London Olympic Games. I'm happy to see that BMX cycling continues to develop in my hometown Valmiera. It now has one of the best tracks in Northern Europe, and that new generations are emerging as champions, striving for personal victories and podium finishes in top-class competitions, just like I did. Soon, Europe's best riders will gather here to compete at the 2025 European BMX Championships. It will be an amazing sporting event that we will all create together, and I'm confident that Latvians will be strong contenders for victory. See you in Latvia's BMX capital, Valmiera.
Okay, riders ready once again. First quarterfinal of today is here with his winning cruiser, 17 to 29 years old. And who's leading this one out? It's a guy from the Netherlands. That is no one else than Kevin Elmers, number 5 of the world, followed by Lenny Wyatt. Het is Nederland op 1 en 2. Wie neemt zij erop? Hij beurt met een mee. Dan denk ik dat ik hier hem uit Frankrijk moet zien. Dat is nummer 015. Ouais, c'est la France qui roule en 3e position maintenant. Mais c'est qui va se qualifier dans ces quarts de finale? Et ce qui est le pilote de la France, ouais, c'est le 734, je crois. 24. Nathan Douce. Okay, and race number 2 goes also down. We have the very fast rider out of the Netherlands and a very fast rider out of Latvia. Oh, and who's leading this one out? It's Roland Hermans. Roland Hermans is leading this one out. And that's for the Netherlands. In his wheel is a guy with a 735 and a 735. No, the 755, that's Blake Thomas Miller. Miller in second position, and we have the guy from the Netherlands with the number 28 on the plate. That's Mika Gauman in third position, and we have the crazy fast Latvian guy. And now we got to take a look at Latvian, that's Emil Sieksevic. He's qualifying for the semi-final. Okay, we go through race number 3. Got to take a look at who's fully black. It's the number 3, it's Bo van Burgstede. And who's in his wheel? That's the ladies man, Robin Verschuren. Robin Verschuren voor BMX Emotion. Hij zit hier op de tweede plaats. En wie deed hij dan op zijn beurt met zich winnen? Moeten we even gaan kijken naar het 716. En 716, dat is niemand minder dan Rodolphe Koller. Koller qui roule en troisième position. Maintenant, il y a encore une place pour se qualifier. Quatrième place maintenant est pour Bo Schrooien. Ou pour le numéro 26. Schrooien, oui, il va se qualifier. Okay, I see a very fast Dutch guy, and that's Inger Eikerman. DJ in the weekends, but now he's racing and he's leading this one out. Who's in his wheel is the guy completely in row. We gotta take a look at his number, and that's a 752. 752, that's Daniel Wilson from the Great Britain. Great Britain is leading. No, he's in second place right now. Where's Rocky O'Brien? Rocky O'Brien is in third position, and there's only one in between, and that's Thomas Torren.
Start gates drop down. 8 pilots on the track now. The 1-8-1-2 is the first one. It's Come Garcia, le pilote de Blenny. La première place. En dan is het België op 1. Het is Garcia. En dan gaan ze aan de buitenzijde. It's a new leader now. He's coming on the outside. He's taking the first place. It's the 800 on the plate. It's Leo de la Rosa for España, for Spain. Now, the last corner for the man in the front. The last straightaway for Leo de la Rosa. And he's gonna take the win. The second spot, the deuxième place pour Leon Lois. Vier ticketjes hebben we hier voor de halve finale. Een bad voor een ticket, demi-finale. En dan hebben we hier een valpartij. Dan gaan we zo meteen kijken. Er is iemand uit Stars. Het is die 816 van Fabian de Merleer. Merci pour votre applaus. En dit is die 823 hier vooraan. Luke Hams uit Duitsland. Hij heeft een mooie voorsprong weten bij inrijden. Le deuxième place pour Sebastian Stepanek. Le Czech Republic en le deuxième place et la victoire. Le vainqueur. (8-2-3) Luca Harms. En dan gaan we ons omdraaien. En dan gaan we race 7. Still. The guys from age 8. It's the 803 on the plate here. Het is Stig Komans voor België. Hij zit op positie 1. Dan lijkt het dat hij de snelste benen gaat hebben. Dan hebben we hier een man die achtervolgt door Matthias Helsnisse from Denmark on the 8th spot. Two riders fighting for the second spot. Who's gonna take the second spot? Who's gonna take 3 and 4? 4 tickets for the final. Komans in 8:24-2. Dat is Ryan Oaks. And the riders who's fell down is Odile Pandelaars. Dames en heren, een applaus, een ondersteunend applaus voor Odile Pandelaars, BMX Wessel. Kohler, Kleden, Guidis, Van Kouter, Blom, Timo Zioli, Fontaine en Stoffelen. Dat zijn de mannen die nu op de baan zijn. Ja, ze hebben de eerste lijn helemaal afgewerkt. Dan de tweede lijn nu. De première ligne droit. Et la première place pour Philemon Kohler, Suisse. Maintenant, la première pilote, l'intérieur, à place 2. C'est Joey Clayton for Britain. Britain is taking the second place. And who's going to take 3 or 4 on the third place? We had the 8-2-2. And that's Blom. Wie gaat er dan nog als vierde mee? Dan zien we, het is Blom op 4. Plaatsje 3, die ben ik kwijt.
Okay, and we still have Mr. Clean Sheet here on the first place, and no one else than Henry Sullivan. Henry Sullivan is leading this one out for the UK, and who's in second position in 9:47 is Callum Wood. Callum Wood in second position, and I thought I saw is it a 9:05 in the third position? No, where is the 9:05? Is he in the back of the pack, or did he crash? But in third position, we got the 9:53, and 9:53, that's Alfie Thorn. Oh, and a photo finish for 4. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for a crash rider out of Latvia, Kristins Blumanis. Okay, still boys 9 years old and a place into the semi-finalists where they are jumping for. And it's a 9:03 who's in second position right now, and that's Roy Sporter. Roy Sporter, he already won every lap, and he's out from Latvia, but there's only one Latvia rider who's a bit quicker, I think. Oh no, it's the number 900. 900 de España. Tenemos España en la primera plaza. Okay, España, ¿dónde estáis por vuestra piloto? And now we have the number 11 on the third place, and that's the guy from Latvia. He is our European champ, and he's taking the number 50 with him. And he's from Latvia, and he's taking a Czechian rider with him. And that's the order that the guys are cruising towards the final. Okay, and now we got to take a look in race number 11. Still boys 9 years old, and I see a very low number here. It's the number 4. That's Mateo Bogomazos. Mateo Bogomazos from Latvia. He's leading this one out. And who's in his wheel? I see black, I see yellow. That must be Matthijs van Bommelen. Matthijs van Bommelen die hier op een tweede plaats zit. Oh, momenteel op 3 met de nummer 18. Ja, and it's also Latvia 1 and 2. Can the guy from Belgium compete with them? Yes, he can, and he's going to qualify himself into the semi-final. And we have another Belgian rider on 4. Who is that? There's that's Zian de Busser on 4. Okay, and they're already here, and I see some long hair. And a 948, and that's Antek Porbny. Antek Porbny, who's leading this one out. And who's in 2? Gotta take a look at the number plate. That's a 918 of leaving Belgium. Deutschland auf der zweiten Stelle. Und dann haben wir Belgien. Belgien auf der 3. And who's that for Belgium? Now have we take a look. That's Alice de Bruin. De Bruin zit hier op een mooie derde plaats. En dat wil zeggen dat hij meegaat naar die halve finale. There's only one place left. And that goes to the Hungarian rider. Gorgo Tap.
Whole shot pour Luca Lamal. Et le deuxième virage. Luca Lamal, pilote. Avec le pantalon rouge, la première place pour Lamal. De deuxième place pour Christianis Kals van Latvia. Hij zit op 2. En dan gaan we meteen door naar de man in het blauw. En op die plaats 3. Voor het plaatsje 4 zijn ze aan het strijden met z'n tweeën. Le troisième place. Un trois Hoppenbrouwer. Maar wie neemt dan die vierde? Dat is die 105. En die 105 die gaat naar Knut Lasso, Czech Republic. Les garçons, 10 ans. En dan wordt er gekeken. L'intérieur, c'est Charlie Dawson for Britain. It's close racing, and a crash from the man on the second spot. He's going hard, but he's going down on the third lane, and the first spot is bouncing, but who's taking the number 4? It's 1-2-4 from Tess Yaman. Dungy Mavis, la première place pour Mavis. De piloot de Dessel, hij zit op 1. En dan is het close racing op die derde lijn hier. Het is die 1-5-0. It's Ethan Shore for Britain. He's coming on the outside. Could he make an attack on Dungy for the win? Was the second place okay for him? On the third spot, it's 1-4-8 van Haynes. And the man with the green bike, he's taking the 4th spot. Merci pour votre applause. Le pilote Nicola Ongaro pour Italy. Race 16. En het zijn de heren van 10 jaar nu op de baan. Ze kiezen met z'n allen naar het luchtruim. De eerste dat is Team Roosendal en hij komt uit Nederland. Hij neemt de whole shot. 3 piloten pour la deuxième place. Roosendal nog steeds op 1. C'est qui le pilote de la deuxième place? C'est Noah Balsala. En die komt ook uit Nederland. Dat is dus Nederland op 1 en 2. Gaan we nog eventjes kijken naar de mannen die achteraan komen. En dan is het die 112 op plekje 3. Le troisième place pour William Lambert. C'est une Belge. Le troisième place. Et c'est qui? C'est qui? Quel pilote, de quatrième place. De heren hier vooraan zijn gaan vliegen. Maar wie neemt die derde? Het is die 109 of die 13. Le quatrième place, c'est Roland Baranovskis, Latvia.
Okay, and the 1-3-4 is chasing next to me, and it's Poppy May Kirby. She's leading this one on, and that means she's doing great business to go on to the second final, to the semi-final. And who's in the second position? That's the 012 from Andrea Stromberga. Stromberga from Latvia. She is in second position right now, and she's in third because Kira Jakob, she just switched one place, and then we got one more place to go into the semi-finals, and that one goes to Lisa Torfs. Okay, and then we go straight through with number 13. Here is Haida. Who's leading this one out for Great Britain. And who's in the number 2? I see the number 1. I see the number 8. Dat must be Zoe Gessel. Zoe Gessel die op een mooie tweede plaats zit. En neemt ze daar argument van Nederland met haar mee. En dat is niemand minder dan Tessa van Olst. Tessa van Olst die zit hier op een derde plaats. En dat wil zeggen dat zij momenteel meegaan naar die halve finales. En er kan er nog één iemand mee. Er komt uit dezelfde club denk ik dan. En dat is 131 nummer van van Amersfoort. Oké, en dan draai ik mijn blad om en dan zie ik de 106 hier voorbij komen. En dan hebben we Duitsland, waar zit hij voor een varen? Because she is leading this one out, and that means she's doing great business. But in her wheel well, she got a few meters, and it's the 1-3-5 of Macy Hagen. Macy Hagen, who's here in second position. In second position. Got to take a look at 3 Who's in 3 right here. Who's going with them? I got to take a look. I think that's Germany as well. It's the 016. No, it's the Netherlands. Mirte Janssen, and then it's going to get close, but it's Netherlands who's going to qualify, I think, for the final. Okay, still girls, 11 and 12 years old in this one. I got to take a look. Is it the number 5? No, she's on the outside. It's the number 015. It's 015 on the inside. It's Lauren Minna. Whoa, it is number 5. She attacked and she conquered. What did she do? Who is it? It is Kaylee Kush. C'est la Suisse qui roule en première position maintenant. Mais arrière, il y a encore une gros bataille pour la 3e et la 2e position. Mais ils s'est qualifiés tous normalement. C'est qui roule en 3e position maintenant? Ça doit être le 015. 015, c'est Laura Minois. Et en 4e position, on vit le rose le 017.
Maintenant, les garçons 11 ans. En wie gaat hier aan de leiding? Het is die 119 van Woutendas. Hij is een thuisrijder. C'est un pilote local. Woutendas avec la première place. Hij zit op 1 en dan neemt hij een tweetal met zich mee. Ze zijn met z'n 3. Het viertal vooraan dat is een beetje afgescheiden. Een attaque. Le pilote de deuxième place. Finlay Monroe. He's going hard and he's taking maybe the second of the first place. Of is it the second place? And thus up in Great Britain on the second place. And we knew the riders for the... Garçon 11 ans, 22. De man in het geel hier. Czech Republic. It's Jan Otjenak. op die eerste plaats. La deuxième place pour le pilote avec le numéro 11, c'est Osnack, la deuxième place. La première place pour Thomas Suchek. 2 times Czech Republic on 1 and 2, who's taking the third spot. On the inside, he won 2-9. Also Lucas Boyd for Latvia, but he's now on 4. And there's a new man on the third place. It's a 166 Hempel from Germany, but the win going to Thomas Suchek. Still, the boys, 11 years old, and it's the man with the 17 on the plate, Matthias Karel Klaptek. He's taking the rest with him. On the second place, the man with a red jersey, with the pink jersey. It's a 1-2-2 from Gacic, who's taking 3-1-1-6. It's Boris de Bruin uit Nederland. Hij gaat nog mee met een derde plaats. We hebben Vlak, Lierman, Jones, Toon, Wolf, Komans, Vissers en Samus. En het is de 18. It's a 1-8 on the plate. It's Tadej Vlacek, Czech Republic, taking the first place. First man on the third straightaway. And second place go to the 1-5-8. Teddy Jones for Britain. And then we have a gap till we coming on the third rider. The win go to Vlak, who's taking the third. The 1-5-4 en de 1-2-7 is Matti Toon. Gaat mee op 4 en de 1-5-4 op 3. Dat was Hugo Wolf voor Nederland.
Okay, 2 undefeated riders in this one, and there can only be one who stays undefeated. It's the number 12 of Gustavs Gigulis. Gigulis is leading this one up from Latvia, and in this wheel he takes the Swedish rider. He's also undefeated. Can he do something on the last race? But he will qualify either way. But who's in 3 to 2-11 of Jonas Bros, and with him they take Florian Grunendijk. Okay, still racing in the boys, 12 years old. Oh, and they have a little crash. Only 5 riders left. Everything can happen with those 5, but who's leading this one out? I see a black kid. I think that must be the little cricket, but I am Noordam. Noordam is leading this one out in front of the number 214 of Evans Verkas. That's Latvia, who's into the second position. Now we got to take a look at the third place, and it's 2-3-1. That's Tomaso Negro. Tomaso Negro, who's in third position. That means he's qualifying. But that will place for, and another change. There's someone else in 3. No, that means that Negro is in 4. Who's in 3? Is it 2, 3? No, is it the checking guy? Is it Miroslav Dreisel? Okay, please put your hands together for our fallen riders. Okay, on the gate we have Great Britain, the Netherlands, Belgium, Switzerland, Great Britain again the Netherlands, Latvia, and Belgium to finish it off. Still with the boys, 12 years old. Okay, the green flag was up, but the gate is down. And who's the fastest in the pack? That's the number 14 of James Bibby. Bibby leading this one out. I already got a few meters on the second position. And I thought the purple kid is Great Britain also. But who's in between them? Who is the 2-2-3? The 2-2-3 is Kian Malas. Dat is Nederland hier op die tweede plaats. Maar hij zit tussen de Britten. 2 Britten, eentje van voor en eentje van achter. Maar wie is dan die tweede? Dat is dan niemand minder dan 268. 268. That's 266. It's Archie Bell. Archie Bell on third position. And now we're with one Belgian guy. Leo Lamal is in fourth position, and that means he's qualifying for the semi-final. But the leader with the number 14, James Bibby. Okay, let's call the final of today. Who's in the first position? You gotta take a look. I think it's a Belgian. Oh, it's a Dutch guy with the number 11. That means he's our European champ. There's no one else than Stefan Dijk. Whoa, and he got a great medal with him. Oh, and he's using shoulders, not smalls, but shoulders. And it's a 262 of like Liefering. Is it like Liefering? Or is it, it's like Liefering on the second position. And who's coming in 2? Who's coming in 3? Who's going to qualify? It's the 17 of Robert Spirix. Robert Spirix for Latvia. And now we have a great battle for a 4th place. Whoa.
Alrighty then, we're going to have a break of about 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 10 minutes before we go into the semi-finals.
10-minute pause before the semi-finals.
Welcome to Latvia and Valmiera. This is where my journey and life started in BMX cycling. Back then, I just wanted to ride my bike, and I couldn't have imagined that one day BMX would become an Olympic sport, or that I would win at the Beijing and London Olympic Games. I'm happy to see that BMX cycling continues to develop in my hometown Valmiera. It now has one of the best tracks in Northern Europe, and that new generations are emerging as champions, striving for personal victories and podium finishes in top-class competitions, just like I did. Soon, Europe's best riders will gather here to compete at the 2025 European BMX Championships. It will be an amazing sporting event that we will all create together, and I'm confident that Latvians will be strong contenders for victory. See you in Latvia's BMX capital, Valmiera.
Okay guys, we're back in the Park Fame here. We're going to interview our good friends from Denmark. And now we always come to Denmark for a good interview. I did make a joke earlier because we know their English is good. But the bottom line is we're back at the World Championships in Copenhagen this year in 2025. And we're looking forward to that. Simon, how's it going for you? Tell us about your races so far this year, and then tell me about how important it is for you to be racing in Copenhagen at the Worlds, if you're going to be there, of course.
Yeah, like I just moved to Copenhagen for training.
Okay.
So I'm living with my girlfriend in Copenhagen now. So a bit a tough start of the year in Verona, but looking better now in Zolder.
Okay.
It's a track we know, we have raced it before, so it's a bit more simple.
Yeah. So you're not worried about the second turn then, unless it rains?
It's a bit slippery, you can feel, and it's rumbling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have resurfaced it again, just to make you full aware, but of course we're not going to know how that's going to race until it does rain. We're thinking maybe Sunday it might rain, but we're thinking it's going to be the afternoon, so it shouldn't affect you guys, right? So now tell us, Copenhagen track, I've seen some social media stuff. The track's changed quite a bit.
Yeah.
Still the same layout, but they have changed it quite a lot. Is it riding well out there? Because you do have rough winters in Denmark,
yeah,
obviously.
we have a rough winter, but it's fast and it's good and it's really fast.
Okay.
Yeah, it's simple and fast.
Is there going to be moves though being made in corners? Are we going to be able to see some overtakes?
We're going to see some overtakes in the corners.
We don't want it like F1, right? Because that is boring.
It's not going to be that.
That Dutch fella at the front all the time.
Yeah, new corners and new lines.
Okay, good stuff. All right, look, great to see you. What age group are you riding this weekend?
Elite.
Oh, so you're all elite, all three of you. Okay, Jacob. This guy's been in elite for a few years. Is it? Sorry, just to go back. How long have you been in elite?
2 years.
2 years now. Wow. Okay, and you're all over 23. Yeah. Okay. All old men now, like me. See, Jacob, you rode pretty well out in Verona, I thought. How did you find your results?
Yeah, I found them very good.
Yeah.
I think Sunday was quite better.
Yeah.
So I made some improvements from Saturday to Sunday, so that's good.
Yeah. Always good. Nice to improve over the weekend. Warmed up, second, third and fourth round here in Zolder. You've raced this track before. Have you had any? You're living in Copenhagen or Denmark, I presume. Have you had many big races in Denmark this year, though?
I don't think so.
No nationals?
Not really. Yeah, we have some nationals, but I think maybe I will ride some of them, but I will definitely prioritize training before the Worlds.
Okay. And then obviously European Cups, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, good stuff. So Zolder, a track, some people love it, some people hate it. We've talked about it. It's on other interviews about the changes that are going to happen before 2027. They're going to do it this year, actually, at the end of this year. But how do you find this track?
It's fast. I think the hype is not real anymore, so that's a bit sad. But yeah, otherwise, good racetrack. But I think they will need to make some improvements for the track.
Yeah, they definitely are. Trust me, they are. You watch some of these interviews back, you'll see Luke Williams talk about how it's going to come 20 metres back from the first turn. It's going to be huge. So hopefully, I think the racing has been really good over the years. I've been coming here for well over 10 years. But listen, we talked about it earlier. You guys, elite guys, right? You're going 6 to 8 seconds faster than they were 10 years ago. This is a big change.
That's crazy.
So it's not necessarily the track.
No.
Is to blame.
Yeah.
It's you guys because you're going too fast.
Yeah, but actually also we was watching the World Championships in Copenhagen some years ago with the old track, and we just took our own lap times, and they were just like almost the same.
Oh, really?
Maybe a bit better actually.
Okay, well that's not a bad thing, I think.
No? Yeah, but it's crazy.
Yeah.
BMX is going so fast these days.
Well, that's all because of all the dedication that you guys do, right? So we'll move on to Magnus here at the end. He's been waiting to pitch in, I'm sure. He's very talkative, this chap. We're just talking about how fast you guys are going now. You know, we're talking about 6 seconds faster here at this track than we were 10 years ago, let's say 2015 World Championships. You were only a young boy then. Did you race the Worlds here in 2015?
Yeah, I rode the 2015 World Champs, so...
I bet you was on flat pedals, weren't you?
Yeah, I think I was on flat pedals. I can't even remember, but yeah.
Long time ago, but listen, you are going faster, and it's testimony to you, the riders. Honestly, I know I make a bit of a joke. I try and make these interviews a bit more informal, but I'm actually, you know, I admire the amount of speed that you guys go into, you know, the training, being behind the scenes, the dedication your team puts into you guys, and the dedication, you know, I see on social media with you guys training. It's amazing. So, listen, you're going to go fast this weekend. How's it going to fare for you, Magnus? How were your results in Verona?
Yeah, so I also made some improvements from Saturday to Sunday. Didn't quite figure it out in the rainy weather in Verona, but yeah, I put myself in the final for Sunday's race and ended up 5th, so I'm pretty satisfied with that one, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, looking forward to racing here in Zolder. Like, it's just a yearly race, so it's going to be good, I think.
Okay, good stuff. And of the I mean, we see the numbers grow for the Danish riders over the years in the European rounds, but you know, your national series here back in Denmark since the Copenhagen Worlds, have your numbers grown as a country with BMX riders? Let's come to you, Sam.
No, I don't think so.
No?
No.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, it's not that big anymore, racing in Denmark, so...
Okay. What sort of numbers do you get at a national, do you think? 200-300?
I think maybe less, maybe 200 maximum, actually.
Okay, I mean, the point I'm trying to make here is, as a nation, you could say yourself, it's a bit like when they talk about football and the smaller nations. As a small nation of BMX then, okay, you haven't grown. But what we're seeing is riders like yourselves, and not just the men, I'm talking about the women as well, how they've really come on over the last few years, and you have some really good fast riders, including yourselves, you know. So look, it's good to see, you know, a small nation like Denmark progressing, right?
Yeah, I think so, because yeah, the group of riders riding from the 8-meter hill is gotten very, very big now compared to like 5 years ago. So.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So maybe those younger riders, we need more younger riders coming into it, because all the ones now are getting older and they're getting on the big hill. We need some younger riders out in Denmark.
Yeah, we have them. They're coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're riding fast. So.
Yeah, I've been to Yeringbo, Roskilde. I've been to Denmark a few times, you know. It's always a good race out there. So look, listen, good luck this weekend, guys. Hopefully we'll see you all in the final, right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope so.
Podiums?
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Okay, good stuff. Team Denmark, always a pleasure to talk to those guys. They've really got it going here in Denmark. They've got a great squad. Well, hopefully they'll have a successful weekend.
Welcome to Latvia and Valmiera. This is where my journey and life started in BMX cycling. Back then, I just wanted to ride my bike, and I couldn't have imagined that one day BMX would become an Olympic sport, or that I would win at the Beijing and London Olympic Games. I'm happy to see that BMX cycling continues to develop in my hometown Valmiera. It now has one of the best tracks in Northern Europe, and that new generations are emerging as champions, striving for personal victories and podium finishes in top-class competitions, just like I did. Soon, Europe's best riders will gather here to compete at the 2025 European BMX Championships. It will be an amazing sporting event that we will all create together, and I'm confident that Latvians will be strong contenders for victory. See you in Latvia's BMX capital, Valmiera.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Alrighty then, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, semi-final time. And we can see Jennifer Martin leading this one out. Hannah Drew in there for the CH coaching and performance crew there. And looking good in the qualifying position. The third place is the French rider on the 713, Lou Pilar. Pilar from France. Who's there in four? Going to be Febke Verels from Belgium in the qualifying position. But here comes the rider down the outside, the 718 of Tessa Van Sayen from Belgium. Which Belgian rider is it going to be? It's going to be Van Sayen as Martin, Drew, Pilar and Van Sayen are going to make it through to the final.
Okay, here we go with the cruiser women in the semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. We have Charles Lundbeek, De Roos, Hemstock, Lundbeek, Elke Hansen, Buracek and Peter. And here on one we have the number 5 of Europe is Debbie Schalke on 1. On the 2 spot is Lundbeek, but which Lundbeek is on 2? We have the other rider from Belgium, Lundbeek on 3. But is 21 here on 2 is Sanne Lundbeek, Lisa Lundbeek. She is racing on the number 3 position. But someone's coming up with black and white stripes on the sleeve. Here coming through there with 27 on the plate is Nova De Roos, it's Lundbeek. The two sisters, I think the two sisters are into the final.
Yeah, check him out. Eric Grabischler from Germany leads this one out on the 21 plate. The 502 comes on through Jens Martin. So the two German riders, 1 and 2. Who's there in 3? Is it going to be the other German rider? It's the 13 plate of Eric Vladen from Holland. He's in there in 3 in the S&M race. Looking good, but it's looking good for the two German riders. Grabischler, Martin Ladenbroek, and 25 of Nico Ooms.
Watch him going. Walter de Visser, he is on the number 2 spot for Fritz BMX. In the wheel of the number 27 is Jeroen Neus. Neus is racing on the number 1 spot, 45 years and over cruiser category. On the 3 spot we have a German rider, and is it Christopher Kania? Is it Kania on the number 3 position there with the number 508 on the plate is Christoph Kania on the number 3 position. And do we have Paul Bernhardt on the number 4 spot? Oh, he is going to the number 3 if you're not watching. What a move from Bernhardt. He is on 4, but something's coming up and he has some work to do if he wants to stay in. There's a photo finish on the end.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, then 30-39 cruiser on track. We got Roy Van Aken in this one, but we got the Ice Fast rider coming out, taking it over. Van Aken on the inside for the Target BMX team. Who's that on the outside? It's the plate number 302 of Nick de Proust. Nick de Proust from Belgium. So it's Belgium, 1 and 2 at the moment. De Proust, Van Aken, 1 and 2. Who's there in 3? It's going to be the Latvian rider on the 308. The 308 coming on 3. 306 is Armand Capins, and Eduardo Longo from Italy. Is he going to get the final ticket to the final? I think he is going to hang on. The 311, Eduardo Longo from Italy.
Roy Van Aken and Nick de Proust, they're racing since they were little kids, and now they are 30, 39, so they are in the 30s and still racing. And here we have the number 4 of Holland, Rick Bock, the number 4 of the world on 1. On the 2 spot coming through with the number 1 of Europe on the plate, it's Boeklaan Esseling. Boeklaan Esseling, he is doing a move and is going to the number 1 position there. But number 4 of the world is coming back. Rick Bock and Boeklaan Esseling on 1 and 2. Lost straight away. They are 1 and 2 and surely into the final. But on the number 3 spot with the 304 is Michael Skid from Denmark. And then we have the 3-1-2 of Kasper from Denmark. So 2 riders from Holland and 2 from Denmark are qualifying for the finals.
Check it out. Kevin Elbers leads this one out from the 7.53 of Thomas Duran for Great Britain. It's Duran in there in 2. Who's there in 3? I'm looking at Robert Schuren. The 7.02 is pushing on through. It's Gekevskis from Latvia. Now we see Robert Schuren making his way up into the 3rd position. He's going to make it through. Oh, the guy in red, but look at the guy pink and white on the outside coming through. Wow, what a race.
Yeah, number 3 of the world, Boven Burgstrijder from Holland on the number 1 spot here. On his wheel with the 7.16, it's Rodolphe Keuler from France. C'est la France qui roule en 2e position, mais c'est le Pays-Bas en première place. Oh, il chute en 2e ligne. Mais la 3e place, ça c'est le numéro 706, Lenny Wire. It's Holland on 1 and 3. In between we have a French rider, but we have the 27 there on 4, and the 27 on 4 is Ronan Hermans. The 7.55, it's UK, Blake Thomas Muller.
Okay.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, we move on, boys. 8 years old. In this one, we got Philemon Kohler in there in the 804 plate of Kohler. He's in the black on the inside. He's had 3 wins from 3 and a second, but he's in second place at the moment. And as they come down to the second straightaway here, we're looking at the 822 leading this one out. And the 822 is Dean Blom. Dean Blom from Holland. He's at the front of the pack. Then we see Philemon Kohler. Annette Kohler will be going crazy in the stands. Can she watch this race as the boy comes down? They're really getting close here into that last turn. You could throw a blanket over 3-4 at the moment, but it's looking good for the 822 Dean Blom. Here comes Philemon Kohler, and Annette Kohler, you can breathe now. He's safely through to the final.
Yes, Steve Komans is in the number 2 position, if I'm correct, on the number 1 spot at the 823, and 823 is Luke Harms. He is doing it for Germany. Germany on the lead on 2 Komans, but who is on the number 3 position here for the moment and in qualifying position in the boys category 8 years old is 847 coming through, Joey Clayton from the UK. Then we have the 25, it's Leon Losch from Belgium. Leon Losch from Belgium, he is on the number 4 position, and that's the way they go to the finish line. And those are the riders who qualify for the finals here today in the boys category 8 years old.
Yeah, check it out, the 2 Brits jumping their way through into the first 2 positions. That's Henry Sullivan, Great Britain, and Antek Prepny, also for Great Britain, sporting the NRC jersey. In there in 3 at the moment. Looks like a rider from Holland on the 18 bike. Is Yanis Osis from Latvia. I beg your pardon. Latvia in there, and I think that could be Peter Vacek Vacek from Czech in there in 4, is it? No, it's not. It's the rider in orange and black. Where's he from? Let's check him out. The 803 is that. Roger Spoor from Latvia, 2 from Great Britain and 2 from Latvia.
Okay, we have the 900 here on the number 1 spot, ladies and gentlemen. Mateo Javier from Spain. Spain on the number 1 spot. The 2 spot is going to the 947 of Callum Wood. We have Matthijs van Dommelen. He is coming through for the number 2 position there. He is on 3 and already qualified for the final, but he is going to the number 2 spot. Meanwhile, we have still a Spanish rider on 1. On 2, we have Belgium with Matthijs van Dommelen. The 3rd spot is going to the 947. And the 947, ladies and gentlemen, is Callum Wood, followed by Lieven Belter from Germany.
Yeah, girls 10 years old, semi-finals on track. Betty Wills, Falkowska, Powell, Woods, Tomlinson, Neiman, Brunix, Shoemaker from Holland in this one, where we look like we got the rider from Great Britain. Betty Wills leads this one out from the 16 plate and the 117. The 16 plate and the 117 of Valkovska and Eliza Powell from Great Britain. 2 riders from Great Britain. And now we're looking for the 4th place rider. Is she also from Great Britain? I think she could be. It's the 118. The 118 of Molly Tomlinson.
Okay, we have Van Mulhuizen here on the number 1 spot, followed by the 105, and the 105 is Marit Mone, my little friend from Belgium, here on the number 2 position in the 3rd straightaway on the number 2 spot, on our way to the final with Van Mulhuizen and the number 7 of Europe, and it's Lotte Nijssen from Holland. Those 3 girls are now in qualifying position in the last straightaway. On 3 and 4 is a little gap with the 114 of Vitalina Chakut from Ukraine, and she is qualifying with those girls. So Mulhuizen, Mone, Kachuk and Nijssen through to the final.
Boys 10 years old, race 15, semi-final number 15. Luca Lamar leads this one out from the 16 play of Tim Roosendaal. Then we can see Ethan Shaw for Great Britain in there in 3 at the moment. Then we're looking for the rider in 4. Looks like it could be Rowan Bouwman. Bouwman from Holland, as it is on the sheet, is as it is on the line. Lamar, Roosendaal, Shaw and Bouwman.
Yeah, he has the number 3 of Europe on the plate, and he is on the number 1. It's Latvia. It's Roland Baranovski's on the 2 spot with the 147 on the plate. It's Charlie Dawson from the UK. UK on 2. It's on 1. It's Latvia. But coming through on spot number 3 there with the 119 on the plate is Christian Kalnitz from Latvia. Latvia on 1 and 3. And in between we have the number... It's another rider on the number 1 spot. It's Charlie Dawson. Then we have Latvia. We have the 110 number on 2. And that's Noah Balsala.
Yeah, check it out, girls. 11 to 12 years old on track. 015 comes past out in front. Laura Minimar. Oh, our good friend from Holland, Laura Minimar, leads this one out from Kayla Kush. Kush is there, but now it's getting busy because the 134 has made her move. That's Poppy May Kirby from Great Britain. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. There's about 4 or 5 riders all vying for the top 4 spots. Who's it going to be? Poppy May Kirby has made it through with Kayla Kush. And I think, it's going to be close on the line for Egan and Minimar.
Yeah, girls category 11 and 12 years old with 106 on 1 is Razy Kobel taking over there. It is Hadja from the UK on 1. On 2 we have the 106 of Razy Kobel from Germany. Germany on the number 2 position. On 3 for the moment. On 3 it's on the 2 spot. Oh, they're mixing up. It's still Germany on 2. On 3 we have the 116 of Sophie Soule. And then the 101 of Lisa Torfs on 4.
Oh, that was Maisie Egan back up on her feet, ladies and gentlemen. Just put your hands together from the previous race, that was. Semi-final number 19, boys 11 years old. Who's jumping the eliminator? It looks like it was Connor Hempel leading this one out on the GT bike at the front of the pack. He's been riding really well all day long. He's had 4 wins and a second so far, and he leads out the semi-final. The 131 coming on through is Dexter Damard. Dexter Damard from Holland. He's in the mix with the Boxer Treks as we see the rider from Czechia there coming on through the 18 plate of Thaddeus Vlik. Vlik from Czech. He's in there in 3 at the moment. Who's going to get the 4? Check out the little guy in the green on the inside. Has he got the power to hang on down the last straightaway? The 129 that was of Lukas Bakovs from Latvia.
Okay, here we go with Matthias Karel Klappertek with Suchek and Monroe, Jones, Osenchek, De Bruin, Temples and Toon. And here on 1 is number 2 of Europe is Thomas Suchek on 1. The 2 spot is going to the number 11 and that's John Osenchek, Czech Republic and Suchek. Both riders from the Czech Republic on 1 and 2. De 3 spot is going to the 116 of Maurice De Bruin. Hij sluit aan bij die Tsjechen op plaatsje nummer 3. In het laatste rechte stuk moeten we dan gaan kijken wie zien we dan nog op plaatsje nummer 4. On spot number 4 and qualifying Matthias Karel Klappertek. 3 riders from Czech Republic into the final with the Dutch rider, and it was Maurice De Bruin.
Oh, we've lost one of our favourites out there. Penzerge's gone down in the first straight on the eliminator. That leaves the door open for Sam van Eycken to take over the lead here. Who's there in 2? Could be one of the Latvians, the 214 of Verkac. And I'm looking for Kian Mauhausen, I think, could be in the mix there in 3. And then the Belgian rider in 4 is going to be Leo Lamar. I think it is Leo Lamar's going to make it through in 4 as they come down the last straight away. That's the way they're going to finish. The Italian rider went. So did Zergi from Sweden. Save it, mate. Be back tomorrow stronger. As we see the rider, the 17 also went out. Spurgis from Latvia. Some big hitters going out in this 12-year-old boys semi-final. And we see the world number 6 out. Ben Zerg, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. This guy, he has got the skills to pay the bills. Not this time, but he'll be back tomorrow stronger for sure. You watch.
Okay, riders, random start. Rider is ready, watch the gate.
Okay, here we go in the boys category. 12 years old with Noordam, Bibi, Kigelus, Roland, Maathuis, Bell, Liefrink and Groenendijk. Those are the riders in the last semi-final here today in the boys category, 12 years old. And he is going pretty fast there in the front of the pack. It's James Bibi from the UK with the number 4 of Europe on the plate. On the number 1 spot, on the 2 spot, the number 2 of Europe is Gustav Gigelis. Gigelis from Latvia on the number 2 position. Going further on to the 205 is Brian Noordam on the 3 spot. 4 spot is going to the 252 of Leo Rolands in the UK. UK on the spot number 4. Last straight away is if he wants to go with him to the finals, the 266. It's Archie Bell. He has some work to do, but it's a little late, I think. So now we know all the finalists, and we have a 5-minute break. Then we go further on with our finals here today in the UC European Cup number 3 in the 2025.
Yeah. Final race in 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a 5-minute break before we go into the finals.
On a 5 minutes pause après le final.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the middle of the track now here in Zolder, and we're here with one of the team managers for the WCC. Is that what we call you guys now, the WCC?
It's a WCC. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
China's on track.
Yeah, he's got one of his riders up on the gate there, just coming down. You see him in the familiar blue and white colours there. Yeah, she's really come on well. Here, this rider. Now, listen, tell us a bit about this track. You remember it, right? Tell us the year. 2019, right?
2019, yeah. It was an eventful day, I would say.
Yeah, you won the World Championships in Elite Men, Twan, from what I can remember.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
The weather was up and down all week, basically, and it was really like we had a heat wave the day before. And then the day of the elites, basically, we're racing.
Yeah.
It was absolutely pouring down. And yeah, when the whole day was just more like playing up in the moment, and was for everybody, like the track was incredibly slippery, and staying on your bike was just trying to survive the laps and make it into that main event. And from there onwards, even the main event was eventful, let's say. Yeah.
It was pretty. He just said to me pre-interview that You said you blanked out for most of the lap, right?
Yeah, after the first turn, I don't know what happened. I just crossed the line. Like, whatever happened in between, like, I forgot about it.
A lot of us remember the nosedive over the pro section, that is for sure, Twan. Listen, you've got a lot of riders here. Let's talk about the riders you've got. The WCC team still doing a great job with some of these riders from other countries, developing the squad. How are you finding it with these other riders? How are you enjoying your coaching?
Currently, we're helping out numerous of countries, and I think that's the thing I like the most about the job. We have now a new project with China we started last year, and the idea is to qualify for 28 Olympics.
Okay.
And now they're here for the first time racing in Europe from the big hill.
Right.
One of them now is on the hill.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So riders from China.
Riders from China to see, it's on the women's side for now, because you have the Chinese National Games in November, and that's the most important for China itself. So next year we're looking at hopefully also to support some boys and to see if we can raise that level in China.
Okay.
And then on the side, like just the normal WCC programs, so countries like the Philippines, Argentina, the Czech Republic, Slovakia. Like
Still got Zoe here this weekend under your banner?
Zoe is not here this weekend.
Okay.
She's recovering from a small accident in training.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. But listen, going back to China, I was commentating on the Olympics freestyle and racing actually, and the Chinese women in the freestyle, they smashed it, right?
They absolutely smashed it. Yeah. If you look at the history, how they did it, they got people from gymnastics, I heard, and put them on a bike, and then their already motor skills were really, really good.
Right.
And they invested for numerous of years, of course, into the program.
Yeah.
But yeah, it definitely paid out well on the female side with a gold medal, of course.
What about the racers then? What's their background?
The racers' background, the BMX race, of course, was on the Olympics in 2008 in Beijing. So since then, there's been some BMX going on, and the sport has been evolving. But the tracks are as important as the riders. And if the tracks are just not of a normal, like European world standard, then also the riders cannot develop themselves.
Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Hand in hand to really like develop the sport and the riders, and that's what we're trying to do now. Because the riders have a certain level, so they can jump the first straight. They can they're competitive.
Yeah.
But now we want to bring them to the next level, and that's helping them racing in Europe and also to help to develop the tracks.
Yeah, I mean that's really important. I think it's great to see these other countries coming in, but listen, you guys do a great job anyway. But you know, it's BMX. I was trying to get out is that BMX is for everyone. Doesn't matter where you're from, who you are. We've always said it. And now we're seeing riders at the pinnacle, you know, some of the fastest riders in the world are here this weekend, let's say, and on a great track where you won your world championship. So it's always good to see. Look, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job. And hopefully we'll see some of your guys and girls up on the podium, right?
That would be great. That would be not the goal of the weekend, but it would be great to at least have everybody healthy off the track again and just work on the progression we are aiming for in August.
That's great. Great stuff there. Twan Gent from the WCC team. He's helping with the coaching staff there. I guess, what is your title there?
I'm the BMX coach.
Yeah, the head BMX coach. Yeah, that's good stuff. We wish you all the best this weekend. Good luck to the WCC team. Hopefully we'll see him in those finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UEC BMX European Cup. The racing is about to begin.
Yeah, are you ready for the finals, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah! Race A number 1, UEC European Cup, number 3 in 2025 in Heusden-Zolder. Starting with the finals.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you the cruiser women cruiser final. In lane number 8 on plate number 21 from Belgium, Sunny Lubeck. Lane number 7, plate number 23, also from Belgium. Give our friends minimalbmx.nl a mention. Is Lizzie Lubeck. Lane number 6, plate number 718 from Belgium, Tessa van Sean. Lane number 5, plate number 713 from France, Lou Pilard. Lane number 4, plate number 723, CH Coaching and Performance, Hannah Drew. Lane number 3, plate number 15, from the Netherlands, Debbie Schultz. Lane number 2, plate number 4, from the Netherlands, Jennifer Martin. And in lane number 1 on plate number 27, from the Netherlands, Nova de Ruza. Cruiser women final, your attention for the start. Good luck, ladies.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Three times Holland, 3 times Belgium, and France with the UK in the middle. And who is the fastest one? We have the number 4 of the world here in this one, and she is on the inside on spot number 2. It's Jennifer Martin. We have the number 5 of Europe, and Debbie Schalke is racing on the number 1 position. On the number 1 position is Debbie Schalke, but he has Jennifer Martin in her wheel for Holland 1 and 2. On 3 we have the 723 of Hannah Drew, and she is racing for the UK. In the last straightaway, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be the number 4 of the world taking the win. It's Jennifer Martin, Debbie Schalke on 2, and Hannah Drew on 3.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you the cruiser 45 and over. Lining up on lane number 8, on plate number 500, from France, Marc Bruno. Lane number 7, make some noise, Belgium, for your rider, 25 on the bike, Nico Ooms. Lane number 6, doing it for the flat pedal militia. He rides out of Great Britain and Norway, or Denmark. He can never make up his mind. He's Paul Bernard. Check out the race jersey in lane number 5. On plate number 13. I love this guy's name because I can never say it right. From Holland, Eric Laatendikkenbroek. Lane number 4, plate number 27 from the Netherlands, Jeroen Nieuws. Lane number 3, plate number 21 from Germany, Eric Grabischler. Plate number 502, lane number 2 from Germany, Jens Martin. And in lane number 1, on plate number 512 from Belgium, he beat the Big C. It's the fisherman, Walter de Vischer. Cruiser 45 and over. Good luck, guys.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, we have Paul Bernard, Nico Ooms, Mark Bruno, Vladimir Broek, with Walter de Visser, Jens Martin and Jeroen Nuis. But who is the fastest of the pack here? The man with the 21 on the plate is Grabigler. Grabigler on 1, another German rider on the 2 spot. It must be Jens Martin. And on the number 3 position there with the number 27 on the plate, it is Jeroen Nuis. Nuis on 3. On 4 we have the 13, number 3 of Europe, Erik Vladingerbroek. But in the last straightaway, ladies and gentlemen, we see the 21 of Grabigler. And he is taking the win in front of the 502 of Jens Martin and Jeroen Nuis. Yeah. Cruiser category 45 years and over. With one guy with a special, yeah, he is really special. He had to fight a disease last year and he is back on the bike after all the operations. And it was Walter de Visser from the Fritz BMX.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you the riders in final number 3 of round number 3 of the UEC European Cup. Cruisers 40 to 44. Plate number 412 from Denmark, Tough Sunniedison. Lane number 7, plate number 400 from Czechia, Martin Barabas. Lane number 6, plate number 404 from France, Stéphane Rousseau. Lane number 5, plate number 403 from France, Yann Dudin. Lane number 4, also from France, on plate number 408, Romain Badot. Plate number 998 from France, Damien Ethelong. Lane number 2, plate number 14 from the Netherlands, Paul Baan. And in lane number 1, on plate number 8 from Latvia, Gets Jagusa. Cruiser 40 to 44, final. Good luck, guys.
Okay, gate drops down in the number 8 of the world here on 1 is Geert Jonkers. He is racing for Latvia on the number 1 position there. But who is on the number 2 spot? Is it Paul Baan with the number 4 of Europe on the plate? Yep, Paul Baan on the 2. On the 3 we have the 998 from France, Damien Ethelong. C'est Ethelong qui roule en 3e position pour la France, mais c'est toujours Latvia en première position. La 2e place est pour le Pays-Bas, Paul Baan. Geert Jonkers en première place, Paul Baan en 2e place. Et 3e place pour Damien Ethelong. Et c'est Ethelong qui prend la 3e place. Mais le vainqueur aujourd'hui, ça c'est chez les cruisers 40-44 ans, Geert Jonkers. Un applaudissement s'il vous plaît pour le pilote français. Et ça c'est Stéphane Rousseau qui est chuté en 2e ligne droite.
Cruiser 30 to 39 final lineup on the gate. Lane number 8, plate number 311 from Italy, Italiano, Eduardo Longo. Lane number 7, plate number 312 from Denmark, Kasper Vista. Lane number 6, plate number 304 from Denmark, Michael Skeeter. Plate number 11, lane number 5 for the Dutch rider, Bo Klein Hesseling. Lane number 4, plate number 302 from Belgium, Nick de Proest. Lane number 3, plate number 306 from Latvia, Armand Kappins. Lane number 2, plate number 14, Target BMX team rider from Belgium, Roy van Aken. And in lane number 1 on plate number 4 from the Netherlands, Rick Bok. Cruisers 30 to 39. Good luck, guys.
Okay, riders, random start. Rider is ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, gate drops down. Here's the number 4 of the world here on the inside with Rick Bok from Holland on the number 1 spot after the first turn. But is he still a 1? Here, someone is coming up from Belgium. It's Roy van Aken. Van Aken, he is on the number 1 position in the cruiser category 30-39 for the moment. It's Target BMX team. And they go battling with Bo Klein Hesseling. Bo Klein Hesseling is on the inside coming through. Now Roy van Aken is closing the gap. And he is battling his way. He has to battle his way to the number 1 position. Is it the number 4 of the world coming through? Rick Bok, or is it Roy van Aken? Roy van Aken is going to take the win. Whoa, what a battle of Roy van Aken. He closed the gap just on time, and then he took the win in the cruiser category 30-39. That was a really BMX racing. So you saw it on the third straightaway when he was with Bo Klein Hesseling. Bo Klein Hesseling, he was on the right side of Roy van Aken and tried to go through, but Roy van Aken closed the gap, took his turn, and then there was an attack from Rick Bok on the outside in the last straightaway. And Rick Bok, he went fast, but not fast enough. It was Roy van Aken from Target BMX who took the win.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the cruiser final, 17 to 29. In lane number 8, on plate number 28 from the Netherlands, Mika Guman. Lane number 7, plate number 27, also from the Netherlands, Ryden Hermans. Lane number 6, another Dutch rider, Lenny Ueda. Lane number 5, the riders from Belgium, is Robert Verschuren. Lane number 4, from the rider from France, Rodolphe Kola. Lane number 3, plate number 5, for a Dutchy rider, Kevin Elbers. Lane number 2, plate number 753, doing it for the Chenez Reed Academy, Thomas Duran. And in lane number 1 on the world number 3 bike from the Netherlands, is Bo van Beksteden. These are the cruisers 17 to 29 final. Good luck, guys.
Okay, riders, random start. Rider is ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, cruiser category 17-29, ladies and gentlemen, and a really tough one. We have Bo van Beksteden, and he was on the inside coming through on first position here. Is it Robert Verschuren coming through on the outside with the 23 on the plate? It's Verschuren, he is on the number 2-3 spot. Oh, there's a battle here in the 17-29 cruiser category. We have the 27 there on 3, and there was Ronan Hermans. Hermans, he is on the number 3 position for the moment. The win goes to Bo van Beksteden. 2 spotters go to Kevin Elbers, and then Robert Verschuren on 3 or on 4. The finals of cruiser category 17-29.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to girls 8 years old. Line up on the gate on plate number 808 from the Netherlands, Lies Schumacher. In lane number 7 on plate number 814 from the UK, Everly Mabel Pine. Lane number 6, plate number 807, Naomi Nguyen. Lane number 5 from Holland, the 811 of Aveline van Tunen. Lane number 4, plate number 812 from Great Britain, Grace Jewis. Lane number 3 on plate number 813 from the UK, and Matilda Hewitt. Lane number 2, the rider from Germany, Marie Isabel Thomas. And in lane number 1, on plate number 805, from Czechia, Laura Tesmarova. Girls 8 years old final. Good luck, ladies.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, girls 8 years old on track in this final, and it's looking good for 805 of Laura Tesmarova. Tesmarova, she is now on the inside, outside. Is she coming through? Is she still on 1? And she's doing it for the Czech Republic, ladies and gentlemen. It's 805, Tesmarova on 1. The 2 spot is going to the 813 of Anna Matilda Hewitt. Hewitt is on the number 2 spot, and she is racing for the UK here on spot number 2. On spot number 3, coming through with the 807 on the plate, Naomi Nguyen, and she is doing it for Belgium. Belgium on the 2 spot for the moment. Oh, still on 1 is Tesmarova, and she is doing it for the Czech Republic in the last straightaway, ladies and gentlemen, with the 805, taking the win in the girls category. 8 years old, Laura Tesmarova from Czech Republic. Okay, and you can check your finals on BMX videos. She's always there. Caroline Maarsen for BMX videos, so check out your finals on BMX videos.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you the boys 8 years old, round number 3, plane number 8, gate number 8, plate number 807, from Czechia, Sebastian Stepanek. Lane number 7, plate number 847, from Great Britain, Joey Claydon. Lane number 6, plate number 800, from Spain, it's Leo de la Rosa Ruiz Pena. Lane number 5 for the Dutchie is from Holland, Dial Blom. Lane number 4 for Belgium, 803 on his bike, is Stig Koemans. Plate number 823. Lane number 3 from Germany, Luke Harms. Lane number 2, plate number 825 from Belgium, Leon Lois. And in lane number 1, doing it for Switzerland, plate number 804, Philemon Kohler. Boys 8 years old final. Good luck, guys.
the gate.
Yeah, boys category 8 years old on track, and it's looking good for the 823 here. Luke Harms is racing for Germany. Deutschland auf der ersten Stelle. It's Luke Harms Luke Harms on 1. Is he still on 1? 8, 2, 3. Yeah, still on 1 for Germany. On the 2 spot is the Belgian rider. And there's Koolmans. Stig Koolmans. He is racing on the number 2 position. But on the 3 spot here for the moment in the grey jersey. Who is racing in the grey jersey? Here on the 3rd straight away. On spot number 3. That's 847 is Joey Clayton. Joey Clayton, he is now on the 3 spot. But in the last straight away, still Germany on 1. Germany, where are you for your rider? Yeah, there you are. On the 2 spot coming through Belgium. Oh, and on spot number 3, it's the 804 of Switzerland, Philemon Köhler. He took over in the last straightaway from Joey Clayton.
Alrighty then, here we go, girls. 9 years old, line up on the gate plate. Number 13 in lane number 8 from Holland, Merel Verdiger. Lane number 7, doing it for Holland also, Jun Streeper. Lane number 6 on plate number 15, also from Holland, Jelle Meurs. Plate number 18 from Belgium in lane number 5, Marta Leloup. Lane number 4 from Belgium on plate number 906, Juliet Kroos. Lane number 3 from Holland on plate number 910, Fenna Thiel. Lane number 2 from the UK, Absolute Bicycle Ricocross rider, Ella Grant. And in lane number 1, doing it for our good friend Moto 1. From Great Britain, Phoebe Miller. Girls, 9 years old final. Good luck, ladies.
Okay, riders, random start. Rider is ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, riders ready, watch the gate. Girls, 9 years old on track. And it's a 906. Juliet Kroos from Belgium. Then Team Keerberg on the number 1 position there. Okay, number 1 position for then Team Keerberg with Juliet Kroos. But in the right side we have the 909 of Ella Grant from the UK. UK in the wheel of Juliet Kroos. That's the way they go to the 3rd straightaway. Ella Grant is getting an attack on Kroos, but on the number 3 spot is the number 5 of Europe is Jelle Meurs, and she is doing it for Holland. Lost straight away, but still the Belgian lady from Dennis Team Keerberg on 1. On the 2 spot is Jelle Meurs. Jelle Meurs, and the 913 on 3 is Phoebe Miller. But Ella Grant, she crashed in the turn. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the lady from the UK, Ella Grant.
Absolute legend, that kid. Cracks me up. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the boys' 9 years old final. Lane number 8, he's from Belgium, 931 on his plate, Matthijs van Dommelen. Plate number 7, he's from España, from Spain, Mateo Javier Neto Velasco. From Germany, lane number 6, Lieve Belter. In lane number 5 from Latvia, Rushmore. Lane number 4 from Great Britain, Callum Wood. Lane number 3 on plate number 18 from Latvia, Yanis Osis. Lane number 2, doing it for NRT, 948 on the black, Antek Porepny. And in lane number 1, on plate number 939, from the UK and Crucial Racing, Henry Sullivan. These are the boys, 9 years old. Final. Good luck, guys.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Riders ready once again. We have the boys category for 9 years old jumping away the eliminator here in the first one is a 939 on 1, Henry Sullivan. Henry Sullivan, he is leading this one out. Is it still Sullivan on 1? Yeah, the 939 on 1. The 2 spot is going to the 848 and that's Antek Porepny, and she is racing for the UK as well. So 1 and 2 is going to the UK for the moment. On the 3 spot coming through with the 900 on the plate is Spain, is Mateo Javier Nito Velasco. Velasco, he is racing on the number 3 position there, but now still on 1 is the 939 is Henry Sullivan. We have Antek on the 2 spot, and the 3 spot is going to the Mateo Javier Nito Velasco from Spain.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final number 10 is the girls 10 years old. In lane number 8, doing it for Allen'sBMX.com, the Great Britain rider, Molly Tomlinson. Lane number 7, 114 on the bike, the Ukraine rider, Vitalina Kachuka. Lane number 6 for the Dutch rider on the 17 bike, Lottie Nissan. Lane number 5, plate number 117 from the UK, Faith Eliza Powell. Lane number 4, plate number 16 from Latvia, Emma Valkovska. Lane number 3, plate number 11 for the Dutch rider, Fem Mulhausen. Lane number 2, plate number 14 from Great Britain, Betty Wills. And in lane number 1, on plate number 105 from Belgium, make some noise, Marit Bouden. The girls 10 years old final. Good luck, ladies.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, here we go. The girls category, 10 years old. And is number 1 of Europe here. 1 is Van Mulhuizen. Mulhuizen on the number 1 position. But who is coming through on the number 2 position there? Is it the lady from Hexagon Sports? It's 16 of Emma Svalkovska. Svalkovska, she is doing it for Latvia. Then on the 3 spot who is on the 3 spot. Koska on 2, Mulhuizen on 1. On the 3 spot with the number 7 of Europe on the plate, that's Lotte Nijssen. But the number 14 is coming through, and the number 14 is Betty Wills. Wills, she is now on spot number 3. Kenzie go to the number 2 position there. The number 1 position is for Fred Mulhuizen, but this number 6 and number 4 for Europe. And it's a photo finish on the end between Betty Wills and Emma Koska.
Alrighty, then moving on, boys. 10 years old final number 11. Lane number 8, plate number 118 from Latvia, Kristianis Kalmins. Lane number 7 for Great Britain, Ethan Shaw. Lane number 6, plate number 147 from the UK, Charlie Dowsig. Lane number 5, plate number 13 from Latvia, Rolands Baranovskis. Lane number 4, Denmark, make some noise for your rider, Carl Norman Carr. Lane number 3, plate number 16 for the Dutch rider, Tim Roosendaal. Lane number 2 for Belgium rider, Luca Le Mans. And in lane number 1, for the 113 on his plate, the Dutch rider, it's Rowan Bouwman. Boys, 10 years old final. Good luck, guys.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, gate drops down and the boys category 10 years old. And it's Luca Lamal. He is the fastest of the pack. I think he won in Verona as well. And now he is back on the number 1 position in his home country. So Frits BMX on 1 with Luca Lamal. The number 6 of Europe on 2 is Tim Roosendaal. Roosendaal, he is on the number 2 position, but who is on the number 3 spot? Here for the moment, he is battling his way. He wants to go to the number 2 spot. It's Ethan Shaw. Shaw, he is now on 3. The man from the UK lost right away, and it's still Lamal on 1. He is going to take the win in this final in the boys category. 10 years old, followed by Roosendaal and Ethan Shaw. Woo. Okay, boys category 10 years old on the track, and big winner of today was Luca Lamal. From the beginning, from the start to the finish on 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the girls, 11 and 12 years. Line up in lane number 8 from Belgium, Lissy Toffs. Lane number 7, plate number 18 from Holland, Zoe van Gessel. Lane number 6, doing it for Minima BMX. On plate number 015, it's Lauren Minima. Lane number 5, plate number 116, also from Holland, Sophie van Solen. Lane number 4, plate number 5 of the world, from Switzerland, Kayla Kusch. Lane number 3, plate number 106 from Germany, Rizzy Kabel. Lane number 2, plate number 134 from Great Britain, Poppy May Kirby. And in lane number 1, on plate number 13 from the UK and Pure Bicycles, Iris Haidar. The girls 11 to 12 years. Good luck, ladies.
Okay, riders, random start. Rider is ready, watch the gate.
Okay, here we go, girl. Oh, girls 11 and 12 years old, and Lisa Torf, she went down in the eliminator. So Lisa Torf from Denne Team Keerbergen went down. She is back on the bike again, so no worries. Meanwhile, we have the number 3 of Europe, Iris Haida. She is now on the number 1 position. On the number 2 spot is Kayla Cook. She has the number 5 of the world on the plate. Number 3 of Europe on 1. On 2, we have the number 5 in the world. The number 3, we have Razy Kobel from Germany. So it's the UK, Germany, and Kayla Kusch from Switzerland in the top 3. But the win goes to the number 3 of Europe, is Iris Haida. Do we have the number 5 of the world, Kayla Kusch from Switzerland on 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you the penultimate final with the boys, 11 years old. Lane number 8, the rider from Czechia. Play number 17, Matthias Karel Klepitek. Lane number 7, from Latvia, Lucas Bekovs. Lane number 6, the Dutchie, 131, Dexter Damad. Lane number 5, doing it for Holland, 1 step to win. He's looking good, the 116 of Maurice de Bruyne. Lane number 4, plate number 11 from Czechia, Jan Osenesek. Lane number 3, doing it for GT, from the UK, Connor Hempel. Lane number 2, plate number 12 is Thomas Suchek. And in lane number 1 on plate number 18, Thaddeus Flick. Your attention for the boys 11 years old final. Good luck, guys.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Riders ready, watch the gate, here we go. Boys category 11 years old. And who is the fastest of the pack? And the number 2 of Europe is Thomas Suchek. Suchek is doing it for the Czech Republic in the yellow jersey on the number 1 spot in the first turn. Who is on the inside with the number 8 of Europe. And the number 8 of Europe, ladies and gentlemen, is Tadej Filic. He is racing on the number 2 position there for the moment. And is it Maurice de Bruyne on spot number 3? We will check him out here with the 116 on the plate. It's Maurice de Bruyne. He was on spot number 3, jumping his way, but Osenchek Shusek is on his way to do the attack on De Bruin. De Bruin and Osenchek, they are competing next to each other. Meanwhile, it's Osenchek on the number 3 spot, but it's Thomas Shusek is going to take the win here in the category boys 11 years old.
All right, let me introduce you the last final of the day. Round number 3 for the boys, 12 years old, the final. In lane number 8, doing it for Belgium, is Leo Lemar. In lane number 7, for the B-Strong race team, for Great Britain, Leo Rowlands. Lane number 6, for the Dutchies, Kian Mulhausen. Lane number 5 from Latvia, Evert Vechkadze. Lane number 4 from Holland, the Little Cricket, Brian Nordum. Lane number 3, plate number 11 from Holland, Sam van Dijken. Lane number 2, plate number 14 from the UK, it's James Bibby. And in lane number 1, on plate number 12, from Latvia, Gustavs Gigulis. The boys' 12-year-old final. Good luck, guys.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yeah, here we go, boys, 12 years old, and it's the number 12 here on 1 is Gustav Gigulis. He is doing it for Latvia, number 2 of Europe, and now on the number 1 spot in this final in boys category 12 years old. Coming through there with the 2:14, and the 2:14 is very tricky, but Sam van Dijken, he tries to battle his way to the number 1 position, but he is now on 3, in 4 in fact, he is on 4. On the number 3 position is James Bibby. Bibby is on the number 3 position. Oh, Sam van Dijken, he missed his turn, but meanwhile is the number 12 of Gustav Gigulis taking the win in front of the 2:14 of Evert Vekas. I thought it was James Bibby on 3, but I'm not sure for that. So thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow at the same time here next to the track, starting with the championships categories. So there will be a prize ceremony in a minute.
Test of skill and determination. We come together.
Welcome to Latvia and Valmiera.